You are listening to Deep Sea Embers by Yuan Tong. Novels from Novel Fire. Chapter 651, 651. The Miniature Sun Meets Miniature Sun. Duncan, having once encountered a miniaturized version of the moon, was still amazed as he now held and studied an ancient celestial body, similarly reduced in size. Resting softly in his hands, this tiny star emitted a gentle, warm glow. The flames flickering on its surface brushed against his fingers without harm, as light and soft as a feather touching his skin. Duncan thought back to a time long past when this small yet bright orb had been a guiding light for the forest folks, nurturing an entire civilization with its radiance. The followers of the Black Sun covet this artifact, and one of the offspring even risked their life for it. What do you think their intentions are with this sun? Goathead asked, its eyes reflecting the light from the star in Duncan's hands. Whether it's the offspring or the remnants of the sun, their aim is the same, to revive their mother, the fading black sun, Duncan explained, slowly turning the miniature star in his hand. This simple-looking sphere contains knowledge from before the Great Annihilation. It could be key to restoring the ailing black sun. He paused to gather his thoughts, then continued. In that shiny crystal, I saw their once thriving homeland, a vast, technologically advanced structure encircling a star, foundational to their civilization. This great network likely suffered contamination from outside forces during the cataclysm known as the Great Annihilation, mutating into what it is now. I have a bold theory. The entity known as the Black Sun might be a kind of hybrid. The civilization that thrived around the star collapsed with it, evolving into what we now see. This hybridization has made the Black Sun more unstable and chaotic than other ancient entities, intensifying its flaws. Duncan raised the ancient star in his hand to emphasize his point. The offspring probably think that another ancient star might help correct the flaws of the Black Sun. While I don't fully understand the underlying principle, one thing is clear. If they succeed, the results would be disastrous. Fortunately, they failed, Goathead remarked, visibly relieved. Duncan nodded, still intently observing the ancient star in his hand. Just then footsteps neared the captain's quarters, followed by a knock. Nina's voice called out, "Uncle Duncan, are you in there?" "Come in," Duncan replied, raising an eyebrow. The door opened, and Nina peeked inside before entering with a bright smile. "Dinner's ready. I came to get you." Seeing Nina's joyful expression, Duncan had a sudden insight. "You're just in time," he motioned her over. "Look at this." Nina approached, and her eyes widened at the sight of the miniature sun in Duncan's hand. A flicker of recognition crossed her face. "Isn't that the sun Ms. Vanna found in the desert?" "Here, try holding it." Duncan offered her the mini-sun. "Tell me, what do you feel?" Nina, slightly puzzled, took the small sphere, studying it closely before trying to feel it. She looked back at Duncan, her expression one of mild confusion. "I don't feel much, just a gentle warmth." "Is that all?" Duncan frowned, pondering what further tests he might conduct. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a sharp crack sound. He looked up in surprise to see Nina staring in astonishment, tiny flames and fragments escaping from her mouth, and the ancient star now showing a small, unmistakably bitten-off piece. "Duncan!" I couldn't resist. Nina realized what she had impulsively done, hopping anxiously. It looked just the right size, and I bit into it without thinking. "Stay still," Duncan quickly stepped in, stopping Nina's frantic movements as he took back the mini-sun. He was concerned that Nina's bite might have destabilized the star. Given its compressed nature, any loss of control could be extremely dangerous. Yet nothing supernatural happened. The nibbled star neither imploded nor erupted, continuing to radiate a benign warmth. Upon closer examination, Duncan noticed the gap had mysteriously healed itself. Nina, equally curious, peered closely at the now-intact mini-sun and ventured, "Did it just repair itself?" Holding the mini-sun, and remembering the one aboard the Vanished, Duncan felt puzzled despite his familiarity with many oddities and phenomena. After considering several wild and strange theories, he handed the mini-star back to Nina. "Try biting it again." Without hesitation, Nina bit into the mini-sun again, the crunch audible, her chewing exaggerated. Duncan, admittedly, felt a twinge of envy. Under their watchful eyes, the mini-sun miraculously returned to its undamaged state. Nina looked from Duncan to the mini-sun in her hand, her confusion evident. "Why?" Duncan massaged his forehead, equally baffled. "I doubt even the foremost experts of our world could explain. he remarked, observing the sparks emerging from Nina's mouth, his curiosity piqued. Does it taste good, Arhachek? It's crunchy, Nina answered honestly. It's intriguing, though I can't quite place the flavor. Would you like more? At this, Nina's eyes lit up, quite literally, brightening the entire cabin. May I? Duncan was speechless, the room falling silent. He applied all his knowledge and creativity to understand the situation, while Nina, clearly intrigued, studied the mini-sun, as if considering her next nibble. After a lengthy pause, Duncan decided to put aside his quest for understanding. You're not feeling ill, are you? He asked, his concern clear. He was worried about the potential effects of consuming the star on Nina. No, I feel fine. It's actually quite warm and soothing when I swallow, Nina reassured him, shaking her head. Uncle Duncan, may I have just one more bite? I would advise against any further tasting today, Duncan said with a serious yet slightly amused tone. If you're still feeling well tomorrow, then perhaps you can try again. He paused, then added, Actually, I was thinking of entrusting its safekeeping to you. This wasn't a lie. Before Nina's arrival, he had indeed been considering the safest location for the mini-sun. It seemed logical to entrust it to Nina for several reasons. The apparent bond they shared with the mini-sun, which might reveal further mysteries, and for security, as Nina's supernatural 6,000 degrees C capability would deter any potential thieves. However, Nina's newfound taste for the mini-sun was an unexpected twist. Without dwelling on the complexities, Nina was thrilled by Duncan's decision, nodding enthusiastically. Okay. Her expression was like a puppy that had been given a prized treat. Duncan, watching Nina's delighted expression, couldn't shake off a nagging sense of worry. Was it really wise to entrust the mini-sun to her? While it seemed capable of self-repair after being bitten, the limits of this regeneration were unknown. If left in Nina's care, was there a risk she might eventually consume it entirely? Uncle Duncan. Nina's voice snapped Duncan out of his thoughts. He turned towards her beaming, sunny face. Shall we go for dinner? She asked, her smile beaming. In the end, Duncan found himself unable to retract his offer of the mini-sun. Meanwhile, the massive structure of the Academy Ark had drawn close to Wind Harbor's coast. On the upper deck's relaxation area, Loon sat in a chair, his eyes closed in repose. According to the elves remaining on the Ark, the Nameless One's influence on the real world had completely dissipated. Even those elves who had previously vanished had returned to the physical realm. Relieved from the sudden alleviation of pressure, exhaustion had set in. Loon had spent a considerable time resting upon his return to the Ark, only now beginning to feel a semblance of revival. Gradually, he opened his eyes and gazed at his hands, observing the wrinkled, vitality-depleted skin. I really am getting old, he whispered to himself, then stood up and moved towards a laboratory table nearby. It's time to have a conversation with a few old friends. Chapter 652, Stepping into the Mist. In a lab, flames silently licked the air as a flask bubbled noisily. At this moment, Loon felt his consciousness pulled into a deep, dark abyss, all under his own vigilant gaze. He journeyed through a pitch-black illusory tunnel, eventually emerging into faint glimmers of light. Here he reunited with his old friends, Helena, Banster, and Frem. As Loon approached them, ready to greet them, Helena, quick-witted as ever, spoke first in a teasing tone. You're looking quite well, Loon. It seems the Truth Academy won't be needing a new pope anytime soon. Loon gave Helena a casual look, his face a blend of indifference and mild amusement. I appreciate your concern, he replied sarcastically. He then nodded gently to the rest of the group. My apologies for the delay. I've been restoring order to both the Ark and myself. Frem, a massive figure with skin like stone, focused intently on Loon. In a deep, concerned voice he asked, Has the issue been resolved? Loon confirmed with a nod. Yes, it has. Order is being restored to Wind Harbor as we speak, and the elves worldwide should soon awaken from their slumber. We've managed to avoid the worst outcomes. Banster, tall and lean, pursued the conversation with gravity. We need more details. The impact of this event surpasses those in Planned and Frost. It affected an entire race and delved into histories older than the Deep Sea era. What exactly happened in Wind Harbor? Loon turned to Frem, the leader of the Flame Bearers, and spoke gravely. With Captain Duncan's assistance, I witnessed the Great Annihilation, a truth about our world that is far more astounding than anyone could have imagined. Loon recounted his experiences at the core of the Nameless One, describing a monumental collision that destroyed two worlds, and provided insights into the Orc homeland. The seasoned followers of the four gods were left stunned. A heavy silence settled in the dark space, only their psychic echoes breaking it. After a long pause, Helena, still processing, asked, "So, the worlds, they collided and merged?" Looking directly at Lune for confirmation, she added, "Does this mean the theory of world drift is actually true?" Lune explained, "It's much more intense than mere world drift." The nature of the collision was terrifying, a cataclysm beyond imagination. It was a process of destruction and rebirth, transforming everything into a chaotic, dark, primordial state akin to subspace. This collision involved not just two, but potentially dozens, maybe hundreds of worlds at once. The memories of Atlantis are just a fraction of that immense destruction. Frem, the towering Orc leader, listened intently, lost in deep thought. After a significant silence, he asked in a resonating voice, "Are you absolutely sure that the giant with Miss Vanna is the eternal flame?" Lune replied solemnly, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. "Based on our findings, it appears so," he stated. "The Chronicle Pillar has been transported aboard the Vanished, and I've seen it myself." He paused, then added cautiously, "But I must stress, acquiring that artifact will not be straightforward." Frem interrupted understandingly. "I'm aware of the risks," he said, nodding slightly. "But right now, our primary concern isn't the Chronicle Pillar. It's the revelations about our gods, or rather, the lords we each serve." His gaze commanded the attention of everyone present with an almost tangible weight. The others, fully aware of the gravity of his statement, fell into deep thought. These people served as the mortal representatives of the four gods, and they were well aware of the mysterious and powerful forces that backed their divine sponsors. Banster, a devotee of the god of death, broke the silence, his voice heavy with reflection. "Our connection to the gods is weakening, and the Ark's effectiveness is fading," he observed. "When the Ark was first implemented, I could almost directly hear my god's voice in the meditation chamber. But within a few years, that voice has dwindled to a faint and indistinct murmur." Lune nodded in agreement, his voice tinged with resignation. "The Ark is just a secondary support. It can strengthen our bond with our lords, but it cannot prevent the inevitable decay," he explained. "We've always known this day might come." Banster closed his eyes, weighed down by his thoughts, and after a long silence he spoke again in a whisper. "Sometimes I sense their gradual disappearance." The room lapsed back into a heavy silence until Lune spoke again in a soft, reflective tone. "Yes, we all feel it." Turning to Helena, Lune's voice carried urgency. "The Storm Church's fleet has been active along the border for some time. Have you made any progress?" Helena answered, her voice laced with frustration. "Our vanguard is still lost in that perpetual mist. In the depths of the fog, navigation is impossible. The sea and sky merge into an indistinct mass, and even using the star-gazing chamber for guidance leads to significant errors. We've attempted to establish temporary lighthouses in areas of lighter mist, but their range is limited. Beyond a certain distance, even these lighthouses are swallowed by the fog." Frem added his experiences. "We've faced similar issues," he said. "We entered the Eternal Veil at the border through a different pass. At first, the mist was thin and the sea conditions normal, but as we went deeper, the fog thickened abruptly, and our lights seemed to be consumed by some unseen force." Lune spoke gravely, highlighting the critical nature of their mission. "Our exploration has been extensive," he began. "We've called patrols from across the world to converge at the border seas. This intense activity has likely already alerted numerous city-states. Whether or not we find the link between the gods and the mortal realm, we are certainly stirring an atmosphere of suspicion and fear among the populace." A profound silence fell over the group as each member pondered their thoughts. Breaking the quiet, Helena offered a historical insight. "Throughout history, only one person has ever ventured deep into the border and returned alive from that dense mist." Lune acknowledged her input. "Yes, and that leads us to the final point for today," he said. "He has also expressed a willingness to engage in a meaningful dialogue with the Church of the Four Gods, not just superficial meetings, but a real in-depth collaboration." The subject was sensitive and fraught with hesitation, and the others remained silent. Lune then addressed Helena. "You should be particularly interested. St. Vanna has been aboard that ship for a long time, and I'm sure you've gathered significant information from her. Like me, you probably have a comprehensive view of the ship's current state and the captain's condition." Helena, visibly uneasy, responded. "Vanna," she paused, massaging her forehead. "According to her reports, the captain does seem to be a reliable person. Sometimes I wonder about her loyalties. She seems overly dependent on the captain recently." Lune gave a reassuring smile. "But you can trust her devotion to her faith. Otherwise, you wouldn't be receiving her messages through the storm goddess's blessing. He continued, I've recently met your saint. Even though our meeting was brief, her sincerity and honesty were evident. Her views on the captain are reliable. Frem then expressed his agreement. I support improving our communications with the captain, including direct interactions and possibly inviting him to join our current projects. While I don't have a saint being kidnapped aboard that ship, I trust Loon's judgment. And of course, I need to see the Chronicle Pillar myself. Helena and Loon both voiced their annoyance simultaneously. Can we please avoid bringing up saints being kidnapped aboard that ship every time? Frem, spreading his hands in a gesture of surrender, responded, All right, no more mention of it. Their focus then turned to Banster, the only one who had yet to voice his opinion. Feeling the pressure of their collective gaze, Banster, dressed in black, frowned and asked, Why are all of you looking at me like that? Loon spoke to him directly, We're simply waiting for your view. We all agree to enhance our cooperation with the captain and to share details of our activities in the border sea with him. What do you think? Banster looked conflicted, his expression tense as he considered his response. Eventually, with a resigned sigh, he said, I'll need some time to persuade my bishops to agree to this. Helena, somewhat surprised, inquired, So you personally are in favor? Banster spread his hands in a gesture of acceptance. What choice do I have? In situations like these, personal feelings must be set aside, as long as he doesn't take anything more from me this time. Chapter 653, Lingering Issues. In a dramatic change, Wind Harbor, previously engulfed in a dreamlike, nightmarish world, has now astonishingly reverted to normalcy. The once haunting streets are bustling with daily activity. The fiery rivers that streak the sky in the nightmare have vanished without a trace. As day breaks, Wind Harbor resumes its familiar scenery. However, it would be misleading to assume that Wind Harbor has emerged unscathed from this ordeal. The citizens are still grappling with the psychological effects of their nightmarish experience. Persistent, unsettling memories of the dream are causing widespread anxiety and a demand for reassurance. These psychological effects include temporary memory loss, hallucinations, and auditory hallucinations, among many. While these symptoms are not severe enough to cause supernatural effects, they do necessitate the attention of mental health professionals. Moreover, many residents are experiencing fatigue, excessive sleepiness, and unexplained heart palpitations, all consequences of the mental strain from the nightmare. The timeline for their recovery remains uncertain. At 99 Crown Street, in the infamous Witch's Mansion of Wind Harbor, Duncan sits by a large window on the ground floor, observing the street activities. Steam-powered machines from the Academy patrol the streets. Uniformed truth guardians and security personnel are diligently searching for remnants of the dream world. Government officials visit homes to check on the well-being of residents and to register those with mental impairments for further treatment at psychological aid centers. Next to Duncan, Lucretia shares her observations. I just visited Sarah Mell, she updates him. Things in town are better than expected. There's not much to worry about. My brother would probably be envious of how smoothly Wind Harbor is recovering, considering the troubles he faced in Frost. She continues, I also saw Master Terran L and the Truth Keeper as they came back to reality. Master Terran L is a bit mentally exhausted and neurologically drained, but his vital signs are stable. As usual, the Truth Keeper, however, ended up in the hospital. Nothing serious, just some stomach issues. Apparently, consuming an entire bottle of Blood Raven potion was harder on his stomach than the mental ordeal. As Lucretia speaks, Duncan listens with only partial attention, his thoughts elsewhere. We might consider paying a visit to this Truth Keeper, he muses. He has insights into the activities of the Vanished on the frontier a century ago. I'm keen to explore that topic with him. Lucretia nods just as their conversation is interrupted by a knock at the entrance. Morris, who is engrossed in a book near the door, stands and answers it. After a brief exchange, the door closes again. It was a government official, Morris informs Duncan and Lucretia as he approaches them. They're conducting surveys on the mental well-being of households in the area. They asked if anyone here needed psychological support. Duncan and Lucretia exchange a knowing look, and Lucretia shrugs. Not everyone is aware of the history of the Witch's Mansion, especially those lower-tier civil servants. They've been hastily reassigned from other districts due to the crisis. They're already overwhelmed with their daily tasks, let alone understanding the unique reputation of this house. Amused, Duncan asks Morris, and what did you tell him? With a casual demeanor, Morris responds, I assured him that everyone here is mentally stable, myself included. However, his Laham amulet, which he used to detect mental contamination, suddenly burned up. I guess that means this house will be left alone for a while. Duncan chuckled, turning back to Lucretia. Well, that adds another bizarre story to our collection. Avoiding unnecessary interactions with the officials is always a plus, Lucretia remarked, her voice tinged with satisfaction. Duncan then gazed out of the window once more, quietly observing the streets as they buzzed with renewed life and energy. After a moment of contemplation, he broke the silence. The incident in Wind Harbor is behind us. Now it's time to address some remaining matters. Lucretia raised her eyebrows in curiosity. You're thinking about? Is Rabbi still aboard that ship? I get your point. I'll check on the situation with the nest. What? Meanwhile, Richard was struggling with a persistent coldness. Since his last ordeal in the dream of the Nameless One, he had been afflicted by an intermittent chill, feeling as if his blood had become thin and stagnant, unable to circulate warmth. No number of layers or blankets seemed to alleviate this deep, internal cold. This baffling condition frustrated him. Despite being wrapped in ample warm cotton, he felt as though he couldn't retain his body heat. He had sought advice from Rabbi, but received only the suggestion to be patient. Nonetheless, there were numerous tasks that demanded his attention, providing Richard brief distractions from his discomfort. The ship continued its voyage across the vast ocean, avoiding main shipping lanes. Following the Saints' orders, they had left the civilized world behind. Their destination was a supply port near the frontier, expected to be reached in a few days. On the bustling ship, the believers diligently cleaned up remnants of their previous efforts. This included reconfiguring the intricate rune system in the assembly hall, securely resealing the unfathomable Skull of Dreams, and fine-tuning the ship's cloaking mechanisms for better concealment. Below deck, Richard joined his comrades, meticulously inspecting the array of runes and arcane relics. Dumont, working closely beside Richard, voiced his concerns in a hushed tone. The saint mentioned these symbols are designed to shield us from the prying senses of the Suntists. Let's hope they're effective. While examining the runes, Richard replied casually yet with a hint of bewilderment. We did abandon our mission at a critical stage. To our allies. That must seem like an outright betrayal. Pausing, he added with a hint of perplexity, but what exactly transpired that led the saint to abruptly call off the operation? Did the words of those enders truly hold such sway? Dumont shook his head in uncertainty. I can't be sure, but the saint has a knack for perceiving shadows in fate. He likely foresaw immense peril in the nameless dream. Dumont's voice trailed off as he glanced around warily, then leaned closer to Richard, whispering, I've been wondering, perhaps this entire endeavor was a trap from the outset. The so-called dream of the Nameless One might be fraught with dangers beyond our comprehension. It was prudent to retreat when we did. Those Suntists are likely facing grave consequences now. Sensing the gravity in Dumont's tone, Richard instinctively surveyed their surroundings before whispering back, What makes you think that? Dumont cast a wary glance at the runes, which emitted a foreboding glow in the dim light. It's been some time since we retreated, yet that sun offspring hasn't pursued us. Honestly, I doubt these runes, designed to ward off ordinary supernatural entities, could thwart an offspring of an old god. Richard, suddenly more alert, paused. He prided himself on his sharpness, often being more insightful than Dumont. But lately his thoughts seemed sluggish, his reactions delayed. It was as if Dumont's words had awakened him to the possibility that the sun offspring might have fallen into grave danger. With a hint of anxiety in his subdued voice, Richard asked, Are you suggesting the sun offspring might be dead, slain by the dream of the Nameless One? It's hard to believe anything in this world could kill a sun offspring. Could that dream world be? Dumont interrupted in a low mutter. It might be his followers or even he himself. He didn't say the name, but the implication was clear. Richard promptly fell silent, choosing to end the conversation there. Such topics were dangerous to discuss. Speaking too freely could attract the attention of the ghost captain. Legends claimed that the shadow of the vanished rose from the sea at night, ready to abduct those who dared to speak too openly. These stories were well known among sailors navigating the vast, merciless oceans. Richard's mind was filled with questions, particularly about the mysterious and powerful beings known as the sun offsprings. Within the hierarchy chart of heirs, they were some of the most formidable, born from the fiery depths of the black sun, a direct manifestation of an old god's essence. Richard knew that without the protective seals of the four gods, which limited the sun offsprings to spectral forms in the real world, their full power could easily destroy entire city-states. Even their revered saint would likely struggle in a direct clash with their full force. But could the ghost captain really possess such immense power? As he pondered this, a sudden chill emanated from deep within his heart. Richard shivered, a stark reminder to control his thoughts and steer clear of the dark and unseen forces. Dumont's voice, steady and somewhat reassuring, interrupted his thoughts. Regardless, we've managed to escape the whirlpool. While many are still trying to make sense of it, we are safe now. Richard stayed quiet for a moment, the icy sensation in his heart intensifying. It felt as though his blood had stopped flowing, the cold becoming sharper. His body seemed unable to produce any warmth. Despite the increasing cold that enveloped him, Richard slowly nodded in agreement with Dumont's words. Yes, regardless, we are safe now. His response, though simple, underscored the gravity of their narrow escape and the uncertainty that lay ahead. Chapter 654, A Visit in the Shadows. In a grand, ornately decorated assembly hall, its ceilings and walls adorned with intricate murals, sat a monstrous entity known as the Saint on an elevated platform. Above him, the crown, a foreboding structure made of dark, twisted bones, towered. At its base, a web of nerves and blood vessels wove together, interspersed with eyes that were half open. Nestled within this eerie crown was a brain, securely placed within the bone framework, occasionally whispering faintly and shifting slightly. Round the edges of the hall, lower-ranking clergy and lay members of the congregation stood silently, maintaining a respectful distance from the platform to avoid the gaze of the saint's dormant eye stalks. The atmosphere was tense, the air thick with unease. It was common knowledge among those present that the saint was in a particularly bad mood, due to an abrupt and unexpected cessation of their activities. The command to stop had come from the saint himself, but clearly this was not a satisfying or planned development. After a prolonged, heavy silence, a voice abruptly ordered all lower clergy and followers to leave. Grateful as if they had been spared severe punishment, the followers of the Annihilation cult quickly exited through various doors, leaving only the higher-ranking clergy near the platform. Breaking the silence, a senior clergyman in a black robe with neatly combed gray hair spoke up. "Saint, we have news from Mach and Cyprod. The elves, who had been afflicted by a mysterious slumber and decay in various city-states, are beginning to recover." Another high priest added quickly, "The portal to the dream world has vanished, and the skull of dreams no longer responds to our blood rituals. It seems the nameless one may no longer exist. We have yet to hear from the followers of the sun." From within the skeletal crown, a voice responded, "They will not contact us again. The leader of this operation, the Sun Offspring, is dead. Its demise will throw the Suntists into a long period of disarray. With one of their leader gone, the faction that worked with us will likely dissolve." This news caused a stir among the high-ranking clergy assembled around the platform. After a moment of shock, the gray-haired clergyman asked, visibly surprised, "The Sun Heir is dead. How? Was there an incident in the depths of the dream world?" "The details are vague to me. I only sensed its light fading at the end of its path. A vast, foreboding shadow appeared where its light diminished, and this shadow continues to move closer to us." The upper clergy exchanged worried glances, followed by a tense silence until one cautiously broke it. "You're suggesting, after the fall of the Sun Heir, the very shadow that caused its downfall is still advancing towards us?" "Our fate is shrouded in darkness," the saint replied slowly, solemnly, "and it has not yet lifted. We've positioned ourselves far from any major city-states and key trade routes," another high priest added hesitantly. "Moreover, we've managed to evade the patrol fleets of the 4 major churches at the borders." Before he could finish, another clergyman interrupted urgently. "The forces of the 4 gods have been unusually active recently. They've amassed a large number of fleets near the eastern border, weakening their patrol capabilities in other regions. We managed to slip through unnoticed and should soon reach the Holy." Another clergyman contributed, "The Holy Land is enshrouded in a dense fog at its borders, safeguarded by the Lord. Even the ark ships of the 4 gods' minions cannot penetrate it." As the upper clergy engaged more freely in conversation, a deceptive sense of security seemed to emerge among them. However, the saint, perched on the platform, remained ominously silent. The conversation around the platform gradually waned, and the clergy wisely fell silent. "He is approaching." After a significant pause, the deep, resonant voice of the saint suddenly filled the hall, spreading a palpable chill of fear and terror. Even the hardened hearts of the Annihilation cult's clergy trembled uncontrollably. A high priest quickly grasped the implication of the saint's words. "You mean, the phantom that emerged from subspace. "It's unbelievable. We haven't interacted with his followers since then," another clergyman exclaimed in disbelief. "We withdrew from the dream of the Nameless One before it underwent major changes. We should have severed all connections with." In the tense and fearful atmosphere, the saint remained silent. Instead, they slowly raised the eye stalks around them. At the tips of these undulating appendages, numerous eyes swept over the hall, their penetrating gaze seeming to observe beyond the walls, scrutinizing the entire ship. In the saint's bulging, malformed eyes, a reflection of impending doom was evident. A greenish flame flickered in the shadows, signaling the looming presence that would soon surface at sea. They foresaw the approaching death and terror. The majority aboard this ship were destined to meet their demise soon. For those who might survive, their fate would be even grimmer than death. The saint was already attuned to the scent of scorched blood and the cries that would soon follow. However, the knowledge that the shadow would continue its relentless advance along this path brought more despair than the imminent deaths. This ship was not the final destination. It was merely a temporary stop on the shadow's ever-expanding path. Prescription. The saint gradually retracted its eye stalks, reflecting on the choices made in the near yet constrained future. These decisions had consistently increased its power, transforming this ship into a formidable talisman of the Lord's will. However, at this point, it realized a disturbing truth. Regardless of their actions, whether abruptly ending their operations in the dream of the Nameless One, altering the holy ship's course, or even cloaking the ship's aura, they could not escape the ominous future that loomed over them. It seemed as if the shadow enveloped everything and everyone. It had become an inescapable presence, and chillingly, it appeared to have already infiltrated the ship. Already aboard the ship, in the skeletal crown where the saint resided, the engorged, writhing brain momentarily ceased its movements, and the surrounding organic tissues slowly relaxed. A sudden realization dawned on the saint, and they noticed the pervasive shadows beginning to weaken. On the adjacent sea, the eerie greenish flames that had emerged from the darkness started to fade. "I've caught you," the saint whispered softly. An upper clergyman attentive to this shift asked immediately, "What have you noticed?" "Summon all those who have ventured into the dream of the Nameless One to this hall," the saint commanded, while their eyes tracked the receding darkness on the ship and the rapidly vanishing scent of impending doom. "Especially those who interacted with the girl accompanying the Dark Hound. Richard, yes, bring him here. But do so subtly without arousing his suspicion. Guide him here gently." As the oppressive gloom completely withdrew from the hall and the ominous scent around the ship rapidly dissipated, the greenish flames retreated back into the shadows on the sea's surface in the near future. The saint had correctly surmised that the shadow was indeed aboard the ship. At this moment, they sensed a minor turning point in destiny, a choice made rightly, a consequence seemingly favorable. One of the upper clergymen quickly left the assembly hall to carry out the saint's orders. After a short pause, the saint on the platform issued another command. Additionally, halt the ship. Though the immediate danger seemed to have lessened, a persistent unease weighed on the saint's heart. The situation was unlikely to be resolved so easily. The phantom that had returned from subspace might not be so easily escaped. With a sense of necessary caution, the saint decided the ship should temporarily remain in these waters, forbidding further progress towards the Holy Land until they were certain that all threats had been neutralized. A minute later, Richard was abruptly woken from a turbulent, fleeting nightmare. A cold, unexplained breeze brushed against Richard's neck, carrying with it faint, barely audible whispers that seemed to come from the dark corners of his room. The details of his nightmare had already faded from his memory. He couldn't remember what he had dreamed about, only feeling a lingering discomfort similar to a hangover deep within his heart. This feeling slowly subsided, leaving behind a vague impression. "She is coming to visit." This whisper, barely louder than a breath, seemed to emerge from the depths of Richard's own mind. Startled into alertness, Richard sat up in his bed. The subtle and indistinct whispers continued to echo softly around the room. Nearby, the light cast erratic, shifting shadows on the wall, forming patterns that resembled tangled mycelium or an invisible spider's web that seemed to envelop the entire cabin. "The lady of the house is coming, lovely doll." The faint voice spoke again, its tone ethereal and distant. Richard blinked slowly, feeling the numbness and mental lethargy gradually lifting from his mind. He got out of bed and moved towards a nearby cabinet. After searching for a short while, he found what he was looking for. In his hands, he held a large roll of paper and several pencils, tools he often used for practicing rune sketching. He paused for a moment, quietly contemplating the items in his hands. Then, a smile slowly spread across Richard's face. He took the paper and pencils, carelessly tossed his bedding aside onto the floor, and unrolled the large sheet of paper across the flat surface of the bedboard. "They have come for you, don't waste time." Following the mysterious whispers in his mind and wearing a smile, Richard leaned forward, pencil in hand, and began to draw with skilled movements. In his mind's eye, the elegant image of a lady gradually formed, and as he sketched, this image began to take shape on the paper, his hands skillfully bringing the vision to life. Chapter 655, Invasion. On a brisk and chilly afternoon, it was nearly time for the mistress to appear in this silent room where only the sound was the gentle scratching of a pencil on paper. Lines of various shades moved across the page, as if alive, dynamically growing under the artist's hand. This artist, Richard, was fully engrossed in his drawing, a unique method of welcoming someone. A blend of calm and eager anticipation gradually filled his thoughts. Unaware, Richard did not notice the chill in the room dissipating. The strange void that had plagued him lately had vanished, and a smile slowly formed on his face. His mind was completely absorbed by the thought of the mistress's imminent arrival. This mistress, whom he had never met personally, held a place of deep respect and anticipation in his heart. He pondered whether she would like this place. Would she appreciate his efforts in preparing everything for her visit? Would she smile and commend the dedication of what he considered himself to be? A rag doll. As he sketched, it seemed the mistress's kind gaze emerged from the drawing, smiling directly at him. Richard's heart fluttered with excitement, yet his hands moved with unprecedented steadiness and speed. He had not realized when he had become so adept at drawing, able to produce such beautiful lines so quickly. He even began using his left hand, both hands moving in a blur. Suddenly, loud and urgent footsteps in the corridor broke his concentration. They echoed like a racing heartbeat, an unwelcome interruption. A soft voice in his mind whispered, "They are coming for you, dear rag doll." It was a faint whisper, like a distant noise on the wind. The familiar, unpleasant sensation of cold returned. Richard felt a surge of annoyance. Someone was coming to disrupt his long-awaited meeting with the mistress. They were almost at his door, and he hadn't finished his drawing yet. He quickened his pace, his hands flying over the paper. However, the disturbing footsteps reached him faster than he had anticipated. They halted right outside his door, followed by a knock. It started gently but quickly became more insistent. "Richard, are you in there?" A voice from outside called, tense and awkwardly polite. "The saint has called a meeting. Everyone is to gather in the hall." "Don't go, it's a trap." Richard heard a warning inside his head, but he couldn't discern if it was Rabbi's voice or his own thought. He ignored the voice at the door, concentrating even more intensely on his drawing. The quiet of the room was shattered by more forceful knocking as they raised their voices. "Richard, we know you're in there. This meeting is important, you can't still be sleeping." Just a little longer, he thought, just a bit more. Richard's brow furrowed deeply, his arms shaking as if in a spasm. From the black and white sketch, the mistress's eyes seemed to come alive within the drawing. But still, Richard's artwork was incomplete. He had just a few crucial strokes left to add. Suddenly, the persistent knocking ceased, only to be replaced by a loud, violent crash. Bang-clang! The weak wooden door was forcefully burst open. Richard was momentarily frozen in shock. In that fleeting moment, someone burst into the room, and a large, shadow-like hound leaped out of nowhere, pinning him to the ground with its formidable weight. Had he managed to place the last stroke correctly? Struggling to look up, Richard found himself overpowered by the hound's strength. He attempted to push himself up with his arms, but all he could muster were hoarse, strange grunts and growls. His mind was awash with frustration and anger. He harbored a deep loathing for these shadowy hounds, despising their rude and violent nature. Someone grabbed his arm, quickly binding it with a rope. Another person gagged him, silencing him to prevent the use of any magical abilities. The intruders then dragged Richard up, seizing his pencil and pulled him roughly towards the door. As Richard was led out of the room, he stopped resisting. His mind seemed to shut down, overwhelmed by a muffled, cotton-like fuzziness. He was escorted by his brethren, who moved in silence, showing no signs of life or resistance through the corridor. "Wait," one of the suppressors escorting Richard paused, turning to another. "What was he doing when we entered the room?" "He appeared to be drawing," the other replied, frowning slightly. "There was a large sheet of paper on the bed, but I didn't see what was on it." "That's strange, I'll go back and check." The first suppressor swiftly returned to the recently vacated room. He stepped over the remains of the broken door and approached Richard's bed, examining the large piece of paper lying there. It was a completely blank sheet. The suppressor's brow furrowed, a sense of unease settling in. Driven by this feeling, he searched the room but found nothing out of the ordinary. Muttering to himself, he carefully picked up the paper, rolled it up, and carried it with him as he rejoined the others in the corridor. "It's just a blank paper," he informed the waiting group. "Let's move on." A blank paper. Restrained and led by his brethren, Richard slowly raised his head. His eyes, clouded with confusion, fixed on the blank scroll in the hands of the vaguely familiar figure. After staring blankly for a moment, a faint smile crept onto his face. But his smile went unnoticed, and the sound of their footsteps gradually faded down the corridor. Elsewhere on the ship, more footsteps resonated. The suppressors, acting on the saint's orders, had commenced their operation. Armed with a newly compiled list, these priests moved swiftly through the long, dimly lit corridors. They knocked on doors with haste, systematically removing every brethren who might have succumbed to outside influences. A palpable tension began to spread throughout the ship. Some of the passengers and crew sensed an unusual shift, while others noted that the ship had ceased its movement. Those who had not been taken away huddled in their rooms, engaging in hushed, nervous conversations, trying to piece together the unfolding events. Meanwhile, those who had been escorted away were gradually converging in the assembly hall. The saint, standing on the central platform of the hall, momentarily lapsed into a state of dazed fatigue. Exhaustion from his prolonged observation of fate had set in. He found himself longing for the past, for the days when he inhabited a human body. Despite its weakness and vulnerability, he reminisced about the comfort of lying in a bed, free from the incessant, muddled whispers and the tumultuous roars that now plagued his mind. Lost in this daze, his memories wove into a nebulous veil, within which a sense of eternal peace seemed to beckon to him. That peace took the form of a tall shadow, aglow with pale green flames. Abruptly, the saint was jolted from this premonition of fate, his every nerve and blood vessel pulsing with intense pain. "Your Holiness," a voice interrupted, belonging to a high-ranking priest. The priest was delivering a report. "Everyone you requested has been brought here." The saint raised his eye-stalks, surveying the assembled followers in the hall. The crowd was a mix of fear and bewilderment that had been engulfed within an impenetrable shadow. "Intruders have boarded the ship." After the hall had emptied, a subtle shift in the air occurred in Richard's room. This was followed by the sudden appearance of a figure beside the bed. The emergence of this figure, Lucretia, was almost like an image transitioning from a flat surface to a three-dimensional form. It was as if she had flipped and stood up from being a mere image. Lucretia had been incredibly close to the suppressor during the earlier encounter, at times just half a meter away, but she was positioned sideways. A flat picture lacks depth, making it invisible to eyes in three-dimensional space when viewed parallelly. Lucretia let out a soft exhale, examining her hands. She casually picked up a pencil that had been tossed aside and drew a few lines on her palm. Then, with a simple gesture, her flat figure transformed back into a normal, solid form. She glanced at the empty floor and spoke, "Rabbi, I know you're in the room." Almost immediately after her words, a sharp, childlike voice rang out in the room. "Mistress is here, Rabbi is coming out." Accompanying this high-pitched, almost playful voice, countless white, fluffy substances suddenly materialized. Shadows in the corners, the gaps between the pieces of furniture, small openings in the ceiling, and even the tiny cracks in the floor became sources of an unusual phenomenon. These spaces, potential hiding places for fibers, suddenly erupted with countless cotton fluffs. It was as though the room itself was actively expelling these foreign objects. In just a moment, the fluff swarmed into Lucretia's field of view, rapidly converging in the center of the room. There they began to merge, gradually taking on the form of a rabbit made entirely of cotton, yet curiously missing its outer skin. Then this makeshift cotton rabbit began a peculiar transformation, almost inverting itself from the inside out. Colorful fabric pieces emerged from within its core, swiftly enveloping its cotton body. The transformation resulted in a large rabbit doll designed with an unsettling, eerie aesthetic. This bizarre doll wobbled unsteadily, then joyfully lunged toward Lucretia, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Rabbi's here, Rabbi's here! Welcome, welcome, we!" "Quiet," Lucretia interrupted sharply, her tone frosty as she effortlessly caught the rabbit doll in mid-leap. "Stay quiet," she commanded, imposing silence upon the lively doll. Chapter 656, Longing for Cotton. The ship was eerily quiet, disturbed only by the gentle, rhythmic splashes of ocean waves against its hull. These soothing sounds drifted through open windows, fostering a serene environment. Meanwhile, the faint hum of machinery and occasional clinking of pipes resonated through the empty corridors, suggesting most people had vacated the area, leaving only a few secluded in their rooms. This tranquility almost suggested safety and peace, yet it was marred by a subtle scent of blood, a warning sign easily overlooked by an oblivious visitor, oblivious to the ship harboring secret cultists. Lucretia, fully aware of her surroundings, sensed the ship's masters had detected her presence. An invisible hostility seemed to permeate the ship as if unseen forces were searching for her. In response, she expertly wielded her ornately designed command wand, tracing glowing symbols in the air to conceal herself. Beside her stood Rabbi, a plush rabbit with an unnerving appearance. Despite its disturbing look, Rabbi appeared anxious, surveying the surroundings before whispering, "Didn't the old master come with you?" "Do you wish to meet him now?" Lucretia asked, looking down at the toy. Rabbi shook as she replied, No, Rabbi is just curious. Rabbi doesn't want to." With gentle amusement, Lucretia responded, "Papa will come later. I've arrived early to cleanse this tainted place. He needs some living annihilators for a specific communication ritual. But if he were to arrive directly, it's likely there wouldn't be any survivors left." Rabbi, partially understanding, then remembered, "Oh, the ordinary cultists' demons will be terrified by the old master and flee into the shadow realm, right?" "You do remember some useful things," Lucretia acknowledged. Proudly, Rabbi exclaimed, "I'm smart." Then, becoming mysteriously eager to please, she added, "In that case, Rabbi has a suggestion." "A suggestion?" Lucretia inquired. "Maybe we just need to keep the saint alive. From what Rabbi observed, the saint has already consumed his symbiotic demon. He won't perish meeting the old master." Lucretia raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the suggestion. "What?" An ominous presence enveloped the ship, casting dark shadows across its decks. This disturbing force was fleeting, leaving behind a trail of unease. Communication faltered in deeper sections of the ship, and the behavior of wandering cultists grew erratic and unpredictable. In the brightly lit and luxurious ship's grand assembly hall, a tense gathering of annihilators was underway, summoned by the saint. These followers, steeped in dark teachings, huddled and whispered anxiously amidst an atmosphere of repression and caution, discussing recent unsettling events on the ship. On an elevated platform, about a dozen cultists were isolated and displayed before the saint. Each was bound with ropes soaked in a magical potion and wore collars that suppressed their symbiotic demon's powers, while armed priests stood guard, indicating these individuals were under close surveillance. The murmurs centered on these restrained cultists, speculating about their involvement in the recent Dream of the Nameless One operation, and the swirling rumors concerning the dream and the Sun offspring, intensifying the tension in the room. Overwhelmed by the chaos, Richard found himself unable to discern the whispers around him, which turned into a deafening cacophony, heightening his irritability. Most disturbingly, he could no longer hear the familiar guiding voice in his head. Where had Rabbi gone? In his confusion, Richard noticed Dumont nearby, who seemed to glance his way with hesitation and confusion. When Dumont attempted to speak, no sound came out. Instead, Richard saw a white, cotton-like substance between Dumont's teeth. Then the saint's commanding voice boomed from the platform, intensifying the pressure on Richard, Dumont, and the others. "You brought something aboard. Where have you hidden it?" Several of the bound cultists twitched involuntarily under the saint's intense scrutiny, their instincts still responsive to fear. Others, however, remained eerily still, numb to any danger. The saint, adorned with an intricate arrangement of intersecting black bones, emitted clicking sounds that resonated deeply. Amid these sounds, Richard's fragmented sanity flickered, briefly regaining clarity. He remembered who he was but was immediately confounded by his situation. Hesitantly, he looked toward the platform where the commanding voice demanded, "What did you see in the dream of the Nameless One? What did you touch? What did you do after returning?" In a moment of clarity amidst his confusion, Richard urgently thought. The sea witch, it was the witch and her servant. He thought he had shouted this, but his attempt to speak resulted in a grotesque display. His mouth opened wide, and after several strained, guttural sounds, he expelled a large clump of cotton, shocking everyone present. More cotton lodged in his throat, effectively silencing him. As his moment of lucidity faded, Richard's gaze fixated on the white cotton on the floor. a substance he seemed to regard as exceedingly precious. "My cotton, my cotton, my cotton." His voice, muffled and distorted by the cotton, produced only indistinct murmurs. In a frantic effort, Richard leaned forward, trying to reclaim the cotton he had expelled. The ropes binding him caused him to lose balance and fall to the floor in a rigid heap. On the ground, he writhed in a disturbing, desperate manner, trying to grasp the damp cotton with his mouth. Thud, thud. Others around him, Dumont, Vyson, Sulak, all who had ventured into the dream of the Nameless One with Richard, succumbed to the same strange compulsion. They collapsed, drawn uncontrollably toward the allure of the cotton, engaging in a frenzied scramble over the clump Richard had spat out. "Don't take my cotton, don't take my cotton." Richard's mind was a whirlwind of panic as he mentally screamed. He tried to push Dumont away with his head, but was met with a bite on the ear from Vyson. A savage, animalistic struggle ensued as they fought over the cotton, stripped of all reason and humanity, driven only by a primal urge for the cotton. The assembly hall plunged into a state of pandemonium. Even the typically unflappable annihilators were deeply disturbed by the macabre spectacle. They watched in horror as their former companions, bound and incapacitated, engaged in a vicious brawl over the mysterious cotton. "Execute them," a decisive command echoed from the platform. Bang, bang, bang. Obedient to the saint's directive, the armed priests sprang into action, firing their heavy-caliber handguns at Richard and the others. Simultaneously, some cultists summoned the powers of their symbiotic demons, unleashing a barrage of magical attacks. Bullets infused with dark energy, bolts of lightning, and clouds of corrosive fog, upon those who had lost their humanity. Under the fierce attack, Richard and Dumont's bodies were easily torn apart. Their skin, fragile as old cloth, ripped open with a sickening noise, releasing clouds of cotton that showed no trace of blood or flesh. Within moments, all the annihilators suffering from the cotton plague were dead. But the ensuing eerie silence was brief. The cotton that had spilled from their bodies began to move again, aggressively consuming and tearing at itself. It seemed the compulsion that had driven their former hosts, the obsessive struggle over the cotton, continued in these lifeless fibers. Amidst this chaos, a flurry of something else began to emerge from the tangled heaps. Rising from the chaotic scene was a cloud of spores, as delicate and fine as dust particles. These spores began to spread through the hall, diffusing into the air like a thin, almost ethereal fog. The sight of this spreading mist instilled a sense of impending danger and horror even in those previously unaware of the situation's gravity. However, as the spores started to expand their reach, they suddenly encountered an unseen barrier, as if hitting an invisible wall. Almost immediately they were forcefully pulled back, drawn towards the original pile of cotton by a powerful, unseen force. On the platform, the figure known as the Saint assumed a commanding stance. He opened what appeared to be a crown-like cage made of interlocking black bones. From this structure, tendrils emerged, extending from his grotesquely oversized brain. These tendrils writhed in the air, creating an unsettling spectacle. As the tendrils reached out, they efficiently captured all the escaping spores, leaving none to escape. Then, in a sudden and dramatic turn, a fierce flame erupted, engulfing the still-moving mound of cotton. In moments, the cotton and the contained spores were entirely incinerated, consumed by the relentless blaze. The sudden ignition of the flame seemed almost magical, showcasing the formidable powers wielded by the Saint. Chapter 657, Boarding the Ship. The scene was both terrifying and bizarre. Ordinary cotton suddenly ignited. The intense and swift fire burned the mysterious spores floating around, reducing them to ashes. As quickly as it appeared, the fire extinguished, leaving behind a sense of awe and the smell of burnt cotton. In the grand hall, the cultists, who had been anxiously observing, finally allowed themselves a slight relief. This unusual event, coupled with the presence of the potentially infectious spores, set off alarms among all present. It was clear that the spores were not only unusual, but also highly dangerous. However, while the lower-ranking cult members began to relax, a tense and oppressive air lingered, emanating from the elevated platform. The Saint, a commanding presence, tapped his skeletal crown in a rhythmic manner. His eye stalks roved restlessly, scanning the hall. He recognized that a greater threat, a dark cloud hanging over their ship, still loomed. The incident they had just witnessed was merely a minor indication of a more significant issue that had deeply infiltrated their ranks, and he was troubled by his slow response. "Don't become complacent," the Saint warned, his voice resonating with everyone present. "The unwelcome intruder is already among us. From this moment, consider our ship besieged by heresy. Lentium, take your men, search every corner for the intruder. Execute anyone who resists or acts suspiciously immediately. Gamaro, lead your team to the engine room. Secure the steam core and the control valves. Our uninvited guest might try to take control of the ship's central systems, and don't forget the nitroglycerin. Persia, you and your followers must go to the armory. Arm everyone, even the ordinary sailors. Everyone must be ready for battle. Basmorton, you and your team are in charge of the deck guns. We must also be prepared for an attack from the sea. The Saint's orders, issued in a sharp, decisive tone, instantly reinstated a sense of urgency among the Annihilators. They had just begun to relax, but now they were back into action, fully aware of the grave situation. The high priests, clearly understanding their duties, quickly mobilized their subordinates and left the hall to carry out their tasks. With many having departed to execute their tasks, the hall was less crowded, but several high-ranking priests stayed behind, vigilant and guarding the platform where the Saint stood. After a moment of silent contemplation, the Saint turned his gaze to Eric, a high-ranking priest nearby. Eric, take your men and execute all the captives in the cages. Eric, usually unwavering in his duties, paused briefly. Now. Their blood is necessary to enhance my powers. The adversary we face is supernatural. This is no time to conserve resources, the Saint replied indifferently as if ordering a routine task. We can always capture more later. For now, execute those we have on board. Let their blood soak the ancient stones of their cells. I need to gather strength for the final battle. Yes, Your Holiness, Eric responded solemnly. He quickly assembled his followers and left the hall, moving briskly through the ship's labyrinthine corridors. They passed numerous sealed doors and intersecting stairways, heading towards the more secluded, quieter cabins deep within the vessel. A strange, cool mist inexplicably filled the ship's interior, lending the corridors a dreamlike, slightly distorted appearance. Breaking the silence, one of Eric's followers voiced his concern. High Priest, this mist, it's unnatural. Eric, looking worried, agreed. Indeed, it's odd. Under normal circumstances, why would there be such a dense fog indoors? He carefully surveyed his surroundings. Behind him, surreal apparitions floated eerily, and dark chains trailed from his spine. Attached to these chains was a formless black entity, its numerous eyes alertly scanning the area for any signs of movement. Everything's too quiet here. The corridor was eerily silent, the usual noises from adjacent rooms missing, replaced only by the distant, otherworldly hum of the ship's machinery. Eric pondered the others who had been sent on various tasks. Shouldn't the ship be buzzing with the activity of a thorough search? As he considered, a wisp of smoke drifted from ahead, carrying a distinctive smell that caught Eric's attention. He inhaled sharply, recognizing the unmistakable scent of gunpowder. Suddenly, soft, muffled sounds echoed, followed by a series of crisp commands slicing through the smoky haze. Positions, line up, load, aim. These orders sounded like those given by a military commander to his troops. Surprised, Eric turned toward the noise. Using the enhanced perception granted by his symbiotic demon, he quickly located the source, a group of small, crudely fashioned wooden toy soldiers at the end of the corridor. These toy soldiers, each only as tall as a hand's breadth, were dressed in colorful uniforms reminiscent of historical musketeers and artillerymen. They bustled about, some raising miniature flags or blowing tiny horns from elevated positions. A toy soldier, standing on a wooden block at the front and wielding a baton, directed the others. The miniature musketeers busily loaded their matchstick-like rifles with what seemed to be real ammunition. Eric's fellow Annihilation priests also noticed the toy soldiers, poised for an assault in an almost earnest manner. Initially, the sight was so absurd that shock and inadvertent amusement crossed their faces. However, the amusement was fleeting, lasting barely a moment. The next instant, the group was on high alert. Anything unusual in this mysterious and dangerous sea was a potential threat, even a seemingly harmless group of toy soldiers. A sudden flash of recognition struck Eric as he remembered a legend about such toy soldiers. His response was swift and urgent. Get down. But his warning came just a bit too late. From within the smoky veil, the toy commander's voice commanded, Fire. Immediately, a series of sharp bang, bang, bang sounds erupted from the tiny battalion. The once quiet corridor became a scene of chaos as the toy soldiers opened fire, their miniature guns releasing a surprising barrage. Flashes of fire cut through the mist, and bullets flew with lethal precision. The Annihilators, caught off guard and unable to summon their symbiotic demons in time, were quickly overwhelmed by the unexpected attack. Bullets struck their ranks, and one by one they fell to the cold ship's floor. Long ago, a bold city-state defied a powerful sea witch, determined to end the curse she had cast over the boundless sea. A confident commander, leading his battle-hardened Marines, attacked the witch's refuge under the cover of night. As a thick fog rolled in with the darkness, the Marines vanished into it, shrouded by its dense embrace. By dawn, the witch had exacted her revenge, transforming the entire battalion into 166 toy soldiers. These soldiers, now bound to the witch's will, were condemned to exist in her shadow, released only to unleash their formidable power at her command, as if they were still a living, breathing army. As Eric lay wounded, the reality of his dire situation sinking in, his thoughts returned to these legends. His body rapidly losing blood, the pain giving way to a chilling numbness. From his position on the ground, he noticed something he had inexplicably overlooked before. The corridor walls were adorned with oil paintings depicting various forms of the Nether Lord, demons, and deep-sea scenes. However, these paintings had changed. They now showed the sorrowful, pained faces of people who appeared to have been blinking just moments ago. There had been no communication from those sent to other parts of the ship. A dark cloud seemed to have settled over the vessel, growing thicker and showing no sign of clearing. Back in the central platform of the assembly hall, the saint was lost in thought. Beneath his calm exterior, a storm of anger and despair was brewing. He was beginning to realize that his decisions might have been misguided, perhaps even worsening the shadows spread instead of containing it. He felt his connection to various parts of the ship slipping away one by one. A palpable tension and unease began to fill the hall as the remaining ordinary priests sensed something amiss. Those who had departed earlier to carry out tasks had not returned, and no news had reached them. Internal communication lines failed one after another. Even attempts to use the shadow demons to sense or contact their brethren elsewhere on the ship were futile. They lost contact with the cargo and water storages, then the sailors' quarters, and now even the nearby corridors seemed out of reach. The ship's atmosphere had taken an ominous turn, with each compartment seemingly disappearing into an ever-expanding shroud of darkness. The assembly hall appeared to be the last area not yet consumed by this invisible, encroaching entity. An unseen, malevolent force seemed to be methodically engulfing the ship. Amidst this growing tension, a profound sense of dread began to grip everyone in the hall, emanating from some unseen source, as if a wave of palpable fear had swept over them. At that moment, a subtle disturbance was detected in the corridor outside. The cultist stationed nearest to the main door heard faint, unsettling crackling sounds echoing from the passageway. With a mix of hesitation and bravery, he decided to investigate, cautiously peering outside the door. Another cultist, noticing his comrade's daring move, rushed over in an attempt to prevent what seemed like a reckless decision. But his intervention came too late. The cultist who had looked into the corridor suddenly became rigid, his body trembling briefly before he stepped back into the hall with an unnatural, mechanical motion, as if he were a puppet on strings. After a brief, eerie pause, he collapsed backward onto the floor. To the horror of the onlookers, his limbs shattered as if made of brittle porcelain, his body having inexplicably transformed into lifeless, inorganic material. His head, now resembling a crudely crafted doll's head, detached from the neck and rolled across the floor, stopping at the feet of the terrified cultists. Panic ensued, with screams piercing the air. Swords were unsheathed, and firearms loaded in a frenzy of fear and confusion. The cultists hastily summoned their shadow demons, preparing for an imminent confrontation amidst this terrifying chaos. The sound of footsteps in the corridor grew louder, approaching the door of the hall. The first to enter was a striking lady with silver hair dressed in an opulent deep purple court gown. She possessed a surreal, doll-like beauty, moving with ethereal grace. She entered the assembly hall boldly, unfazed by the Annihilators, shadow demons, and the weapons aimed at her. Her deep purple eyes, curious and bright, seemed to mirror unseen, delicate threads. Following her was an exceptionally tall figure, whose presence felt like a nightmare intruding into reality. His mere presence seemed to erode the sanity and composure of more than half of the Annihilators in the room. After his entry, Duncan couldn't help but raise his head, his gaze drawn to the saint on the high platform. The hall was now faintly illuminated by spreading, eerie green flames, casting a ghostly light on the unfolding scene. "You and your ship are of use to me," the tall figure declared, his voice resonating with a chilling certainty that reverberated through the hearts of everyone present. Chapter 658, Sudden Change. In the grand assembly hall of the ship, ghostly green flames erupted suddenly, sweeping through the area in seconds. These flames had been brewing silently for what seemed like an eternity, now erupting with the roar of thunder and howling winds, consuming everything in their path. Alarmed shouts and angry roars echoed from all corners. The shadow demons in the hall sensed the rise of the green flames and reacted instantly. The weaker demons lost control immediately, while even the stronger ones, overwhelmed by terror and instinct, ignored their partners' commands. Dark, eerie rifts opened in the air, dragging the unfortunate disciples and priests into these chaotic voids with screams of despair. Only a few lucky ones remained, hastily preparing to confront these unexpected and violent foes. Amidst this chaos, gunfire rang out, mingled with the fizzling of several weak magical spells and curses that ineffectively landed near Duncan and Alice. However, the flames formed an impenetrable barrier. These weak attacks were useless, unable to breach the fiery wall. Bullets tinged green by the flames fell harmlessly to the ground. Missiles and acid, conjured by demonic forces, transformed into more flames midair, turning back on their summoners. Alice, eyes wide, watched this intense and dangerous display. Surrounded by bizarre demons and frenzied cultists, she felt no fear. She had come with the captain to observe, and the chaos around her was thrilling. But soon, the overwhelming disorder became too much. She turned towards the loudest part of the hall, her expression shifting to a slight frown. Raising her hand, she summoned invisible threads that gracefully floated into her hands, a precaution she had prepared knowing the hall was filled with dangerous cultists, whom the captain had warned were inhuman. With Alice at the center, a wave of paralysis swept over the cultists. They froze, rigid and motionless, then began transforming into puppets. At that moment, a deep, resonant drumming sound erupted from the center of the hall. A massive force surged forth, momentarily quelling the ghost fire and interrupting Alice's puppetry. The saint on a high platform finally acted. His eye stalks lifted, and a myriad of black bones resembling arthropod limbs clicked and clacked around his enormous brain. They stretched and expanded, morphing the cage-like structure into a giant spider with the formidable brain at its center. The brain pulsated with drum-like beats, echoing a heartbeat, amplified by its swollen veins. Duncan watched, astounded, as the saint ascended from the platform. The skeletal spider-like creature clung to the platform's edge, emitting erratic, chaotic hisses. Duncan's face registered stark surprise. He had not anticipated that the creature could appear even more repulsive. Before Duncan could express his thoughts, he and Alice were assaulted by the sound of terrified, despairing screams echoing throughout the hall. The cultists who had survived the initial demonic chaos and fiery assault, and who had narrowly avoided transformation by Alice, now underwent a grotesque metamorphosis. Their human forms swelled unnaturally, their skins stretching and pulsing as if something monstrous within tried to burst free. In a horrifying spectacle, the bodies of these cultists ruptured, disintegrating into gruesome pools of flesh on the floor. As each cultist perished, the symbiotic demons connected to them collapsed and disintegrated in succession. Yet these disintegrating demons did not vanish into thin air. Instead, they morphed into swirling clouds of black smoke, converging toward the high platform at the center of the hall. On the platform, the saint watched the unfolding chaos, raising his sinister, bony limbs. His brain, pulsating eagerly, absorbed the black smoke from the dying shadow demons. Within moments, he grew significantly larger, and a potent, menacing aura radiated from his brain, distorting the space around the platform. "You've quickly turned against your own followers," Duncan remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice as he observed from afar. "I didn't expect that." "Weaklings have no place here. They would either fuel your flames or become sacrifices for Anomaly 99, the saint retorted, his voice raspy and deep, his limbs clicking. He began to descend from the platform, his movements deliberate and menacing. "It's better that they strengthen me. I will represent them in the final battle against you." Disinterested in the saint's speech, Duncan casually raised his hand. The ghost fire, which had briefly been subdued, reignited with vigor, spreading swiftly towards the platform. "You've managed to gather quite a bit of information," Duncan noted nonchalantly. "But I suggest you cooperate. My request is simple. I just want a conversation with your lord, and perhaps to know where this ship is headed." "Indeed, you pose a significant threat to us, Captain Duncan," the saint responded, his limbs moving against the advancing flames. "Therefore, I cannot allow you to proceed. O Holy Master, grant me your blessing." With a roar that echoed the terror of its skeletal form, the saint caused the space around him to momentarily warp. The ghost flames nearly engulfing him were pushed back. Then, driven by a fervor for martyrdom, he leaped high, hurling himself towards Duncan in a reckless, suicidal charge. "The time for martyrdom has come," he bellowed, propelling his monstrous form at Duncan, master of the fiery maelstrom, in a final, desperate attack. This monstrous entity, resembling a grotesque skeletal spider, shouted fanatically, repelling the surrounding flames with its immense power. It surged forward like a dark, unstoppable meteor, fearlessly hurtling towards the daunting subspace shadow. Facing this otherworldly threat, Duncan calmly opened his palm towards the advancing monster. The green ghost fire swirling in the air began to converge, amassing a formidable force poised to engulf the skeletal spider in seconds. Yet the saint executed a surprising maneuver in midair. With unbelievable agility, the creature plummeted straight downwards, its descent marked by a deafening roar as it crashed through the hall's floor, creating a vast chasm and vanishing into the ship's bowels, burrowing through the decking below and disappearing from Duncan and Alice's view instantly. Duncan, Alice. The abrupt turn of events left even the seasoned Duncan momentarily stunned. Equally surprised, Alice looked first at Duncan and then at the gaping hole still emitting ghostly flames, finally expressing her confusion. Did it run away? Fleeing, on the vast ocean, aboard a ship entirely consumed by my ghost fire, where could the saint possibly escape to? Duncan's brow furrowed as the sounds of destruction and the creaking of strained supports echoed from below. Then, realization struck him. No, it's not fleeing, it's trying to destroy the ship. What? The massive skeletal spider continued its relentless descent, aiming for the engine room just ahead. Speed was critical. It needed to act before the ghost captain could respond, and before the raging ghost flames could overtake it. The very bottom of the ship was near, just beyond the remaining layers of flooring and walls, past the labyrinth of pipes. There, the nitroglycerin, secretly placed aboard by his followers, awaited. A single detonation within the steam core would trigger an uncontrolled chain reaction from the reactor, powerful enough to annihilate the entire ship. Only then would the Holy Land be safe. The monstrous, skeletal, spider-shaped saint tore through the ship with alarming speed, slicing through steel plates, pipes, and every obstacle in its path. What was once the pride and lavish construct of the cult was now rapidly being dismantled into irreparable ruins by its frenzied excavation. Despite this, the saint did not waver in his resolve. He quickened his pace, carving through the steel behemoth's belly with even greater swiftness. He had foreseen it all, the demise of everyone, including himself. In his grim determination, the skeletal spider-like saint recognized the inevitable fate of his weaker followers. They would succumb to despair, their bodies consumed by the relentless flames. He understood that his own survival was equally impossible, as the engulfing shadows had already cut off every potential escape route. Even a change in direction at the brink of darkness was now futile, as the ship was hopelessly ensnared in an abyss of darkness. He acknowledged that directly confronting Captain Duncan was a foolhardy endeavor. His clearest premonitions had only shown him a rapid and insignificant end to his own existence. Confronted with the certainty of his own demise, he resolved to undertake a more audacious course of action. He could not allow the ship to fall into Duncan's hands, nor could he permit the secrets of the Holy Land to be unveiled. The consequences of such an outcome would render his sins utterly irredeemable. With a resounding crash, the final wall obstructing his path gave way. The innermost chamber, housing the steam core, finally came into view. In its monstrous form, the skeletal spider clambered into the room, awkwardly landing on a platform surrounded by a network of pipes, valves, and control panels. He raised the eye stalks on the fringes of his body, meticulously scanning every inch of the chamber. As anticipated, there were no surviving cultists within this space. Only a few lifeless bodies lay strewn across an open area nearby. Closer to the control panels and valves, the eerie, twisted shadows of humans seemed imprinted onto the surfaces of the machinery, marking their final moments. The saint felt no sense of mourning for these fallen comrades. His eyes, or what served as eyes, fixed on the end of the platform. There, just as he had expected, lay the stack of explosives, the crucial element he had been seeking, the key to executing his final, desperate plan. Chapter 659, 659. Chapter 659. Deep within the ship, the engine room was a somber sight. Once bustling with crew members, it was now eerily silent, all the workers having met untimely deaths. Yet the massive steam core engine, a pinnacle of technology, continued to function autonomously, a testament to its relentless design. The reactor throbbed with deep, rhythmic pulsations that reverberated throughout the space. Pipes and valves, managed by an intricate automated system, released gentle hisses intermittently. Warning lights monitoring the metallic ore catalyst blinked rhythmically, signaling significant pressure within the steam core. Next to the robust steam core, a towering copper column bridged the ceiling and the floor at the steel walkway's end. Parts of the column's casing were removed, revealing a complex network of gears and rods in synchronized motion. This sophisticated differential engine hummed continuously, its rhythmic ticking echoing as it processed and routed strips of paper to various data storage units or punch card analyzers. This precise and costly machine was crucial for the ship, autonomously computing essential data for the forthcoming voyage and the engine room operations. This data was relayed directly to the upper-level navigation station, information vital to keep from potential invaders. Amidst this ominous atmosphere, the ghost captain became aware of the unfolding events, ready to unleash his wrath. Suddenly, a colossal skeletal spider, symbolizing doom, lunged toward the copper column. In a swift motion, it drove a bone spike into the heart of the differential engine's power shaft. The spike, releasing a destructive force, easily breached the thick bronze and steel armor of the shaft. The internal steel bearings, which had been spinning ceaselessly, now screeched distressingly, leading to a catastrophic failure of the interconnected gears and rods, dragging the punch machines and their paper tapes into a destructive spiral. The differential engine, along with the punch card analyzers, depended on this main shaft for power. Its destruction was enough to obliterate the entire system, a safety flaw intentionally built in to erase the ship's navigational records and control core in emergencies. However, this calamity did not deter the ghost captain. As long as the ship could navigate, it held the potential to transport the captain to his desired destination, the Holy Land. To achieve this, the Saint needed to override the steam core's robust safety protocols, nearly indestructible under normal conditions. Encased in a thick, impenetrable shell, the core safeguarded its vital components, the metal ore catalyst and the reaction medium, from external threats. The spherical casing was so durable that not even nitroglycerin explosives might breach it. To neutralize the formidable steam core, it required a methodical shutdown. Now the chance for shutdown had arrived. As the differential engine's power shaft failed, it unleashed a cacophony of sounds, a booming roar and the excruciating screech of collapsing gears. This failure set off a chain reaction, causing all interconnected machinery, gears, belts, and rods to fall apart. The steam output from the core exceeded the safety valve's limit, filling the engine room with scalding, high-pressure steam. Amid the creaking metal, the steam core's safety pins ejected, and the reactor's spherical shell began to lower. As the shell descended, it disconnected the core from the metal ore catalyst. Inside, a fierce inferno raged, sending a blistering wave of heat toward the control platform, intense enough to instantly vaporize anyone present. For the Saint, this fiery chaos was merely a minor setback. Braving the intense heat, he swiftly gathered several barrels of nitroglycerin explosives. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the reactor, now a deadly inferno of heat and flames. It was a moment of self-sacrifice, to destroy everything here and ensure that the Lord's mission was not compromised by the return of the shadow from subspace. As the flames inside the reactor soared, the situation teetered on the brink of disaster. Just one barrel of nitroglycerin might be enough to tip the scales, potentially annihilating the entire ship. The Saint hoisted the explosives high. At that critical moment, the flames within the reactor turned an eerie green color. Midst the fierce blaze, a terrifying figure appeared. Duncan's upper body emerged from the steam core's flames, leaning down to face the skeletal spider who was inches away with the barrel of nitroglycerin. His voice boomed like thunder. "Do you think this will work?" "Die, ghost!" In a burst of anger, the skeletal spider threw the explosives at the reactor. What followed was a massive explosion. The reactor was instantly engulfed by a wild, uncontrollable blast. Duncan's fiery form, still unstable, flickered within the explosion. The surrounding flames, unaffected by his ghostly fire, transformed into a devastating shockwave, obliterating everything in the compartment. The steam core exploded, and the metal ore catalyst initiated a catastrophic chain reaction under the extreme pressure. Amid the deafening roars and intense heat wave, the ship began to disintegrate, starting from the engine room. In the chaos, the black skeletal spider, a ghastly figure, stretched out its limbs, desperately trying to stabilize itself with its bone spikes. Engulfed by the intense heat, its bones began to ignite. The spider's swollen brain, exposed and throbbing, glowed faintly as its nervous system burned and its blood boiled within its brain tissue. Despite its impending death, a strange thrill energized its mind. It had succeeded in blowing up the steam core, preventing the ghost captain from gaining full control. Sure, no one on the ship, including itself, would survive this disaster, but in its final act, it had safeguarded the Holy Land. The ship's hull, directly below the engine room, began to break apart. Boiling seawater mixed with flames surged into the cabin with a mighty roar. The Saint, with its eye stalks severely damaged from the burns, resignedly awaited death. Yet death did not come. Unexpectedly, the chaotic scene calmed. Confused and hesitating, the dying skeletal spider lifted its eye stalks again. Through its blurred and dimmed vision, a result of the severe burns, it saw an astonishing sight. Every flame in the engine room had turned a ghostly green, frozen midair, as if time itself had stopped. The disintegrating cabin and the raging seawater were also suspended in this eerie stillness. In this stillness, fragments of the shattered steam core floated, with droplets of molten steel hanging around them, creating a grotesquely beautiful display. From the midst of this frozen inferno, a tall figure descended. Emerging from the remnants of the steam core's flames, Duncan approached the skeletal spider in the motionless engine room. He moved effortlessly, pushing aside the hanging molten metal and commanding the stagnant flames to part, his gaze settling calmly on the Saint. This annihilation priest, no longer resembling anything human, had somehow survived. Despite being at the center of the steam core's massive explosion and enduring a blast hot enough to vaporize steel, this creature was only severely burned. Remarkably, in their brief encounter, it had quickly assessed the situation and chose to blow up the ship. This rapid decision-making almost seemed like precognition. The creature was undeniably powerful, intelligent, and possessed supernatural abilities. But for Duncan, there was another crucial factor. As Rabbi had explained, this annihilation priest had already integrated its symbiotic demon, removing the most significant vulnerability of an annihilator, the risk associated with the death or loss of control of the symbiotic demon. This development made the creature more resilient. Nevertheless, it was clear that for the annihilator to reach its full potential, recovering from its current injuries was crucial. In its weakened state, it could not handle the stress of connecting with the enigmatic and powerful Nether Lord. At that moment, Duncan's focus shifted. "I've heard that this ship harbors a secret haven known as the Holy Land," he said, lowering his gaze to meet the numerous eyes of the skeletal spider. "Where can it be found?" The skeletal spider, weakened and battered, showed difficulty in movement. Its limbs attempted to rise but fell limply. From within its grotesque form, a raspy and unclear voice emerged. "It's futile. You'll never find it. I've destroyed all the navigational records and control mechanisms. Moreover, the location of the Holy Land was only known to me, and I've just erased that part of my memory. Even if the four gods themselves intervened, they could not find that path." Contrary to the Saint's expectations, this revelation did not seem to disturb the ghost captain. Duncan simply nodded, expressing a hint of regret. "It's of no great consequence, we'll manage." At that moment, the Saint felt a deep unease. He struggled with his skeletal form, his damaged eye stalks frequently shifting back to Duncan, who stood among the flames. What do you intend to do?" Duncan did not answer. Instead, he observed his surroundings, the frozen flames hanging in the air, the distant and damaged cabin, and the turbulent sea visible through the torn hull. The ship had suffered so much damage that one could see the sky through the large holes in the upper deck, barely visible among the stationary flames. "This vessel was magnificent, such a tragedy," he murmured softly. Then he approached the remnants of the steam core and gently touched a cluster of flames frozen in time. These flames, once the heart of the ship, now needed to beat again. The ghostly green flames flickered softly, casting an eerie glow across the deck. A deep, ominous rumble resonated through the ship, growing louder and more insistent with each passing moment. Despite being completely disabled and in fragments, the vessel began to exhibit signs of life, as if responding to some unseen force. Gradually, it started to pick up speed, as though it were a sentient being awakening from a long slumber. Duncan, standing at the helm, approached the ethereal flames with a sense of purpose. His voice, steady and commanding, cut through the rising cacophony. "Let's head home." Chapter 660, Capture and Aftermath. In the midst of chaos, a monstrous skeleton spider produced a series of loud, discordant sounds, almost as if it were playing a jarring symphony filled with powerful mental disturbance. It roared as if on the brink of madness, its fury almost tangible. Yet this intense anger had no effect on the resurrected ship, which steadily continued its journey home. Despite substantial damage and disorientation, the ship was gaining speed and heading towards a specific destination. The Saint on board could feel unusual vibrations throughout its structure. He was certain he had destroyed the steam core, yet miraculously, the propellers were accelerating. Even with its navigation and linking devices out of action, the ship seemed to instinctively find its way back home. Behind the skeleton spider, a strange thumping sound emanated from its grotesquely enlarged brain. Its blood vessels pulsed rapidly, and something bright seemed to be forming inside, signaling a buildup of a potent and destructive aura of madness. As the annihilation priest, the Saint, was about to use himself as a catalyst for a catastrophic self-destruction, he suddenly lost control over his body. A peculiar stiffness overtook him, making his limbs and eye stalks feel as if they had turned into stone or ceramic. Then, as if compelled by an overwhelming force, these rigid limbs were held firmly in place. Fear crept into the depths of his mind. Struggling, the Saint managed to move one of his functioning eye stalks to look elsewhere. There amidst the flames stood a striking doll-like figure with silver hair, dressed in an elegant deep purple court gown. She stood silently, her hand raised as if manipulating unseen strings. In that fateful moment, the Saint noticed nearly invisible, transparent threads wrapped around her fingers. "Anomaly 099, he said, his voice a mix of anger and fear. "You need to calm down," said Alice, the girl with the silver hair. She tilted her head slightly, observing the grotesque skeleton spider. "Your threads are all tangled. Let me straighten them out for you." At her command, the skeleton spider's body shuddered and then became unconscious. Just before it completely transformed into a doll, Alice released the invisible threads from her hands, remembering the captain's orders to capture this creature alive. Observing the scene, Duncan looked at Alice with a mix of surprise and curiosity. He then glanced at the now unconscious skeleton spider and asked, "It had threads too?" "Yes," Alice confirmed with a nod. "This one's threads are more tangled than usual, but they can still be straightened out." Duncan frowned slightly, his face thoughtful. Just then, a gust of wind swept through the engine room, carrying colorful paper scraps that swirled about 10 meters from Duncan, forming the figure of Lucretia. Lucretia's gaze first landed on the motionless skeleton spider, then shifted to the surrounding wreckage, the obliterated steam core, the remains of the differential machine supports, and the myriad flames and debris frozen in time. Upon her arrival, Duncan nodded. "Everything here has been dealt with." Lucretia seemed slightly bewildered as she took in the devastation. "I heard a massive explosion from below, saw huge flames and metal fragments shooting from the stern." She paused, trying to reconcile the scene before her with her expectations. "Did you manage to restore its power?" "It will find its way back to its home port, though it will take some time," Duncan replied, indicating the ruins with a hint of regret. "It's unfortunate about the mechanical machine. I had a keen interest in it, but now it's in ruins." While speaking, he shook his head in disappointment and gestured towards where the Saint lay. "Bring it with us. This one is severely wounded. I need it to regain some stability, not a complete recovery, just enough to stabilize its mental state and vital signs. It's essential for opening the gateway to the abyssal deep sea." "Okay, Papa." Lucretia quickly regained her focus and moved forward, wielding her conductor's baton. She showed a faint expression of distaste as she gently prodded one of the skeleton spider's limbs with the baton's tip. Suddenly, a shadow erupted from the baton as if something confined within it was being released. Duncan caught only a fleeting glimpse of its vague and menacing outline before it expanded into a large, abstract maw that engulfed the skeleton spider whole. The shadow struggled momentarily to swallow its prey, then swiftly retracted back into the baton. With a look of disdain, Lucretia stored the baton away. "Your spells are incredibly useful," Duncan noted, his expression subtly changing as he watched Lucretia's actions with a tinge of sentimentality. "The method you employed to summon me here this time was also quite effective." "I'm glad you're pleased," Lucretia replied, her face lighting up with a smile. "Ever since you mentioned your avatars and the beacon rules for transferring between them, I've been thinking about it. I'm happy it proved useful." Duncan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He had arrived on this vile ship in his authentic form. Initially, he had planned to send only a fraction of his power, but the circumstances on the ship demanded the presence of his full, formidable self. This decision, though necessary, was not without its challenges. For such a teleportation to occur, a beacon was needed, a navigational aid for AI. The usual methods involving mirror rituals were inadequate, and the bodies temporarily possessed were too fragile to endure the process. There were other potential beacons on the ship, but these were the innocent victims held captive by the cultists. Normally, outside of the vanished, the so-called beacons were indeed possessed bodies. Duncan, however, found the idea of using these innocent sacrifices as beacons to be morally reprehensible. Thankfully, Lucretia's creativity provided a solution. She had devised an artificial beacon, robust enough to facilitate Duncan's arrival. She first teleported to the ship using the cultist summoning ritual controlled by Rabbi, then utilized the power of this artificial beacon to bring Duncan's true form there. This innovative, chain summoning technique had proven to be impressively effective. Duncan contemplated his hands, now linked to the artificial beacon Lucretia had engineered. This beacon, functioning flawlessly within him, was a testament to her skill. This beacon test went smoothly, Duncan acknowledged, his gaze lifting to meet Lucretia's. If it remains stable over time, always carry one with you. That way I can come to your aid immediately if you're in danger. It's far more reliable than the mirror ritual. Lucretia, momentarily caught off guard by his suggestion, eventually smiled gently. Then I'll send one to Big Brother later. I already have an avatar with Frost, Duncan interjected, watching her reaction. He even visited me in the graveyard this morning. He doesn't need your artificial beacon. Lucretia's expression faltered slightly at the mention. Oh. Don't always think about teasing your brother, Duncan gently chided her. Okay. Duncan shook his head with a sense of resignation, changing the subject. How are the sacrifices on the ship? Lucretia swiftly shifted her demeanor as the conversation turned serious. I've located them with Rabbi's help. The good news is that the area where they were held in the lower front part of the ship wasn't affected by the engine room explosion. Thanks to your intervention, none of them died from the explosion or the fire. The bad news, however, is their condition is extremely dire. Some were already dead in their cells when we arrived. The cultists, growing bored during the sea voyage, resorted to torturing them for entertainment, even killing those who no longer held any blood value just for fun. Lucretia paused for a moment, her eyes carefully studying Duncan's visibly distressed expression. But rest assured, I'll do everything within my abilities to heal the survivors, even those who are barely clinging to life. As for their mental state, that's a different challenge altogether. They'll need extensive professional mental health care. Duncan gave a slight nod, his troubled look easing slightly with her assurance. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shifted the topic. Have you managed to locate the dream skull? We're still on the hunt, Lucretia replied. It's a prized yet hazardous, sealed object, likely hidden in the most fortified and secretive section of the ship. I've dispatched my toy soldiers and shadow servants to scour every nook and cranny from top to bottom. We should have it located shortly. Alice, who had been quietly observing the conversation, voiced her concern. Is there a chance it was destroyed in the explosion? Lucretia shook her head confidently. That seems unlikely. The dream skull is an item known for its activation and corruption properties. It would be too risky to store it near the steam core as it could potentially compromise the machinery. Even those cultists would be aware of such a hazard. Duncan pondered Lucretia's explanation, his tone shifting to a more thoughtful one. But what really perplexes me is what we should do with it once we find it. I'm not certain how well it will coexist alongside the goat head. After considering for a brief moment, Lucretia replied, First Mate Goathead is quite adaptable. I think they'll manage fine. Let's deal with that when the time comes, Duncan said, somewhat dismissively waving his hand. First, I want to see the condition of these sacrifices. Chapter 661, The Direction of the Home Port. The prison was housed in a heavily fortified cabin aboard a ship, transformed into a stifling, damp, and narrow area. The cabin was divided into a maze of small, dim cells made of iron bars of various sizes, serving as the grim holding spaces for individuals labeled as sacrifices. Even for someone accustomed to such dreadful environments, entering this intimidating space caused discomfort. Despite her experience, Lucretia showed a trace of unease on her forehead as she entered the makeshift dungeon. Upon his arrival, Duncan noticed that the original occupants of these iron cages had been relocated to a slightly more bearable section, near a ventilation duct at the far end of the cabin, which seemed to serve as a temporary resting area for the guards and was comparatively more airy. The air was heavy with the repulsive odors of blood and decay. The iron cages bore marks of recent violence, stained with both fresh and old blood. Various ghastly torture devices, designed for bleeding, skinning, and impaling, hung from the walls and pillars, enhancing the already sinister ambience. Guided by Lucretia, Duncan walked past these gruesome sights and implements of torment toward the back of the cabin, where the remaining victims were assembled. Their arrival sparked panic among the prisoners. Enveloped in spectral flames, Duncan appeared to them like a fearsome spirit materializing from a nightmare into reality. The remaining sacrifices reacted with terror, pressing further into the corner, but their weakened states prevented any real escape, leaving them huddled together, their eyes wide with fear and uncertainty at the sight of the ominous, flaming figure. Duncan felt a deep sense of helplessness. He knew his ghostly appearance was intimidating, but his presence was necessitated by an artificial beacon created by Lucretia, requiring him to maintain this spectral form to align with the beacon. Despite the fear, not all were cowering. A small, frail figure, a young girl about 7 or 8 years old, sat silently on the floor, her clothes tattered, her body scarred and blood-stained. She looked up at Duncan and Lucretia, her eyes void of any discernible emotion. Driven by curiosity, Duncan knelt before her, meeting her gaze. "Aren't you afraid?" he asked. The child remained silent, her eyes reflecting the strange green glow of the flames, but showing no reaction. Lucretia leaned in, whispering to Duncan, "Her parents were sacrificed by those cultists right in front of her. Since then, she's been like this, living on this ship for a year." Lucretia paused, then added, "Children are particularly valued by groups like the Annihilators for their rituals. They often reserve children for their most significant ceremonies." Duncan remained still, his back to Lucretia, concealing any expression that might have crossed his face upon hearing her words. In the shadowy depths of the cabin, the ethereal green flames continued to spread, emitting a soft, crackling sound. After a moment, Duncan gently placed his spectral hand on the young girl's head in a comforting gesture. "You will get better," he whispered softly, his voice barely audible. Then, standing up fully, he turned slightly to Lucretia and asked, "Lucy, do you have any candy?" Surprised by the question, Lucretia shook her head regretfully. "No, I only have some essential potions with me. But I do have cookies baked by Looney." She quickly pulled some cookies from her pocket and approached the girl, gently placing them in her small, trembling hands. At this gesture, the girl finally showed a flicker of life. She glanced at the food in her hand before silently eating it, her movements quick and almost mechanical. Eating seemed to be one of the few instincts she retained after a year in such a terrifying place. Soon after, 2 more emaciated figures timidly emerged from the shadows, approaching Duncan and kissing the ground where he had stood. Duncan looked around the dimly lit cabin, taking in the vacant, haunted stares of the survivors. After a moment of heavy silence, he asked softly, "Are there any living cultists left on this ship?" "They've all been killed," Lucretia replied. "By your standards, no one survived except for that saint." "Good," Duncan said, nodding slowly with determination. He then commanded, "Have your servants bring some food and water. We need to start by restoring some strength to these people." "All right," Lucretia agreed. Together, Duncan and Lucretia left the oppressive confines of the cabin and stepped onto the ship's deck. Despite significant damage, the ship continued its voyage toward the Holy Land. The rear half of the ship was nearly destroyed, with large cracks across the deck and hull. Signs of a massive explosion were evident, creating a haunting scene of destruction that seemed frozen in time. Green flames flickered in the gaps, marking the ship with the scars of its calamity. Above, Vision 1 slowly rose into the sky, while mysterious layers of fog began to form over the sea. The fog thickened, mingling with the ship, dimming the sunlight and casting a surreal, misty glow over the area. "The essence of the spirit world is rising," Lucretia noted, her eyes fixed on the eerie fog. She frowned slightly, adding, "We're in the barren sea area, far from major shipping lanes. The spatial stability here isn't as strong as near the city-states." "Will they cause trouble?" Duncan asked, his tone laced with concern for potential dangers in their location. "No," Lucretia mused thoughtfully, then shook her head decisively. "Your power holds sway over this ship, keeping those shadows at bay. However, we should prioritize evacuating the ordinary people on board. Their mental state is already fragile, and prolonged exposure to the spirit world could lead to unpredictable transformations." "I'll ask AI to create a portal to help transport these people to Wind Harbor," Duncan agreed, then quickly changed the subject. "Can you determine where this ship is actually headed?" "Unfortunately, the explosion destroyed the observatory, making it difficult to pinpoint our exact course. However, based on Rabbi's rough intuition through the spirit world, it seems we're heading southeast towards the border." The border? Duncan asked sharply. Yes, Lucretia confirmed with a nod. It's unexpected, but there aren't any other city-states or known islands in that direction. Since the ship is now under your control, the only plausible destination is the Eternal Veil at the border. Duncan looked surprised, considering whether an undiscovered island might be near the mysterious mist known as the Eternal Veil, or if the ship was actually heading toward the mist itself. Noticing Duncan's confusion, Lucretia elaborated. The Church of the Four Gods has long stationed fleets to patrol the borders of the civilized world. They've thoroughly explored all islands near the Veil, and all landing sites are under Church control. Therefore, the most logical explanation is that this ship's true destination lies within the mist, in a region unseen by the Church. Duncan's expression shifted to disbelief. They've established a secret route right under the Church's nose. Crossing the border and avoiding the Church's blockade or the patrols of the Ark fleet isn't as difficult as one might think, Lucretia explained. The border is vast, and it's not feasible for the Church to monitor every part of the Veil. The primary role of the patrol fleets is not to intercept illegal vessels, but to monitor changes in the border mist. In the gaps between patrols, there's enough opportunity to establish several secret routes. I could navigate to the Eternal Veil without anyone noticing if I wanted to. Her tone then became more serious. What's truly remarkable isn't just these secret routes, but the implication that this ship's home port might actually be hidden within that mist. Duncan understood the significance of Lucretia's words. Navigating the vast maritime border without attracting the Church's attention was feasible. The real challenge was surviving within the mist once they had evaded the Church. The dense fog barrier called the Eternal Veil marked the edge of the known, civilized world. Since the era of deep-sea exploration, the rule, avoid that dense fog at all costs, had been firmly ingrained in the minds of sailors and adventurers. As Duncan and Lucretia continued their conversation, Duncan was overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. The topic reminded him of the incident a century ago involving the mysterious disappearance of the Vanished. At that time, Duncan of Namur had daringly, perhaps recklessly, ventured into the depths of that dense fog. The mysteries of the fog had always been a source of fascination and conjecture. What secrets did it hide? Was there an end to its impenetrable veil? Could there be a vast, undiscovered world lying beyond its misty borders? And most crucially, what had the Vanished, including a former version of himself, discovered in those hidden depths 100 years ago? These questions were not just his burden. They cast a long shadow over all of Duncan of Namur's descendants. Even now, with the return of Duncan and the Vanished to the world, these unresolved mysteries continued to weigh on Lucretia's mind, like a persistent, dark cloud. Indeed, the implications of these mysteries loomed large over the entire world. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Duncan's expression became increasingly complex and contemplative. He walked slowly to the bow of the ship, his steps measured and deliberate. Leaning against the railing, he rested his hands on it as he looked out towards the sea, now shrouded in mist. Under his command, the ship was steering full speed towards that mysterious, fog-enshrouded horizon. It was a journey into the unknown, back towards the enigmatic shroud that had once engulfed him and the Vanished a century earlier. Chapter 662, Border Intelligence. Duncan stood at the ship's railing, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the ocean blurred into the sky. He appeared deep in thought, possibly pondering the uncertainties or challenges that awaited him. Behind him, Lucretia stood in silence. She understood the need for contemplation at this moment, acknowledging the significance of their silent communication about the weighty matters at hand. "Tell me about the borderlands," Duncan finally said, his voice calm yet carrying a sense of urgency. Lucretia, usually confident and direct, hesitated. I can't recall past events," Duncan interrupted gently, his tone subdued. "I need your insight into the borderlands. You're well versed in that area, having faced its challenges for years and even braving the infamous fog that envelops it. If we are to confront that fog again, I must rely on your knowledge and experience." Lucretia met Duncan's gaze, her expression filled with uncertainty and reflection. She seemed to assess him, perhaps fearing that this crucial ally could disappear as unexpectedly as he had appeared. Her father had also spoken of the borders, but they had never explored the topic deeply. Lucretia had always avoided these discussions, but today felt different, as though an inevitable conclusion was drawing near. After a brief pause, Lucretia began to explain. "I've entered the fog but only ventured to its outer edges. That's the furthest I've dared to go, beyond which even the four divine churches stopped their surveillance." Duncan's interest intensified. What lies beyond those regions? Lucretia took a moment to collect her thoughts. Inside the fog, it's unnaturally calm, even more so than anywhere else in the boundless sea. The water becomes like a polished mirror, perfectly reflecting our ship's flags. Even the ripples from our vessels settle quickly, leaving the surface smooth, almost gel-like, though it's just regular seawater that doesn't hinder navigation. But that tranquility is misleading. Scattered throughout our erratic, unpredictable currents, they emerge suddenly and are nearly invisible, which makes them extremely dangerous. They move silently but swiftly, creating a slicing line effect. Ships caught unawares can be thrown off course or worse, capsize. And these are just the less threatening aspects of the fog. When conditions worsen, truly bizarre events happen. Sometimes surreal objects emerge from the fog, huge floating cubes on the sea's surface, or sharp mountain-like structures that rise from the water like giant blades. Navigating around these structures is a challenge, often compounded by severe weather anomalies. Sometimes it's a violent storm, other times a massive, ring-shaped current. Occasionally, parts of the sea seem to vanish, leaving behind a fearsome, bottomless chasm. Lucretia paused, her mind wandering to memories that even she, the fearless sea witch, found disturbing. She regained her composure before continuing. Amid these unpredictable and dangerous phenomena, we sometimes make unusual discoveries. These include strange materials and objects that either appear with the currents or during storms. These items are tangible. We can handle them, collect them, and take them from the fog. Some have been incredibly useful, like a grease that burns indefinitely and crystals that cleanse the mind from negative influences. The Explorers Association and the Truth Academy are highly interested in these items, offering significant rewards for a chance to study these artifacts from the edge of our known world. But the nature and appearance of these artifacts vary widely, making it hard to predict what we might find next. In even rarer cases, amid the chaos and danger, we come across something truly supernatural. Lucretia stopped abruptly, her voice faltering, her tone now unsure. Duncan, looking concerned, urged her, "Lucy, what did you encounter?" Lucretia, with a hint of uncertainty, replied, "Just once, and I'm still not entirely sure if it was real or just a hallucination from extreme fatigue. I saw a massive, dark column rising straight from the ocean, surrounded by large, equally dark and vague rings. It was the closest I've ever got to anything within the mist. The sea was unusually calm around it, with only mild waves. I managed to navigate to the base of the column and got close enough to touch it. That's when I heard a voice." She touched her temple. The voice boomed inside my head, speaking a language I didn't recognize but somehow understood. It kept repeating the same phrase. "Warp drive activated. We are escaping danger. Warp drive activated. We are escaping danger." She looked up, noticing a change in Duncan's expression, and asked, "Do you understand what that means?" Hearing warp drive, Duncan's mind raced with recognition. He immediately thought of the New Hope, a spaceship from the era before the deep-sea era that had famously crashed. Could it be that Lucretia had found its remains? Had it fallen into the mysterious region known as the Eternal Veil? "Can you locate it again? Have you seen it since?" he asked urgently. Sensing Duncan's intense curiosity, Lucretia replied with a hint of regret, "I'm afraid not. The nature of the border mist is elusive and transient. Things there appear like tangible illusions, vanishing without a trace once their time is up. I've never seen the same vision twice in that fog." Duncan felt a wave of disappointment but concealed it well. "Apart from that phrase, did you discover anything else noteworthy?" Lucretia spoke carefully, her words tinged with uncertainty. "There was also this odd sensation when I touched it. It felt empty, as if it had no temperature or solidity. It's hard to explain, but it was like my fingers couldn't determine what they were touching, or even if they were touching anything at all. It was as if my sense of touch disappeared at that moment, or maybe that thing only partially existed in our dimension, making it impossible to fully perceive its absent aspects." Her hesitation increased as she struggled to articulate her complex feelings and theories. Finally, with a resigned gesture, she spread her hands. "Do you get what I'm trying to say?" Duncan, however, seemed deep in thought. Lucretia's description of these strange, almost unfathomable occurrences vividly reminded him of his own cognitive shift, or epiphany about the nature of the world, triggered by the revelations of the Great Annihilation. He vividly recalled the reality he had perceived at that pivotal moment. The fragmented knowledge from the deep-sea era, pieces of the old world colliding, merging, distorting into unfamiliar forms, or becoming part of the information soup that underlies their reality. What about those elements that resisted merging or were preserved due to their unique properties? Those that survived destruction or corruption by other entities? Such phenomena were certainly real. In cosmic-scale collisions, where every conceivable and inconceivable event converges, anything and everything is possible. In this chaos, the lucky, or perhaps unlucky, remnants that survive against the smallest odds of probability must have their own paths. Duncan theorized that most of these remnants probably existed in subspace, a dark, chaotic void where remnants of the old world, like torn landscapes, pale, giant figures, and indistinct floating shadows that were not quite entities lingered in this modern age. These were likely the fragments that couldn't be completely destroyed. But now, it seemed some of these remnants had escaped subspace. The entities that Lucretia, the sea witch, encountered in the border mist were such phenomena. Lucretia felt a growing unease as she observed the change in Duncan's expression, signaling a deepening understanding and logic forming within him that was beyond her comprehension. This evoked a sense of foreboding in her, reminiscent of the time she first witnessed the starry sky, though this time there were no stars materializing behind her father's figure. "The entities you encountered in the border mist deeply intrigue me," Duncan abruptly said, snapping Lucretia out of her thoughts. "What about further in? You mentioned you could only venture as far as the outer layer into the mist. What lies beyond that point?" "The moment you enter the eternal veil, any connection to the familiar, civilized world becomes a distant memory," Lucretia responded with urgency, her attention fully regained. "All traditional methods of navigation we depend on fail instantly upon entering the veil. Even from the observatory, the usually clear and profound starry sky turns into nothing more than a vague, indistinct shadow. Within the first layer of the mist, radio signals can still penetrate to a degree, and we can use temporary lighthouses or ritual fire basins set up at the edge of the mist as beacons to guide ships back. But once you surpass the 6-mile limit, every link to the outside world is severed completely. There was a time when I ventured too far beyond this critical boundary, and I nearly became forever lost in that thick, engulfing fog. Trying to retrace your path is futile. The very fabric of space and time seems to warp around your ship once you cross that border. If you take one step forward and then one step back, you find yourself not where you started, but somewhere entirely different." Duncan listened intently, his brow furrowed in concern. "Then how did you manage to find your way back?" Lucretia paused, her expression slightly odd as she weighed her words. Then softly admitting, she said, "I saw the shadow of the vanished." Chapter 663, Alice's Spoils of War. Duncan was visibly shocked. "You've seen the shadow of the vanished?" he blurted out, his voice thick with disbelief. Lucretia gave Duncan a brief look, her tone blending awe and caution. "Yes," she affirmed, locking eyes with him. "I was lost in a dense fog for 3 days. Suddenly in that fog I saw a vessel that resembled the vanished, moving quietly in the distance. As it moved, the fog momentarily cleared, offering a glimpse of the real world. Despite my fear and the eerie feeling it caused, I had no choice. I gathered my courage and directed the bright star toward the shadow. But as we got closer, it disappeared as if it had never been there. That's when I finally navigated back to familiar waters." Pausing, Lucretia looked at Duncan, her expression a mix of curiosity and empathy. "This was in 1862. By that time you had been missing in subspace for 62 years. Lost in his thoughts, Duncan turned towards the distant horizon, masking his inner turmoil. Calmly, he replied, "I don't remember that event." "I understand," Lucretia responded, nodding in acknowledgement of his confusion. "And it always makes me wonder, was what I saw really the vanished? Or just a figment of my imagination, a hallucination from sheer exhaustion? Or maybe it was just one of those unexplained phenomena at the edge of the frontier?" Her voice carried determination mixed with apprehension as she continued. "That was the only time I dared to cross the 6-mile threshold. After that terrifying encounter, I never ventured that deep into the fog again, nor did I come across such illusions." Duncan remained silent, his mind swirling with thoughts and questions. Lucretia's account revealed the eerie and perilous nature of the civilization frontier, or the eternal veil. This zone of endless fog is filled with mysteries and dangers, even for an experienced explorer like Lucretia, who had approached it well prepared. Her journey nearly ended in a permanent disappearance into the mysterious fog. Even within the somewhat safer 6-mile zone, explorers constantly faced threats from bizarre and dangerous entities and phenomena. Yet these very entities intrigued Duncan the most. The elusive shadow Lucretia described, possibly a trace of the New Hope, was just one example. How many such remnants might be hiding in the fog within the 6-mile border? Were they all residues of different worlds left behind after their destruction? What mysterious forces allowed these residues to persist? What secrets lay beyond the ring, where these entities roamed the boundless sea. These things, which Lucretia referred to as haunting, voids, seemed key to understanding and solving the overarching crisis of the world. His reflections were interrupted as Lucretia caught his attention. He looked up to see her standing quietly next to him, her eyes showing a complex mixture of concern and thoughtfulness. Her voice was soft but filled with concern. "You're planning to go back there, aren't you?" she asked quietly. Leaning on the handrail, Duncan replied without looking at her, "The ship is already en route to the frontier." He tapped the handrail for emphasis. "The Annihilators have their stronghold hidden within the fog. My aim is to confront and resolve this issue." Lucretia's eyes met Duncan's firmly. "I'm not talking about this immediate mission. The cultists probably aren't hidden too deeply, and you'll likely clear out their nest without much difficulty. I'm referring to your plans afterward." Her voice was serious as she continued. "Once you've dealt with this immediate threat, you'll refocus on the mysteries within the fog, won't you? You'll investigate the entities and anomalies I mentioned, and perhaps even consider going beyond the 6-mile limit." For a moment under Lucretia's intense scrutiny, Duncan felt unusually overwhelmed. After a brief pause, he admitted, "If necessary, yes, I will." Lucretia pressed her lips together, holding back further comments or objections. After a long silence, she made an unexpected proposition. "This time, take me with you. My past experiences might be useful for your mission." Clearly taken aback, Duncan stared at Lucretia for a few seconds before responding softly. "And what if the end of this fog leads into subspace?" "Then my experience will be even more vital," she asserted confidently. Duncan fell silent, his gaze wandering over the vast ocean. After a long pause, he exhaled. "We'll discuss it later. I'm considering it, but right now, there's no urgent need to delve deep into the fog. Not until I've dealt with the cultists at the border and made contact with the 4 divine churches." Lucretia acknowledged this with a slight nod. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps and the clinking of metal. Duncan turned toward the noise and saw Alice, a doll-like figure, cheerfully approaching with a large wooden box in one hand and an assortment of kitchen utensils. Knives, pans, spoons, all tied together with wire, clanging like battle trophies in the other. "Captain," Alice exclaimed, showing off her collection of kitchen treasures. "Look, I've got my own spoils of war too." Duncan, distracted from his serious conversation with Lucretia, looked at Alice's collection with a mix of surprise and amusement. "Did you raid the kitchen?" he joked, a smile crossing his face. Yes, yes," Alice responded with youthful excitement, her face aglow with pride. "Goat had said that after taking an enemy ship, we must plunder their treasury for spoils of war before the ship sinks. So I followed those toy soldiers and ended up in the kitchen." She paused, reflecting with a mix of humor and slight disappointment. "This ship really isn't much to brag about. The items here didn't put up any resistance when I claimed my spoils. I was all ready for a battle, brandishing this kitchen knife like a sword." Lucretia watched Alice's animated retelling with a mix of shock and amusement, while Duncan remained silent for a moment before saying, "Alice." Alice looked up confused. "Not everyone treats cooking as a combat experience." "I know that. In the city-states, kitchens are quite peaceful, but this is a ship, right?" Alice reasoned in her unique way. Duncan replied with a hint of humor. "Not all ships have kitchen utensils as feisty as our buckets, mops, and pans." Alice's eyes widened in surprise, as if this was a new realization for her. After a short pause, she exclaimed in awe, "Really? That's amazing." Duncan just gave her a silent, amused look. Meanwhile, Lucretia's attention turned to the curious wooden box in Alice's other hand. "What's that?" "Another trophy." "Yes," Alice quickly answered, her enthusiasm undiminished. "I found it in a strange room, just this box, alone and wrapped with several iron chains. I managed to remove most of the chains, but the lock is odd. No matter how hard I try, it won't open. I don't know what's inside, so I brought the whole box." She then handed the heavy wooden box to Duncan. "Could you take a look?" Duncan took the box, noting its dark wood ornately decorated with intricate patterns and a seemingly basic iron padlock. Despite its simplicity, the lock had resisted even Alice's considerable efforts. Knowing Alice's capabilities, her unique strength to row a coffin faster than a motorboat and break heavy chains, it was almost comical to imagine her defeated by a simple, rusty lock. Duncan thought to himself, "The doll is strong but not clever." "It seems this box is exactly what I've been looking for," he remarked. "Anomaly 132 lock," Lucretia identified as she approached, instantly recognizing the unique lock that Alice couldn't open by brute force. "This lock requires a special key. a passphrase known only to the one who locked it. Once locked, both it and the container it secures become indestructible, regardless of the material, even paper. This particular object is one of the less dangerous anomalies, rare but designed for a specific purpose. It's typically used to securely encase hazardous items. It was stolen from a transport ship during a pirate raid back in 1876. I never thought it would end up with these cultists. Lucretia paused, her expression uncertain. The cultist who last used the locking mechanism has died, taking the passphrase with him. Although the lock is considered indestructible, there are rumors of a vulnerability, she pondered, thinking over potential ways to bypass its security. However, before she could elaborate on her plan for the lock, a sudden click interrupted her. Lucretia's eyes widened in surprise as she saw the wooden box now open in Duncan's hands. Unexpectedly, the lock had opened by itself. Observing this, Duncan smiled at Lucretia. "It seems the lock wasn't keen on your attempts to crack it," he quipped lightly. "Or perhaps it sensed that if you couldn't open it, I would be the next one to try." Caught off guard, Lucretia could only offer a moment of stunned silence. "That's a plausible theory. Perhaps I was too focused on traditional methods." With a soft chuckle at the situation, Duncan shook his head in amusement. He then carefully placed the wooden box on the ground, removed the now-open padlock, and gently lifted the lid to reveal its contents. Inside, there was a stark black wooden carving of a goat head, lying still and mysterious within the box. Chapter 664, Goat Head. Duncan examined Goat Head, which lay motionless within the wooden box, resembling a finely crafted wood sculpture under his intense scrutiny. He was not surprised by this discovery. Ever since Alice had carelessly brought the sealed, impregnable wooden box onto the deck, Duncan had strongly suspected that it contained what he had been looking for. With a touch of irony, he reflected that Alice's beauty seemed to be balanced by her other qualities, like her physical strength, unwavering optimism, or incredible luck. "Ah, Mr. Goathead," Alice exclaimed, peering into the box and finally realizing what she had unwittingly discovered. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this the same one that was involved with the cultists? It looks exactly like Mr. Goathead from the Vanished." Lost in thought, Duncan did not reply. Instead, he examined the object he referred to as the Skull of Dreams. Next to him, Lucretia gently prodded Goathead with her delicate conductor's baton, her expression one of confusion. "It shows no reaction, it doesn't seem alive, nor does it emit any unusual energy." "It's just like an ordinary piece of wood," Duncan agreed, lifting the lightweight wooden goat head from the box and assessing its weight. "I didn't expect it to be this light." "Have you never removed Goathead from its stand on the Vanished?" asked Lucretia, surprised. "It always seemed to just sit on the table." "They are one and the same. Goathead is an integral part of the Vanished. Its head can swivel, but it's not detachable," Duncan clarified. Lucretia mulled over this information. Overhearing Duncan, Alice clapped her hands in sudden realization. "That makes sense now." "What does?" Duncan looked at her, puzzled. "I couldn't figure out why the first mate's head was so hard to remove from the table. It grumbled at me, though I can't remember what it said." Duncan was astonished. "Why were you trying to remove the first mate's head from the table?" "I wanted to clean the table," Alice explained nonchalantly, "and thought about washing him in the sink, but he wouldn't come off." Duncan was speechless, his imagination unable to fathom such an odd scenario. He was relieved the puppet wasn't too sturdy. Had Vanna tried, Saslaka might have met his end for the third time. Noticing the quick changes in her father's expressions, Lucretia voiced her concern. "What's bothering you?" "I just realized I never told the others that Goathead is permanently affixed to the table and can't be removed." "Miss Vanna is sensible. She wouldn't impulsively enter your captain's quarters," Lucretia responded. Duncan looked confused. "Why would you think of Vanna first?" Lucretia paused briefly, then looked at Duncan, puzzled. "Who else were you thinking of?" As the conversation took an increasingly bizarre turn, Duncan decided to focus back on the curious object in his hand, the Skull of Dreams. This must be another fragment of Saslaka. The cultists' meticulous sealing of it clearly indicates so. However, it's important to note that not all goatheads possess a fully developed consciousness. Reflecting on this, Duncan carefully placed the dark, wooden goat head back into its box, securing the lid with a click. "I should return this to the Vanished to see the effect of its reunion with the ship's goat head," Duncan declared, outlining his next steps. "Are we returning to the ship already?" Alice asked, her curiosity renewed as she looked toward the distant horizon. I thought we were going to track that ship to the mother port. We're still quite a ways from the border. Even at full speed, it would take about a week for this ship to reach the Vale. We don't need to linger on this nearly wrecked ghost ship any longer, Lucretia explained. Exactly, Duncan agreed. This gives us time to transport the survivors from the prison to the city-state. We should also contact the 4 divine churches. They might be interested in the discovery of a cult hideout hidden within the border mists. Plus, there's the matter of this goat head in the box. We have plenty to do. I'll stay behind and handle the aftermath, Lucretia offered. I'm more experienced with this type of clean-up. Duncan simply nodded, acknowledging her offer without further comment. Aware of Lucretia's extensive experience, Duncan knew her capabilities well. As a witch, who had roamed the boundless seas for a century, her encounters with devastated city-states, stranded exploration crews, cursed vessels, and victims of cult kidnappings and sacrifices had vastly shaped her expertise. Lucretia was skilled in supporting survivors teetering on the brink of mental and physical collapse. I'll head back to the Vanished with Alice, Duncan said, giving Lucretia a nod before tapping the ship's railing. This vessel will return to its home port on its own. Once you're done here, leave the artificial beacon on board. That way I can keep an eye on its status and return when necessary. Lucretia acknowledged his plan with a nod. Suddenly, the sound of flames crackling filled the air, and Lucretia looked up to see a swirling portal of fire materializing on the deck. Alice, clutching the large wooden box and her various other collected items, stepped through the fiery portal first. Duncan followed, waving from the other side. His figure, enveloped in ghostly flames, disappeared into the fiery gateway in a moment. Where Duncan had previously stood, a tiny ember remained, glowing softly. It slowly diminished in size and brightness, eventually becoming a palm-sized magical artifact that gently landed on the deck. This was the artificial beacon, a creation of the Sea Witch. Lucretia moved forward, her steps deliberate, and picked up the beacon from the wooden planks. The beacon was a quaint wooden figurine skillfully carved from a piece of the Vanished's hull. Inside, a strand of Duncan's hair was intricately woven, symbolizing a deep connection. The figurine, depicting Duncan in an old captain's uniform with a somber hat and a meticulously crafted beard, captured his essence strikingly despite its exaggerated features. Lucretia had spent an entire night crafting this figurine. For her, a witch adept at creating an entire servant legion, this task was relatively simple. This remarkable magical item was capable of containing a fragment of her father's power. Although its capacity was limited, it was sufficient to allow her father to open a portal of flames near the beacon without needing to create additional avatars. Duncan had expressed his reluctance to use more bodies to create avatars, a sentiment Lucretia appreciated. She was more than willing to use her magical prowess to help her father circumvent these limitations. As she stood on the deck, the flames from the portal gradually vanished. Clutching the Duncan-inspired figurine, Lucretia examined it under the sunlight, rotating it to view every angle. She cast a quick, surreptitious glance around, confirming they were alone. The witch then cautiously approached a secluded corner of the deck. There, she hesitated briefly before playfully poking the figurine's head with her finger. The figurine, however, showed no reaction. She then prodded its beard and the exaggerated captain's hat, and soon a genuine laugh erupted from her, a rare expression of joy on her face. Suddenly, to her surprise, the figurine lifted its head and spoke in a resigned tone. "Is this fun for you?" Lucretia was momentarily speechless, too shocked to show a proper reaction. Just then, Rabbi, her assistant, emerged from below deck, only to be greeted by a scream unlike any it had ever heard before, resonating across the deck. Back on the Vanished, the tranquility was interrupted by the clattering of metal. Duncan looked helplessly at Alice, who was proudly showcasing her collection of spoils of war on the deck. "Hand me the box, then you can take your spoils to the kitchen first." "Oh," Alice responded with evident cheer. She promptly handed over the wooden box containing the Skull of Dreams to Duncan and then proceeded to the kitchen, her path marked by a cacophony of clanking noises. Holding the wooden box containing the Skull of Dreams, Duncan watched Alice's spirited exit with a sense of amusement. He was attuned to the signals emanating from the artificial beacon located in some distant and uncharted part of the sea. Shaking his head slightly, he chuckled to himself, "Well, as long as she's happy." He then made his way towards the stern deck, heading for the captain's quarters. Upon opening the door, he immediately found himself under the intense scrutiny of Goathead. It almost appeared as if Goathead had anticipated his arrival, its gaze shifting to the door just before he opened it. The deep, dark obsidian eyes of the first mate held an unfathomable depth. In a rare departure from its norm, Goathead, usually prone to launching into exasperating monologues, remained silent. Its attention was unwaveringly fixed on the wooden box in Duncan's hands, suggesting it was already aware of its contents. "It seems you've sensed it," Duncan remarked, moving closer to the navigation table. He carefully set the large wooden box on the table and addressed the former god. "I've brought you a gift." Chapter 665, Crossing the Boundary Again. Duncan watched intently as Anomaly 132, Lock, an odd artifact, deftly unlocked itself. The object seemed almost alive, wriggling free from its fixed position, and hopping across the table to a more accessible spot. With determined steps, Duncan approached a heavy, intricately carved dark wooden box. He opened it with great care and reverence, revealing its contents, a meticulously carved wooden goat's head. He lifted it gently and placed it prominently on the ship's navigation table, ensuring it was clearly visible. At the table's edge, the first mate turned its attention to the newly placed sculpture. This first mate, also a wooden construct, seemed captivated by the goat head, which bore a striking resemblance to itself. Their obsidian eyes met, engaging in a silent, profound dialogue. As their gaze lingered, time seemed to stretch until the first mate, in a tone of wonder, exclaimed, "Wow." Intrigued by this reaction, Duncan raised an eyebrow and questioned, "Is that really all you have to say about it?" The first mate pondered thoughtfully, its head rotating and tilting on its creaky neck as it examined the sculpture from various angles. "It's just so astonishing," it remarked. "I sensed something unusual when you returned to the ship, and I suspected you would retrieve this dream skull from that other ship. It's not surprising that you did, but to see another head that looks just like mine is still incredible." Suddenly, the first mate paused, its voice filled with confusion. "Why doesn't it move at all?" Amused, Duncan responded, "You're asking me, but isn't it essentially your own head?" Defensively, the first mate replied, "But this is unfamiliar to me. Before our trip to Wind Harbor, I wasn't even aware that I had a spine." Duncan was briefly taken aback by this strange exchange. A surreal, eerie silence followed briefly. Then, driven by curiosity, the first mate stretched its neck towards the dream skull and requested, "Can you bring it a bit closer?" Duncan complied, moving the static dream skull nearer. "Like this?" he inquired, observing the first mate's reaction closely. "Do you feel any connection?" "Perhaps a little closer," suggested the goat head. Duncan obliged, shifting the sculpture closer until he finally placed the dream skull right against the first mate's forehead, allowing the two wooden goat heads to touch. "How about now? Is this close enough? Do you sense anything?" "Enough, enough," the first mate quickly recoiled, almost protesting. Once Duncan set the dream skull back on the table, the first mate sighed in a surprisingly human manner. "Still no real sensation. I can sense its presence intensely, but I can't establish any form of communication with this head. There are no thoughts, no memories to perceive. It doesn't react to me at all." After reflecting for a moment, the first mate shook its head, expressing a sense of disconnection. "It feels like an empty vessel," it explained. "It exists and seems to have originated from the same source as me, but beyond that there's no connection. We seem to be entirely separate entities." Duncan listened intently, his brow furrowed in deep thought. "This is quite unexpected," he remarked, his frown deepening. "This piece is another fragment of Saslaka, and although it might be a more severely damaged part, I expected some distinctive characteristics. The cultists' sacrificial rituals suggested that the dream skull had some kind of activity. So why is there no response when it contacts you?" "I'm not sure," the first mate admitted, "but I can definitely affirm the reality of this head. I can feel its presence. It's a subtle, almost indescribable sensation. Maybe the way we're trying to connect is wrong, or perhaps the cultists' rituals using elf blood somehow interfered." Duncan's expression turned serious and contemplative. He looked at the first mate and mused. "Those cultists certainly complicated things, but isn't it strange to think of your other head as being damaged?" Letter 211. "It's odd, yes, but I'm at a loss for words," the first mate admitted, its voice reflecting resignation. "Considering my current fragmented state, broken and scattered, what more can I say?" Duncan remained silent and thoughtful as he noticed a change in the first mate's demeanor since the Wind Harbor incident, observing a newfound ease. Shaking off these thoughts, Duncan gently patted the inert dream skull. Regardless, the current state of the dream skull is certainly strange. It might have been altered by the cultists' actions, or perhaps we haven't found the right way to awaken it. It might even be missing something crucial. For now, I'll leave it here under your watch. See if you notice any changes. What do you think? I'll follow your orders, the first mate quickly agreed. I'm also curious about this head. It will be interesting to study it when time permits. Duncan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Good. He then turned his gaze toward the window. The sun had already set 1/3 below the sea's horizon. Unbeknownst to them, dusk was approaching. The fading light of Vision 1 cast a magnificent golden-red glow over the boundless sea. In the opposite direction, the luminous round object near Wind Harbor shone with a dazzling golden light, becoming even more brilliant as dusk deepened. Against this backdrop of mingling lights, the distant city-state looked almost otherworldly. How long could such a tranquil sunset last? This question crossed Duncan's mind unexpectedly, but he quickly exhaled softly, dismissing these thoughts. Duncan outlined his plan. I'll take a short rest in my room. Once Lucretia has finished her tasks, we'll head to the city together. Meanwhile, please make sure the Vanished is well cared for. Yes, Captain, came the prompt reply. Duncan then stood up, intending to head to the bedroom at the back of the captain's cabin. Mid-stride, however, he paused, casting a curious look at the first mate stationed on the table. You mentioned you'd study this dream skull, but how exactly do you plan to do that, given you lack hands? The first mate seemed to consider this for a moment before confidently raising its head. That's a valid question, it pondered. My approach will be to attempt communication with it. The cultists might have forced it into a shell-like state. Perhaps a bit of dialogue from me could coax it into opening up. Duncan was skeptical about the potential success of this research endeavor. Nevertheless, he offered no comment, only giving the first mate a supportive yet somewhat doubtful look of good luck. He then waved his hand in farewell and proceeded to enter his bedroom, the dark and imposing door closing behind him with a resonant thud. In the now solitary captain's cabin, the two wooden goat heads, each wrapped in its own silence, were the only occupants. A short while later, the first mate turned its attention to the stationary dream skull. Have you ever heard about the 18 cuisines of the boundless sea? It ventured. What? Duncan had barely drifted off when he was abruptly awakened by a strange, monotonous rumbling sound. He sprang up from his bed, alert, but by the time he fully awoke, the cabin, both inside and out, had returned to an eerie stillness. The bedroom was dimly lit by a lantern on his desk, casting a weak glow. Outside the window, the night had enveloped everything in darkness, clearly indicating that evening had long passed. The ship's corridor and deck were eerily quiet, devoid even of the usual sound of waves lapping against the hull. Duncan sat on the edge of his bed, surrounded by the enveloping darkness, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease rising within him. He reflected on the events before he retired to his room, then noticed something peculiar about his surroundings. The silence was profound. The absence of the sea's rhythmic sounds was abnormal, and the night sky outside was unnaturally dark. The usual glow from the geometric structure near Wind Harbor was missing, along with the crisp, celestial light that the world's creation typically cast over the sea. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Duncan quickly got up from his bed and moved to stand by the window near his desk. Outside, in the vast and dark expanse of space, a turbulent, faint stream of light silently swept across the distant horizon. For a brief moment, it illuminated a massive, twisted shadow that gradually emerged at the edge of Duncan's vision, quietly undulating and shifting. Subspace. This realization hit Duncan with intense clarity. He immediately understood the supernatural situation he found himself in. Had he inadvertently drifted into subspace once more? He vividly remembered his first encounter with subspace, which had also followed a brief rest. At that time he had dismissed it as a peculiar dream, a solitary, almost forgotten voyage into this mysterious time-space dimension. And now the same surreal experience was happening again. With a mix of concern and heightened alertness, Duncan promptly summoned a small flame, carefully concealing it within his palm. He then moved towards the bedroom door with deliberate caution. This was no mere sleepwalking episode to him. He was certain he wasn't dreaming. Although the reasons were unclear, dreams seemed to be an experience beyond his usual understanding. Reaching the bedroom door, he paused, listening intently for any sounds from the other side. Then, gently and slowly, he pushed the door open. The captain's cabin beyond was shrouded in grim, somber silence. It was a scene reminiscent of his previous encounter. Another decrepit version of the Vanished lay before him, appearing as if it had been abandoned for centuries. Warped shelves clung to the corners, a tarnished oval mirror was affixed to a cracked and blemished wall, and the floor was strewn with dark, ominous shadows and debris. Amidst this desolation, only a navigation table stood out, solitary and intact in the center of the room. On it lay a mysterious sea chart, emitting a faint, ghostly glow. On the table, a black wooden goat head slowly raised its head to meet Duncan's gaze. Chapter 666, The Watchful Gaze. It's been some time since Duncan last visited subspace, but his memories of the area were still vivid. He particularly remembered exploring the broken Vanished, especially its captain's quarters, which notably lacked a goat head of its own, a peculiar and memorable detail he couldn't ignore. Instead, this odd realm, the ship's navigation table usually held only a haunting map that charted paths resembling nightmares more than actual waterways. This time, however, Duncan noticed a change. The dimly lit room now displayed a jet-black goat head on the navigation table. Positioned to seem as if its eyes followed him, the head added a sinister presence. Duncan felt watched by it, even perceiving it shifting its gaze subtly when the bedroom door moved. Trying to keep calm, Duncan stepped out of the bedroom and approached the table. This goat head seemed to intensely track his every movement. It startled him. It looked just like the real goat head and was placed in the center of the table instead of its usual position on the left edge where he had previously left the Skull of Dreams. Why was the Skull of Dreams now here in subspace? Duncan approached the table cautiously. As he looked at Goathead, it seemed to lift its eyes to meet his. An intense, eerie silence enveloped them. Breaking the silence, Duncan introduced himself with a tense voice. "Hello, I am Duncan." To his shock, Goathead replied, "Hello, you are not Duncan." Stunned by Goathead's ability to speak and its denial of his identity, Duncan calmly responded, "If I'm not Duncan, then who am I?" "You are the captain," Goathead, also the Skull of Dreams in this version, answered. The voice reminded Duncan of his familiar first mate, but carried a strange, somber tone. Puzzled, Duncan asked, "Isn't Duncan the captain of this ship?" "You are the captain. You are not Duncan," Goathead insisted, its responses echoing with a scripted quality regardless of Duncan's questions. After several attempts to learn more, Duncan paused, deep in thought. In an identity twist, Duncan realized he was indeed the captain of the ship, but not truly Duncan. He was actually Zhou Ming, a soul without a permanent home, traveling through time and space. Duncan Abnommer, the explorer, was just a persona he had adopted. The real Captain Duncan had died a century ago, a secret Duncan had kept, or so he thought. In the physical world, the first mate, mirroring Goathead before him, knew the truth of Duncan's real identity but had always remained silent. Such truths were forbidden aboard the Vanished. Now in subspace, the entity Duncan believed to be the Skull of Dreams had openly acknowledged this secret. As Duncan surveyed the deteriorating cabin and peered out through the hollow windows at the ship's frayed masts and distant hull, he realized this revelation hadn't altered the appearance of the broken Vanished. He wondered if this was because they were in subspace, where the ship was merely a projection, or because the Skull of Dreams, not originally part of the ship, did not affect the ship's stability with its knowledge. Turning back to the mysterious goat head on the table, Duncan pondered whether it was the true manifestation of the Skull of Dreams in subspace or merely a projection. Was the Skull of Dreams inherently split, with parts unearthed by cultists and others permanently in subspace? After reflecting, Duncan asked, "Who are you?" Initially, the goat head was silent, leaving Duncan unsure if it would respond. Finally, it said, "I do not know." Intrigued, Duncan asked, "What do you know then?" After a longer pause, the goat head repeated, "I do not know." Duncan noted the paradox. "You claim to know nothing, yet you recognize that I am the captain here and not Duncan. Do you know this ship? Do you understand where you are?" The goat head then became unresponsive, resembling a simple wooden carving more than a sentient entity. Duncan realized the consciousness within the Skull of Dreams was fragmented and disjointed. Unlike the first mate in the real world, this subspace entity seemed to have only partial memories and a broken thought process, able to respond only to specific questions and otherwise remaining inactive. Letter FF5 to letter FF41. However, it still held the knowledge that the person before it, referred to as the captain, was not Duncan. Duncan's mind swirled with theories and questions about the deep mysteries around him. This situation might relate to a century-old agreement made by the real Captain Duncan in subspace with Saslaka. In that ancient deal, the Vanished, nearly fully absorbed by subspace, was reconstructed by the King of Dreams. Conversely, the fragmented and mostly disintegrated King of Dreams was given a chance to leave subspace, albeit in a diminished form, reduced to a spine and a skull fragment, largely stripped of its memories. The skull of dreams before Duncan could be one of these remnants left in subspace, retaining some awareness of the real Captain Duncan's fate through fragmented recollections. In fact, Duncan suspected that this skull of dreams knew more about Saslaka, the nature of subspace, and the history of the vanished than the other one in the physical world. But its chaotic and fragmented consciousness struggled to form these memories into a coherent narrative. While contemplating how to extract more information from the skull of dreams, Duncan was startled by an unusual disturbance. The vanished began to shudder, accompanied by strange, almost otherworldly sounds from an undefined location. Something was approaching outside the ship's hull, rapidly drawing near. Instinctively, Duncan raised his head from the table and turned his gaze toward a nearby window. Outside, in the endless, dark void of subspace, a massive, shadowy figure emerged alongside what appeared to be a sprawling, pale landmass. This vast entity slowly moved, its surface marred by alarming cracks and adorned with intricate patterns that resembled skin textures. Driven by a sudden insight, Duncan hurried to the window. As he approached, the scene outside began to change dramatically. A large crack opened across the pale land, revealing murky, amber-colored crystalline formations. Then, dominating the view, an immense eyeball structure came into focus. A gigantic eye leisurely passed by the captain's quarters. From his position at the window, Duncan watched as the large, cloudy eye moved across his field of vision. His view shifted, revealing more of the entity's vast, non-human face with a pale complexion. His gaze expanded further, unveiling the colossal form of the being as it undulated through the darkness of subspace. The shattered landmass he had seen earlier seemed to be part of, or perhaps embedded within, this gargantuan entity. This was the pale, one-eyed giant of subspace, carrying the fragmented land with it. Duncan remembered his first venture into subspace when he had briefly glimpsed this awe-inspiring figure. At that time, he had passed it by without discerning any significant details. Now, however, the vanished was passing perilously close to the giant's face, offering Duncan an unprecedented chance to observe this remarkable being. The surreal magnitude of the scene outside the window surpassed all of Duncan's previous encounters in subspace. Even as a seasoned explorer, he found himself momentarily breathless at the sight. He remained focused on the slowly moving giant just beyond the glass, particularly drawn to its murky, solitary eye. This eye, appearing ancient and lifeless, seemed to keep a quiet vigil over its surroundings. It was an eerie and powerful moment. As the vanished continued its journey, the giant's eye imperceptibly but unmistakably began to rotate, following their movement. Startled, Duncan could only exclaim, "Huh." He blinked rapidly, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. It was undeniable. As the vanished shifted its position in the mysterious expanse of subspace, the giant's eye, murky and seemingly long dead, was indeed tracking its motion. The eye had noticed the vanished. It wasn't merely existing passively, but was actively observing. The realization that this colossal, otherworldly entity was aware of his presence and possibly watching him was both astounding and unsettling. Chapter 667, Reflection in the Eye. In the outermost reaches of a shattered continent, amidst a vast expanse of darkness, a massive giant tasked with supporting the land noticed a spectral ship gliding by. This ancient deity, long dead, stirred its large, clouded eye. Briefly roused from an eternal sleep, the eye flickered to life, observing the intruders in its realm. Duncan watched the eye closely, his body tensing progressively. Despite his immunity to mental corruption, the overwhelming sight pressed heavily upon him, almost suffocating him. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure, choosing not to react to the giant's gaze. Silently, he allowed the vanished to continue past the immense figure, observing as the giant's eye reached its tracking limit and slowly disappeared from view as the ship moved on. The vast, pale, one-eyed giant remained still, perpetually bearing the continent on its back, drifting quietly in the endless void. Suddenly, the skull of dreams spoke from behind Duncan. The giant was the first to die. Duncan swiftly turned, fixing his gaze on the artifact resting on a table. "What did you say?" he asked for clarification. "The giant was the first to die," the dream skull repeated, its tone and message unchanged. Despite further probing by Duncan, it disclosed no additional details. Realizing that this was all the information the fragment of the ancient deity would provide, Duncan ceased his inquiries. He thoughtfully turned back to the fading figure of the colossal giant, murmuring, "Among the disintegrating stars on the first long night, the king of the pale giants met his end." As he spoke the name, King of the Pale Giants, a faint sound stirred in the infinite darkness beyond the porthole, briefly flaring before fading like a breeze. Duncan glanced once more in the direction of the solitary-eyed giant, his expression thoughtful. After a brief pause, he moved toward the door of the captain's cabin. He took one last look at the Skull of Dreams on the navigation table. Ignoring the unsettling gaze directed at him, Duncan exited the captain's cabin. He ascended the slanted staircase to the helm above the captain's cabin, crossing the desolate, uneven deck. At the helm, the large steering wheel stood, subtly moving against the dark backdrop of subspace. Approaching the dark, formidable wheel, Duncan took a deep breath, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. Duncan was about to embark on a bold adventure. Piloting the battered vanished through the unknowable subspace was just the beginning. With his nerves calmed, he grasped the wheel firmly, unleashing a powerful force of fire. In an instant, a blaze burst forth, invisible yet tangible, swiftly enveloping the ship in a spectral firestorm that disappeared as quickly as it had appeared into the void. Duncan felt an immediate expansion of his senses, accompanied by a weird and familiar sense of void, as the flames died down. He could feel the inherent nature of the vanished anew, its spectral essence, as if the flames were a direct manifestation within subspace, interacting solely with the cold, empty void. This time, however, Duncan was prepared. He maintained his grip on the fiery power, unfazed by the unsettling sensation of emptiness. Ignoring the eerie feeling of being unshielded and adrift in subspace, he focused more intently on the wheel, striving to give it tangible substance to control the ethereal vessel. Beneath the wheel, creaks and groans emerged, signifying life. The entire ghost ship began to quiver subtly, its invisible sails catching an unseen wind. Cheers, as if from distant realms, echoed around him, seemingly from nowhere. The captain had resumed command. Duncan gently steered the wheel, guiding the ghost ship, now adrift in darkness, to start tilting slightly, obediently changing its course under his direction. A sense of awe and triumph surged within him as he successfully steered the ghostly ship through the intricacies of subspace, finding it even smoother and more intuitive than navigating in the physical realm. The Vanished executed a sweeping 180-degree turn in the void, aligning itself with a celestial fragment that appeared torn from a planet. The pale, one-eyed giant once again came into view as Duncan steered the ship back towards the ancient god. As they approached the giant, its murky, solitary eye came to life again, silently watching Duncan in the darkness. Duncan remained unfazed by this silent observation. From their previous encounter, he knew the giant's gaze had no effect on him. Instead of feeling apprehensive, he felt a growing curiosity about what new insights might be revealed. The Vanished slowly approached the giant's face, the murky eye becoming increasingly dominant in Duncan's view, eventually filling an entire side of the ship. Duncan brought the ship to a stop, released the wheel, and walked to the side of the ship to examine the eye more closely. The giant's eye, decayed and veiled in a layer of pale mist, shifted slightly, its empty pupil turning towards him. In its misty surface, Duncan saw his own reflection, distorted and ghostly. "What are you looking at?" he whispered, driven by a mysterious urge. No reply came. The giant was truly dead. The motion of its eye seemed to be just residual motion, a lingering mechanical twitch of the ancient deity after its death, or perhaps a slight shudder of the immense corpse, creating a deceptive semblance of life. A thought struck Duncan then, a phrase that captured the eerie scene before him. In the fading glow of embers after all life has ceased, the lifeless forms of ancient gods reign over the ashes of the world. Even in their death, these ancient deities, spanning across ages, continue to display a form of activity. Their demise was a peculiar, ineffable state. Whether shattered into countless pieces like goat head or twisted into unfathomable shapes, this activity seemed destined to persist indefinitely. Duncan didn't fully understand the essence of these gods or ancient kings, their present existence or their true nature. Yet through this encounter with the pale giant king, he felt he was gradually nearing some profound truth. Then Duncan's attention sharpened, thinking he had noticed something within the giant's mist-covered, murky eye. Hidden images seemed to lurk there. Leaning closer, Duncan peered more intently into the clouded reflection, trying to distinguish clear images from the vague shadows shaped by time. Gradually, a vision began to take shape. First, he made out a colossal figure with the visage of a majestic sea creature, exuding a regal aura. This figure stood prominently, followed by a humanoid shape enveloped in flames. Behind these two appeared faintly glowing objects arranged neatly on a vast cube. Among these images, there was also the silhouette of a giant draped in a black robe, resembling a decayed corpse. Its form was twisted and indescribable, like a dark cloud overshadowing the others, casting ominous shadows. It had tall, crooked limbs adorned with thorny growths, with subtle golden arcs of light flickering. These mysterious, spectral figures were reflected in the giant's solitary eye, each with its unique, bizarre form, silently revolving in the darkness. Duncan gazed in awe at these figures, which, even as mere reflections, seemed to radiate immense power. It took him almost half a minute to grasp what he was seeing: the pantheon, the images of the ancient kings. The scene reflected in the giant's eye belonged to a long-lost era, a time between the Great Annihilation and the Deep Sea era, during a certain night in ancient years. These regal entities had gathered here, standing in solemn silence around the giant, their visages eternally captured in its murky eye. It was a memorial. The image in the giant's eye captured a moment from an ancient time. It was the aftermath of the pale giant king's death at the dawn of creation, a solemn occasion where gods gathered to say their goodbyes. Duncan's mind raced, making numerous connections. He tried to match the figures in the giant's eye with the legends known in the mortal world, integrating this with the knowledge he had recently acquired. It struck him that, beyond the 4 recognized gods and a few ancient deities, many entities in the reflection were unknown in current times. Indeed, more than half of these figures were completely unfamiliar to him, absent from both mainstream historical records and the obscure, sometimes heretical myths of ancient pagan cultures. Duncan stood in contemplative silence. If each deity represented a once mighty civilization that had survived the catastrophic destruction of their world, then it seemed that more than half of these ancient gods had silently vanished before the dawn of the 3rd long night. Their very existence, let alone their names, had not been preserved, not even in the obscure Book of Blasphemy. Ironically, those like the pale giant king and the king of dreams, who perished in the era of creation, were the more fortunate among these forgotten rulers. Duncan exhaled a soft sigh and stepped back, preparing to leave this place filled with ancient memories. However, in his reflective moment, he noticed another detail. His own image was reflected in the giant's solitary eye among the visages of the ancient kings, as if frozen in the eternal flow of time. There was a space there, perfectly sized for him, neither too large nor too small. It seemed as though a place had been reserved for him, as if predestined since those distant ages ago, when these beings had come together to mourn the pale giant king. Chapter 668, encapsulated in the bright star. As Duncan gazed into the immense, solitary eye of the defeated pale giant king, he noticed an anomaly in its reflection. The eye, a chaotic and enigmatic portal, mirrored the images of various figures resembling ancient kings, with one conspicuous empty spot among them. He pondered whether this vacancy was left there by chance or by design. Resting against the ship's railing, Duncan was transfixed by the giant eye. It was then he realized his own image occupied the empty spot in the reflection. Initially, he dismissed this as insignificant until he started noticing other indistinct, shadowy figures in the fog shrouding the eye. Duncan was tempted to write this off as a mere coincidence, but found it difficult to believe in random occurrences in such a supernatural environment. Here he was, in subspace, among the relics of an ancient god. With growing unease, Duncan began to retreat as though fearful of disturbing something in this haunting, sacred space. The lifeless pale giant king, along with the reflected images of kings in its eye, seemed to silently observe him. To Duncan, it appeared as if these ghostly figures from long ago were scrutinizing every move he made. He continued to back away slowly, increasing the distance between himself and the eye. Suddenly, Duncan was startled to see his reflection re-emerge among the kings. His heart raced as he observed his reflection begin to morph. The blurry image, once resembling Duncan in his captain's uniform and tricorn hat, started to shake and rapidly transform into another figure, a man in a white shirt and black trousers, appearing fragile with an indistinct face. This was Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming stood motionless on the deck, his gaze fixed on the murky giant eye, merely an arm's length from the railing, captivated by his reflection. After some time, he moved closer once more, drawn towards the eye. Peering through the dense haze on its surface, he focused on his blurred reflection and slowly reached out toward it. Aware of the dangers in this mysterious, perilous realm, he felt as though he was conducting a hazardous experiment. Eventually, his fingers made contact with the eye's surface. A strange emptiness emanated from his fingertips. At that moment, Zhou Ming recalled Lucretia's description of the strange, void-like sensation when touching the cylindrical pillar at the boundary. He could feel something, yet it was devoid of warmth or solidity, leaving him briefly disoriented and confused. Then the reflection of the man in the white shirt began to disintegrate rapidly. The colors of the image started to fade, vanishing instantly. As the colors disappeared, an extraordinary vision emerged. Countless points of light exploded like starlight. This stunning display of starlight soon replaced the disintegrating human figure. Initially, the stars maintained a vague, distorted human shape, but quickly they seemed to burst forth from the outline of the human form, creating a spectacle resembling a galaxy, filling the entire eyeball with radiant light. The starlight didn't stop there. It continued to spread, reaching out towards Zhou Ming, touching his extended fingers. When the starlight touched him, Zhou Ming experienced an overwhelming roar inside his mind. This roar was a complex blend of sounds, a vast surge of information compressed into a single, overwhelming moment. It was akin to accessing a massive database capable of explaining the entire universe, a portal filled with the thoughts and advice of thousands, resonating in a moment that was both fleeting and eternal. Zhou Ming felt stretched thin, his consciousness fluctuating amidst this cacophony as he desperately tried to decipher the overlapping voices. He hovered on the brink of understanding, bombarded by fragments of meaning. "We are human, we stand at the pinnacle of everything at this moment," one voice declared amid the chaos, startling Zhou Ming. "We have almost unraveled all mysteries. The laws of star movements, time and space, the rise and fall of information. Until we discovered that the end of time is destruction, an event beyond our cognitive models, occurring outside our universe. The pursuit of time forward became meaningless. Within a finite model, the probability of averting this event is 0. We have decided to send *% at in reverse to. We named it reverse singularity in our calculations. After this event, the only fragment that can remain intact in all timelines is 0.002 seconds long. You are Zhou Ming, you, old calendar timestamp 2022, 710-710-00 to 2022, 710-710-02 ends. Now it is 41,765, 12C. 32, 15B, everything has ended before our eyes. Good luck. Good luck to them. Good luck to us." Zhou Ming felt as if he had been yanked from an infinite freefall, snapping back to a moment that seemed frozen in time. The overwhelming roar of voices faded into a distant echo, and his rationality surged back. In this fragile moment of clarity, he instinctively stepped back, overwhelmed by the enormity of what he had just heard. However, the mesmerizing display of starlight surging from the giant eye had already faded. The reflections on the eyeball's surface, including Duncan, Zhou Ming, the pale giant, and the ancient kings, had disappeared. The myriad shadows, accumulated in the eye over centuries, seemed to have been washed away by the cacophony of the roar. All that remained was a murky, opaque veil covering the eyeball, devoid of any discernible images or information. It was now evident that this eyeball had served merely as a vessel of information. Following a potent release and cleansing of information, everything that had once adorned its surface was erased. A profound silence enveloped the area, the previous thunderous roars gone. Subspace had returned to its perpetual stillness, leaving the deck of the vanished quiet and desolate. Yet the fragmented pieces of information unleashed in the roar continued to whirl through Zhou Ming's mind. This mental storm took a considerable time to abate, eventually settling into deep impressions and memories that would forever reside in his consciousness. Taking a few steps back, Zhou Ming pressed his hand to his forehead, breathing heavily. His heart, which had been racing, began to slow. Slowly, his capacity for clear thought returned. Zhou Ming stood for a long time in the dim, chaotic void of subspace, letting time, devoid of meaning, pass. He pondered deeply in this eternal silence until he moved again after an indeterminate duration. Looking up, his gaze disappeared into the distant darkness that seemed to swallow everything. He knew that countless secrets still lay hidden beyond this point, but he felt exhausted. The overwhelming roar had drained him, leaving him without the strength to navigate the ghost ship through the endless void. "It's time to go back," Zhou Ming whispered to himself, taking steady steps toward the captain's cabin door. He remembered the method to return from subspace to the real world. By opening the door of the lost to step into another dark space, then opening the door again from within that dark space, he could return to the real dimension. Pausing with his hand on the handle of the door of the lost, Zhou Ming cast a final glance back at the boundless chaos he was about to leave. He was certain that one day he would return to continue his exploration. Without hesitation, he swiftly executed the double-door opening maneuver. As he stepped through, the familiar sounds of waves and the cool, salty breeze brushing against his cheeks brought a sense of relief. Once again, he was Duncan, back in the familiar reality of his own world. Looking up, Duncan saw the stark, cold light of the fishering world's creation pouring down from the heavens onto the sea. The faint, golden rays from the distant waters mingled with this celestial light, crafting a slightly eerie, yet utterly captivating nightscape near Wind Harbor. The gentle creaking of the ship blended with the sounds of the waves nearby. This was complemented by the soft noises of ropes adjusting on the masts, creating a symphony of maritime sounds. In this moment, Duncan's experiences in subspace felt surreal, almost like a bizarre dream. Shaking his head to clear it, he was certain it wasn't just a dream. It was vital information, perhaps revealing truths about his existence. Yet he had to set aside these overwhelming thoughts for now. With many crucial details still missing, his current theories couldn't yet form a complete picture. From beyond the door, the familiar voice of his first mate floated through, discussing maritime matters. Having finished with the customs and culture of the northern seas, I should tell you about the central seas. I'm an experienced sailor, and the city-states of there. A smile spread across Duncan's face, bringing a sense of normalcy. He took a deep, steadying breath and opened the door to the captain's cabin. Inside, by the navigation table, he noticed a goat head animatedly, chatting with another head. Their conversation halted abruptly as Goathead turned to acknowledge the captain at the doorway. "Duncan of Namur," Duncan announced, heading off any questions. Goathead looked momentarily surprised, then shifted to a cheerful recognition. "Ah, the captain's back!" Its voice rang out warmly, welcoming Duncan as he re-entered the familiar surroundings of his cabin. Chapter 669, The Captain and the Doll. As Duncan stepped back onto the deck of the Vanished, a sense of comforting familiarity washed over him. The familiar buzz of Goathead, his chatty first mate, grounded him and soothed the mental fog he had suffered while navigating the chaotic subspace. Taking a deep breath, Duncan took comfort in the normality of the ship and headed to the navigation table. Goathead, buzzing with excitement and oblivious to Duncan's exhaustion, eagerly shared its experiences. "Captain, your crew has surpassed expectations. I've been engaging in fascinating discussions with this brain, exploring topics from the exotic cuisines of the boundless sea to the nuances of poetry and music." Duncan glanced briefly at Goathead with amusement and asked, "And did it respond to you?" Goathead paused, momentarily unsure. "Not exactly." Regaining its optimism, it added, "However, I'm close to a breakthrough. I believe my genuine conversations will eventually make an impact. It might even start talking to you soon." "Enough," Duncan interrupted. "This brain won't respond, it's mostly in subspace." Goathead stopped abruptly as if its words were cut off. After a moment of silence, it processed this new information. "It's in subspace." "Didn't you realize that?" Duncan pointed towards his bedroom door, explaining, "I was resting, but I came back through the captain's room door. While you were deep in conversation, I ventured into subspace and returned." Goathead looked visibly shaken. "Stop that," Duncan said casually, sitting at the navigation table. He looked at another version of Goathead lying there. "The Skull of Dreams doesn't talk back because it primarily exists in subspace. I made some contact with it there, but our interaction was limited. Unlike you, it doesn't have full consciousness or memory." Goathead took a moment to understand the implications. Shocked by Duncan's casual foray into subspace and his discoveries, it cautiously asked, "What did it communicate to you?" Quickly, Goathead added, "If it's too dangerous or sensitive, forget I asked. I can be patient." Duncan's response was serious. "It knows things about Duncan of Namur similar to what you know. Essentially, you both share initial memories. But this isn't the place for such conversations. It's enough that we understand each other," he concluded, dismissing the topic with a gesture. Goathead stopped asking questions, grasping what Duncan meant. The truth about the situation was too volatile for the ship, potentially severing its connection to Duncan and throwing it back into subspace. This understanding between them had developed over time, a silent agreement shaped by subtle hints and shared secrecy. As the room fell silent when Duncan settled in his chair, regaining his strength during the process. Meanwhile, the Skull of Dreams sat quietly on the table, looking at nothing in particular. As for Goathead himself, the sculpture seemed lost in thought. Finally breaking the silence, Goathead asked, Did you discover anything else? Duncan shared a bit more. The pale giant king, a legendary figure from the first long night mentioned in the Book of Blasphemy. His essence is intertwined with that ancient being, but I should say no more. It could be risky. Goathead paused, noticeably taken aback, then slowly nodded. Understood, I won't pry further. Duncan responded with a non-committal hum, his mind wandering through a sea of memories and thoughts. Despite knowing that aimless thinking wouldn't produce any concrete results, Duncan couldn't help but reflect on the fragments that haunted him, remembering a distant voice that echoed through the roar. These fragments, though incomplete, were profoundly revealing. They spoke of a civilization teetering on the edge of discovering the ultimate truths of existence, a civilization that had mastered time and space. They referred to themselves as humans, vastly different from the humans Zhou Ming knew. This civilization had followed a supernatural trajectory, nearing the ultimate truth. Yet they too faced extinction during an event known as the Great Annihilation. Unlike other doomed races, they seemed uniquely aware of and prepared for this cataclysm. While unable to prevent the impending disaster, they seemed to have devised a way to preserve a complete seed in the aftermath. Duncan turned to gaze at an oval antique mirror on the wall. His reflection stared back, igniting a new understanding within him. He realized why his memory lacked the red glow of total destruction. It wasn't part of the era he remembered. The concept of the Great Annihilation, an event from a distant future, dominated his thoughts. But it wasn't only these potential truths that occupied him. He was also troubled by the mystery surrounding Zhou Ming's existence. Letter 1D667. He sat motionless behind the table, immersed in contemplation until he stood up, determined to clear his mind. I'm going for a walk on the deck, he announced to Goathead before leaving the captain's quarters. The deck was serene, illuminated by the ethereal glow of the world's creation over the distant sea. Duncan walked slowly along the deck's edge, temporarily setting aside the perplexing mysteries, seeking comfort in the night breeze and the calming sea ambience. Eventually, his stroll brought him to a familiar scene. Alice was seated on her favorite oversized barrel by the railing, gently rocking with the barrel's motion. Her gaze was fixed on the horizon, legs swinging rhythmically as she hummed an unusual melody. Duncan listened for a moment, then recognized the tune. It was a sailor's song often hummed by Goathead, now altered beyond recognition in Alice's rendition, making it nearly foreign to anyone else in the boundless sea. Yet when Alice hummed it, the tune took on a unique charm. Noticing Duncan's approach, Alice stopped humming and jumped down from the barrel with evident excitement. Captain. You seem well, Duncan replied with a slight smile. I just came out for a walk. Alice looked at Duncan, her expression filled with genuine concern. You look tired. Is something bothering you? Are you dealing with some serious issue? Caught off guard by the doll's perceptiveness, Duncan hesitated but soon offered a reassuring smile. Nothing major, just pondering some things. Why are you up at this hour? Is there something making you so happy? My mind, Alice bubbled with enthusiasm. I brought the spoils to the kitchen. They're really handy. Everyone in the kitchen was initially unhappy, but I convinced them, and now they've welcomed these new friends. Their conversation continued, Alice's lively chatter sharply contrasting Duncan's deep, unresolved thoughts. The night aboard the Vanished moved forward, each individual wrapped in their own reflections and experiences. I also checked on the meat we pickled earlier, and it's perfect. Not a single barrel has spoiled. In a month, it should be just right for cooking. Alice's voice bubbled with excitement as she shared her latest culinary adventure. I've also tried pickling cucumbers using a recipe from Nina. She said that pickled cucumbers go exceptionally well with smoked meat patties, much better than what Goat had suggested. Her enthusiasm didn't stop there. And guess what? I found a stash of unused pencils in a storage closet on the second deck. It's a mystery who left them there, but I plan to use them for sketching. Looney has this amazing talent for drawing. She promised to teach me, but only when she finds some spare time. Alice chatted away with unbridled enthusiasm about these ordinary activities, each one not particularly supernatural or significant. Yet for Alice, these simple pleasures brought immense joy, each discovery or activity filling her with delight. Now she was sharing this joy with Duncan, hoping to add a sprinkle of her happiness to his life. She was blissfully unaware of the deeper concerns that typically occupied the captain's thoughts. Duncan listened intently, his genuine smile slowly brightening his eyes as he absorbed her words. Then, driven by a sudden curiosity, Duncan asked, Alice, have you ever thought about your own origin? Ever wondered why you exist, why you have thoughts, why you are Alice, and what lies in your future? Have you ever thought about these things? Alice responded instantly without hesitation. To her, questions that might perplex philosophers seemed simple and straightforward. I've never thought about them. But then, realizing her response might seem overly simplistic, she added with a touch of uncertainty, is that a bad answer? Does it make me seem too simple-minded? Do you often think about these things? Duncan looked at the doll, his expression a blend of amusement and tenderness. He then smiled warmly, shaking his head gently. No, your answer is just perfect. Alice looked back at him, slightly puzzled. Duncan offered no further explanation, instead reaching out to affectionately pat her hair. If you're interested in learning to draw, I can teach you. Alice's eyes lit up with surprise and curiosity. You know how to draw, Captain? A little bit from a very, very long time ago. Would you like to learn? Alice nodded vigorously, yes. Chapter 670, A Murky Future. Shirley reclined comfortably on a windowsill inside the enchanting home of the witch's mansion located at 99 Crown Street in Wind Harbor. She looked out the window, observing the familiar street scene. The city-state had grown noticeably quieter, a welcome change, though many locals still grappled with the aftereffects of strange dreams. The recent troubles in Wind Harbor were mild compared to those in Pland and Frost. To an outsider, it might seem like normal life had resumed. Outside, the laughter of children, now free from a recent blockade, filled the air as they ran past, their colorful pinwheels catching the sunlight. As midday approached, the remarkable sight of Vision One appeared in the sky, causing the striking blue rooftops across the street to shimmer in the sunlight. Occasionally, members of the Truth Guardians, recognizable in their distinctive uniforms, were seen observing from elevated positions, vigilant and watchful. Suppressing a yawn, Shirley turned to Nina and asked slowly, "What have you been doing to be so absorbed since this morning?" Sitting at a small table by the window, Nina was absorbed in a thick notebook filled with complex mechanical drawings, occasionally nibbling on a glowing object resembling a fireball. "I'm learning about some mechanical designs. I'm taking it to a custom workshop later today." Curious yet puzzled, Shirley examined the intricate gears and links in Nina's notebook. "Didn't the captain send a letter to Pland about you leaving school? Why continue studying if you're not taking exams?" Nina looked up seriously and explained, "I actually finished early. I completed all my high school courses while on the ship. Mr. Morris and Uncle think returning to regular school doesn't make sense for me now. They arranged for this early graduation." Skeptical Shirley inquired, "Is that even possible?" Nina, chewing another piece of her sun, responded with her mouth full, "It might not be for everyone, but Mr. Morris can make it happen. Plus, I feel it's the best option. I don't really fit in at school anymore, especially after everything with Uncle." However, Shirley was more intrigued by the fireball Nina was casually consuming. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "You've been eating that all day. Does it actually taste good?" Nina casually offered, "Want to try?" Shirley quickly recoiled, exclaiming, "I'm not ready to die yet." Disappointed, Nina put the sun away and said softly, "It's actually not hot," adding sadly, "I wanted Miss Vanna to try it too, but she refused." In Shirley's eyes, Nina eating a fireball was both fascinating and slightly alarming. Keeping her distance, she eyed the glowing orb with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. "Anyone sane would refuse that. It's concerning that you can eat it," she remarked cautiously. "Are you sure it's safe? Did the captain approve?" Nina nodded. "Yes, after confirming it's safe for me, Mr. Morris even encouraged me to keep experimenting and observing it," she explained. "He thinks my eating this sun might reveal how elements from the old world change and adapt. He believes it could even help us understand the underlying chaos of everything. I don't understand all the details, but he and Uncle Duncan discussed it at length this morning." As she spoke, Nina took another small bite of the sun. "Their discussions are becoming more complex. Just this morning, after Uncle returned from the ship, they had another long talk. I overheard them planning to capture another Ender for research, considering where they might find one." Shirley's attention drifted toward the living room. There, Duncan and Morris were deeply engrossed in a serious conversation. Nearby, Alice lay on the floor next to the coffee table, gripping a pencil and fervently sketching her masterpiece on a piece of paper. Morris spoke intensely, occasionally playing with a delicate crystal prism in his hand. Sunlight streaming through the window hit the prism, scattering a spectrum of vibrant colors across the room. "We've never been closer to discovering the truth about the origin of the world. The collision we observed in the deepest memories of Atlantis seems to be the only event so far that can explain the Great Annihilation, he stated earnestly. Duncan nodded thoughtfully, his mind heavy with the implications. The Great Annihilation triggered catastrophic chaos and conflict, deeply ingrained in the essence of all existence. The third long night didn't resolve these fundamental conflicts, but merely postponed them. Now it seems this postponement has reached its limit. The end appears inevitable. Morris's voice carried a note of concern as he continued. The critical question now is what will happen when the end arrives and how the so-called fourth long night will unfold. Certainly our current deep-sea era will undergo significant changes during this time, and the city-states across the boundless seas might vanish like in previous long nights. He paused, then shook his head solemnly. Or perhaps the outcome could be even more severe. Despite Morris's bleak outlook, Duncan remained silent, preoccupied with a haunting vision he had seen in subspace. He recalled ancient kings conducting a funeral around a pale, lifeless giant, a being that had perished in order to create this world. If each long night corresponded to the end of an era, then what Duncan had glimpsed in the giant's eye was a vision of such an end. His thoughts lingered on the faint starlight and the deep, resonant sounds emanating from it. After a long, reflective silence, Duncan finally spoke softly. Perhaps only the kings hold the answers to my questions. Morris looked up, slightly startled by Duncan's remark. What did you say? Duncan didn't directly answer Morris's question. Instead, after a moment of reflection, he changed the topic. According to our latest intelligence, both the Annihilators and the Suntists are actively preparing for the impending doomsday they believe in. The phrase that keeps coming up among the cultists is a new position. They aim to establish a foothold in the era that will follow the Deep Sea Age. Morris, taking this in, nodded in agreement. This seems to resonate with the concept of abandoned clans from the third long night. From the evidence you've recently uncovered, it's clear that not all clans were able to coexist after the world's creation. Many were expelled from the sanctuaries during the third long night, with the Black Sun possibly being just one example. It's likely that numerous other abandoned clans vanished without a trace. Pausing, Morris sank into deep thought before continuing. If we start with the premise that the foundation of everything is rooted in conflict and destruction, and accept that gods construct the next era upon the ashes of the world, then the fourth long night could mark the creation of a new era on the remnants of the Deep Sea Age. The most likely outcome is... He hesitated, but Duncan articulated the unspoken conclusion. The next era will offer a sanctuary, even more restricted, confined, and crowded than the Deep Sea Age, where even fewer races may survive. A brief silence filled the living room, only interrupted by the soft scraping of Alice's pencil across her paper. The girl, oblivious to the complex discussions around her, continued with her artistic creation as enthusiastically as ever. After a few moments, Morris carefully set the prism he had been holding onto the table. More clans will be abandoned, with many achievements of civilization transformed into blasphemous prototypes for the next era. They will be destroyed, banished, not allowed to exist in our reality or even in historical records. Many elements we cherish now will be seen as pollutants and taboos in the future, similar to the discarded remains of the Black Sun from the previous age. Duncan gave a slight nod. Thus, the cultists are preparing to secure a position, or at least a place that won't be easily erased in a more confined world. Their strategy includes stealing the power or relics of ancient gods, though it's uncertain if this will be effective. But what then? A fifth long night, a sixth? This cycle could continue, possibly even speeding up until it reaches a breaking point. And throughout, the sanctuary will become increasingly smaller, more oppressive. Morris's voice faded, his speech outlining a grim and pessimistic view based on his conclusions. Embers might be rekindled, but their resurgence has limits. The diminishing flame will inevitably have less and less room until there's nothing left but ashes, leading everything into an eternal quiet in the cold. In the coming era, the boundless seas might vanish. The last stronghold of civilization could shrink to a single city, then perhaps just a town, a neighborhood, a solitary house, or even just a small piece of rock floating in the void. The last trace of civilization's confused consciousness, clinging to that rock, lost in memories of former grandeur, and dying in the final dimming dream of awareness. That would mark the absolute end of everything. Chapter 671, News of the Gathering. Morris painted a grim vision of the future, darker and more silent than any strange apocalyptic scene. He envisioned a world where civilization's remnants gradually died out like fading embers of a fire. He likened this slow decay to a sinking ship where people discarded their possessions in a desperate bid to float. Ultimately, he concluded, everything would be consumed by an endless abyss of darkness. What made his vision unsettling was that, according to current intelligence, such a future was not just possible but probable, and maybe even the best scenario imaginable. In this bleak future, civilization might barely survive the fourth and fifth catastrophic events, clinging to a fragile and deceptive peace in their unstable refuges. Morris even suggested that the situation could worsen. The third catastrophic event might have already stretched civilization to its breaking point, rendering survival beyond the next disaster a mere fantasy. Reflecting on these grim notions, Duncan eventually dismissed them as overly pessimistic. "We're being too pessimistic, Morris." Morris admitted it was premature to speculate about the fourth catastrophic event without more data. He then mentioned a meeting his mentor had arranged with leaders from the 4 major churches, inviting Duncan to attend. He hoped the meeting would offer deeper insights, as the church leaders were also in search of the truths they held. Duncan, already aware of the meeting through an agreement with the truth pope, Lune, wasn't surprised. However, he was intrigued by how the elderly elf had managed to get the other 3 popes to attend a meeting led by Storm Pope Helena. Through his connections in Planned and a proposal from Vanna, Duncan had built a rapport with Helena, who seemed neutral and approachable. Yet he was unsure about the positions of the other 2 popes, Frem of the Flame Bearers and Banster of the Death Church. Duncan thought about Banster as he tapped a small mirror on his coffee table, summoning the image of Agatha. "Agatha," he said seriously. Agatha's figure appeared in the mirror. "I'm here," she replied. "Are you familiar with Banster?" Duncan asked, highlighting the importance of his question. "Based on my previous experiences under the Pope's guidance and training in the Death Ark, I wouldn't say I'm particularly close to him. There are many saints in the boundless sea, and I'm not as exceptional as Miss Vanna," Agatha responded uncertainly. Duncan thought for a moment, then asked, "Then do you know how much Banster cares about that escort flea?" "He cares about it a lot," Agatha interrupted abruptly. Duncan was surprised, having not completed his question. "He cares about it a lot," Agatha repeated earnestly as if clarifying for Duncan. "Even someone like me, not very prominent in the Death Church, has heard him mourn the loss of that magnificent escort fleet we once had." Before Duncan could respond, Agatha continued, "The Death Pope often downplays his concerns, starting with 'actually, I don't care that much,' followed by a deep sigh and ending with, 'though it was my personal design for those ships. But of course, I don't really care.'" Duncan almost laughed. "Isn't that exactly showing he cares a lot?" At that moment, Morris interrupted with a cough, redirecting the conversation. "I think the 13 islands of Witherlands might be a more pressing topic at the gathering than the fleeting moment incident with their fleet." Agatha disagreed. "Actually, the 13 islands of Witherlands might not be as contentious as you think." She shook her head. "Despite being a major loss, a faction within the Death Church views it more as a subspace disaster, a result of a border collapse, not the actions of the vanished. It's like assuming someone who escapes a fire must be the arsonist." "This isn't just a speculative idea. It's backed by substantial academic research," Agatha explained. "Of course, this interpretation causes disputes within the church. The bishops are not fond of this defense of the vanished, but the Death Pope's willingness to attend the meeting suggests he might be ready to accept this explanation to clarify past events, or at least to soften the bishop's stance." In contrast, the fleeting moment incident was a clear attack by the vanished. They boldly took some of our ships right in front of the entire fleet, including the flagship fleeting moment. Morris realized something. I understand now." Curious, Duncan asked, "Wait, is the ship actually named Fleeting Moment? I thought that was just a nickname for the incident." Agatha and Morris silently nodded in confirmation. Duncan looked puzzled. Why choose such a strange and ominous name? Calmly, Agatha responded, "It's a tradition in the Death Church to name warships and many other things with such terms. Sudden demise for the main battle cruiser, abrupt long goodbye for a long barrel cannon. We view death and passing as natural parts of the life cycle, so these terms aren't taboo for us. And strictly speaking, the Vanished isn't exactly a fortunate name either, is it? Aracute." Duncan considered this, and eventually agreed with the gatekeeper's perspective. During their conversation, Alice suddenly exclaimed, catching everyone off guard, "Captain, look, I've completed my drawing." She beamed with pride. Taken aback by this interruption, Agatha reflected in the mirror, and Duncan turned to see Alice, his expression a mix of curiosity and amusement at the doll's attempt at art. It was evident that Alice was a beginner. She struggled with even holding the pencil correctly. Her drawing, lacking technique and artistic flair, attempted to depict a large, somewhat abstract ship. She used thick black pencil lines for the sails and the waves, and sketched several small figures on the ship with their arms extended. The rough lines just managed to capture some distinctive features of the people aboard the Vanished. In her drawing, Vanna appears tall, Morris is depicted with a pipe, Shirley and Dog are close together, Nina is shown with flames above her head, and Agatha is merely a dark shadow. AI was at the top of the ship's mast, and interestingly, Goat had peeked from the captain's room window. Duncan himself was drawn wearing a captain's hat, standing at the highest point of the ship. Alice had paid more attention to his figure, but it was still rendered with a charming awkwardness. Interestingly, apart from Duncan, each figure had lines extending from them, floating mysteriously in the air. Both curious and amused, Morris leaned in to inspect the drawing more closely. "Well, for a first attempt, it's not too shabby, but you know, people don't usually have lines coming out of them in drawings," he commented, trying to be gentle. Despite Morris's diplomatic critique, Alice stood by her work. "But there really are lines," she insisted, confident in her depiction. Morris appeared bemused and turned to Duncan, who chuckled at the entire situation. "Yes, indeed there are," Duncan responded with a warm, appreciative smile, his gaze lingering affectionately on Alice's first artistic attempt. As he studied the drawing more closely, his expression shifted to one of deep reflection. "This is how she perceives the world," he mused, intrigued by her unique perspective. Upon hearing this, Alice's face lit up with pride, and she quickly responded, "Right, I knew I got it right." However, Duncan's attention was drawn to another aspect of the drawing. "But," he began, his curiosity piqued, "why didn't you include yourself in the drawing?" Alice paused, her gaze sweeping over her representation of the Vanished's crew. With a matter-of-fact tone, she replied, "Because I was the one doing the drawing." Duncan paused, reflecting on the doll's simple logic. The purity of her perspective brought a genuine chuckle to him. He found both humor and a profound insight in her response. "The artist can also be a part of their artwork," he explained gently. "Let me show you how to include yourself." Duncan then took the pencil Alice had used, and with a few skillful strokes, added a simple yet delightful representation of Alice next to his own figure in the drawing. Alice's eyes widened with astonishment and delight. "Wow, Captain, you're so much better at drawing than I am," she exclaimed, clearly impressed. Duncan gave a humble smile and set the pencil down. He carefully rolled up the drawing, preserving Alice's first piece of art, and handed it back to her. "Take good care of this. It's your very first creation," he advised warmly. Alice beamed with happiness, exclaiming, "Yay!" Her joy was infectious. Then, shifting his attention, Duncan looked towards an empty space in the living room. "Is everything taken care of?" he asked, speaking seemingly to the void. No sooner had he posed the question than Lucretia appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Her arrival was marked by a swirl of colorful paper scraps. "Don't worry, Papa, everything's been handled," she assured him confidently, indicating that all was under control. Chapter 672, The Visit of Ted Lur. Lucretia walked over to Duncan, carrying a sinister-looking rabbit doll named Rabbi, which seemed almost lifelike. She elegantly sat down on the sofa next to him, placing the doll on the floor with a distinct plop. "I've successfully moved the saint to the containment chamber inside the Bright Star," Lucretia began, her tone professional. "This facility is outfitted with cutting-edge technology designed to secure entities and substances from otherworldly realms and spiritual dimensions. We have placed the saint in a controlled environment to recover and prepare for your upcoming plans." He then shifted the conversation to the victims. "The individuals designated for sacrifice have been moved to the rescue center of our city-state. I've worked with Sarah Mel from Wind Harbor to ensure they receive compassionate care and support. Our focus is on safely sending them home as soon as possible. Unfortunately, many are severely psychologically affected, unable to remember even their own homes. We have arranged for mental health professionals to provide them with the necessary therapy." Continuing her update, Lucretia mentioned, "As you directed, I left the artificial beacon on the abandoned ship. This device enables you to remotely monitor the ship's status and movements through its signal. Additionally, I've conducted a thorough inventory of valuable materials on the ship. There is a significant amount, which offers an opportunity for resource acquisition. Consider it a rich war spoil. After all, a ghost ship that sails itself doesn't need its fuel and mechanical spares." Lucretia delivered each update clearly and efficiently, demonstrating her adeptness at managing complex situations. Duncan, attentively listening, nodded in approval. Well done, Lucretia. However, Lucretia appeared troubled by something else and hesitated before speaking further. Duncan noticed and inquired, "Is there something else on your mind?" After a brief pause, Lucretia revealed, "I've informed my brother about our recent activities. He asked if we need additional support, suggesting we could deploy the Mist Fleet, especially since we suspect the Annihilator's nest might be an ancient maritime fortress hidden in the border mists. A full-scale assault might be necessary." Duncan thought for a moment before responding, "That won't be necessary at the moment. We're still unsure about the nest's true nature. Rushing into a large-scale operation could pose more risks than benefits. Our first step should be a careful examination of the mist conditions." "Understood," Lucretia nodded in agreement. Their strategic conversation was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected presence outside. Lucretia frowned, her focus shifting to the entrance, followed by the sound of the doorbell. In a corner of the living room, Looney had been quietly standing until she hurried to the door. Lucretia quickly instructed her, "Please remember no newspapers, no insurance sales, definitely no lottery tickets, and absolutely no answering community surveys. And if anyone claims they're collecting donations for the community, you must turn them away immediately. Remember the alert we received last month? Those individuals were identified as fraudsters. It's shocking that they still dare to come here." What? Before Lucretia could finish her instructions, Looney returned to the living room, interrupting, "Madam, it's the Truth Keeper, His Excellency, at the door." Surprised, Lucretia could only exclaim, "Eh?" Before she could understand the full implications, a tired but resigned voice came from the doorway. "I know you're not fond of visitors, but I'm here under supernatural circumstances. I have an invitation from the 4 divine churches for your father." With these words, Ted Lur, known as the Truth Keeper, entered the living room. He looked like someone who had been working non-stop for weeks. He explained further, "Normally, people avoid your witch's mansion as if it were cursed. Today, Taran L. is suffering from a severe backache and is bedridden, so the duty of visiting you has fallen to me." After finishing his explanation, Ted noticed Duncan seated comfortably on the sofa and greeted him with a smile. "Good day, Captain." Lucretia casually responded to the news about Taran L. "It seems Taran L. finally gets a few days of rest. Honestly, it might be good for him." Ted Lur, showing a hint of disappointment, replied, "It's not so good for me. I lost 3 Sora's betting. Some of us at the academy had a wager on which part of Taran's body would fail him next. I bet on hemorrhoids and lost quite badly." Lucretia, slightly embarrassed by the turn of the conversation, remarked, "You guys really have too much free time." Ted Lur casually shrugged, "Maybe, but I've made some accurate predictions before." Meanwhile, Morris, who was also seated on the sofa, stood up to greet the Truth Keeper. "Ted Lur, are you fully recovered?" "Just a minor stomach issue," Ted Lur answered, dismissing the concern. "Nothing compared to the headache caused by some of the poorly written papers from the younger scholars." As he spoke, Ted Lur's eyes unintentionally met Morris's, and he looked at him with a mix of confusion and surprise for a moment before saying thoughtfully, "You know, Morris, last time we met in a rush, I didn't get a good look at you, but you're—" He suddenly paused, seemed to realize something, and then sighed softly. "Never mind, you look quite well." Morris smiled, his eyes twinkling behind his monocle. "Do I? I think I'm in fine shape these days. My daughter is a psychiatrist, and she says my mental health is exceptionally good." His smile conveyed a scholarly warmth. Only those with supernatural spiritual sensitivity could perceive the subtle signs of madness and unearthly chaos in his smile, eyes, and voice, traits that were beyond normal human comprehension. Ted Lur's attention then shifted to Duncan. It had been decades since he had developed a friendship with Duncan, who was renowned as the greatest explorer of their time. For an elf like Ted Lur, choosing to befriend a human wasn't a decision made lightly. It involved significant emotional consideration due to the brevity of human lives. However, young Ted Lur could never have predicted that his concerns would be misplaced. His worry shouldn't have been about the inevitable parting from a mortal human, but rather about the unexpected reunion with an ageless shadow that had returned from subspace. Fortunately, within this shadowy figure, a spark of humanity still remained, albeit intertwined with unfathomable truths and whispers that Ted Lur dared not probe too deeply. Breaking the silence, Duncan started a conversation. "I was just discussing the 4 divine churches with Morris. I knew about the meeting, but I didn't expect the official confirmation so soon." Pausing to collect his thoughts, Ted Lur took out a beautifully sealed envelope from his pocket, placed it on the coffee table, and slid it towards Duncan. "I'm not sure if an invitation means much to you," he said, "but the Ark Academy has asked me to deliver this. It's endorsed by the Pope of the 4 divine churches. Consider it a formal and respectful gesture from the 4 divine churches to the vanished fleet." Duncan's gaze focused on the letter, the seal exuding elegance. He carefully opened it, revealing a well-crafted invitation card with exquisite handwriting. The invitation called for a special closed meeting to be attended by the master of the vanished fleet, Captain Duncan the Great Explorer. While the contents were routine, the invitation ended with 4 shimmering signatures that caught Duncan's attention. These names, Laham, Tarujan, Gamona, Bardock, appeared as vivid streaks of lightning against the dark. Duncan looked at these signatures calmly, showing no surprise. "So the meeting is set for tomorrow? That's quite soon," he remarked casually, putting away the invitation. "Yes, the consensus, particularly from Loon, is that the sooner this meeting happens, the better," Ted Lur confirmed with a nod. "By tomorrow noon, the fleets of the 4 divine churches will begin to converge near Wind Harbor, and all the arks will make their appearance. It's set to be a monumental gathering." Duncan seemed briefly surprised by this, while Morris, standing next to him, couldn't help but express his astonishment. "Ah, so the meeting is actually happening in the physical world and all 4 popes are coming here." "Yes, I had assumed the meeting would be held via psychic resonance, like previous meetings organized by the popes and saints," Ted Lur clarified. "The notion of it taking place in the physical realm, and so soon, hadn't occurred to me." Duncan reflected on this new information, his thoughts growing more intense. For such a significant closed-door meeting to be organized with almost no preparation time is quite unusual. Not to mention, the voyage of the arks isn't a short one. He seemed to be piecing things together. It seems likely that the 4 arks were already en route, possibly stationed near the southern border even before today, maybe even before the Wind Harbor incident. Could it be that the 4 divine churches had preemptively planned a meeting, and that the events at Wind Harbor just provided a convenient reason to quickly arrange the meeting here for tomorrow? That seems probable. Following his train of thought, Duncan inquired, "Has there been any recent development? Is it related to the church's increased activities in the border waters or those fleets gathered near the Eternal Veil?" Ted Lur recognized the concerns but indicated his limitations. "I'm aware of the developments you mentioned, but I don't have detailed insights." Duncan expressed slight surprise. "Even you, the Truth Keeper, aren't informed about these matters." "I truly don't have access to that information," Ted Lur affirmed, shaking his head. "Roles like ours, the Truth Keepers, Inquisitors, Gatekeepers, and Flamekeepers, though we hold the highest religious authority within the city-states, our authority doesn't extend to the operations of the 4 arks. They operate under the direct command of the 4 popes, and all secrets are confined within the fleet. There's no overlap with the Church's activities within the city-states, especially concerning the more perilous secrets." Looking earnestly at Duncan, his expression serious, Ted Lur concluded, "It's a security measure that's considered necessary." Chapter 673, Their Communication. In the tranquil coastal city of Wind Harbor, the residents were just recovering from a night filled with disturbing dreams when 4 massive arks suddenly appeared, adding another layer to their dreamlike reality. The scholars at the Truth Academy and local government officials were taken by surprise, having been informed only when the arks were almost upon them. It wasn't until the imposing Grand Storm Cathedral was spotted on the ocean's horizon that the people of Wind Harbor began to comprehend the fantastical nature of these events. The majestic cathedrals devoted to the 4 gods had now arrived in their city. Apart from the Academy Ark, a familiar sight since the mysterious dream of the Nameless One, the first of the new arks was the temple of the storm goddess Gamona, the Grand Storm Cathedral. It emerged from the dense morning sea fog just as the first light from Vision 1's bright halo illuminated the sky. Escorted by a formidable fleet, it approached from the west and anchored near the coast, marked by the city's morning bells chiming 3 times. Next, the Flame Cathedral, the sacred vessel of the Flame Bearer, made its dramatic entrance. It appeared from the sea just as Vision 1's light grew stronger, casting an illusion of sunlight reaching down to the earth. The cathedral positioned itself between the Storm and Academy Ark. The last to arrive was the Death Ark. Its entrance was both grand and somber, announced by the tolling of melancholic bells. The cathedral broke through a thick, dark fog, casting a large, ominous shadow that spread across the mist, resembling a giant graveyard moving into the realm of the living. Accompanied by its 2 sister ships, the Resolved Grievance and Unresolved Grievance, it positioned itself next to the Grand Storm Cathedral. Together, these 4 massive arks, each resembling a small city-state, nearly encircled Wind Harbor. Were it not for some of their escort ships scattered in nearby waters, their combined fleets would have completely surrounded the city's coastline. From above, especially to those with vision impairments like nearsightedness or astigmatism, the cluster at the harbor and its neighboring arcs could easily be mistaken for a vast, cross-shaped landmass. In response to this supernatural occurrence, Wind Harbor City Hall quickly ordered the closure of the port and halted all local sea navigation that morning. Shortly thereafter, the Truth Academy announced that a special closed-door meeting involving the leaders of the 4 major churches would be convened in Wind Harbor. This announcement stirred excitement among the city's residents. Crowds gathered at various viewing spots near the ports, each person eager to secure the best view of the awe-inspiring church ships. These arcs, known for navigating secret routes in the open sea and rarely seen by the public, now presented a unique spectacle. The simultaneous arrival of all 4 arcs was an uncommon event, one that not even the oldest elves would expect to witness often in their lifetimes. High atop the tallest tower of the city-state's academy in the western region, Duncan stood on the balcony, his gaze fixed on the distant coastline. With ample time, he watched the majestic arrival of each vessel representing the different churches. "These cathedral arcs are truly wonders in their own right," he remarked, his voice filled with wonder. "Merely using steam engines to propel such massive ships would be utterly insufficient," Ted Lur added, joining Duncan on the high balcony. "Each cathedral arc is more than just a ship, it's a supernatural entity. The splendor of those cathedrals isn't just for show. They harness divine powers, channeling them into our world, which endows the arcs with divine abilities. These include navigating swiftly through tumultuous storms, passing unscathed through mists and flames, or even making themselves invisible to the human eye and calming the roughest seas." Duncan, filled with curiosity, turned and asked, "And what miraculous force enables the Academy's arc to sail so swiftly?" Noticing the intrigued spark in Duncan's eyes, Ted Lur couldn't help but smile. "It's powered by a mix of mechanics, theoretical concepts, and paradoxes. The engine configuration that works miracles on our ship would likely cause a catastrophic failure on any other cathedral ship. The fact that they operate without self-destructing is a testament to their creator's expertise." "The miracles of the gods are indeed beyond our understanding," Duncan murmured, shaking his head in wonder before turning his gaze back to the distant coast. He had seen the Storm Church's Storm Arc and the Truth Academy's Truth Arc before, but this was his first encounter with the Death Church's Death Arc and the Flame Bearer's Flame Arc. Like the others, these arcs had their own unique features. The Flame Bearer's cathedral exuded an ancient solemnity. Its massive base was adorned with tiered gray stone structures that departed from the modern architectural style of the city-state, resembling the ancient temples seen in historical artworks. A prominent feature was the enormous central platform, surrounded by somber stone columns, with a perpetual fire blazing atop. In the midst of this fiery spectacle stood a uniquely shaped pillar, reminiscent of the staff Vanna had obtained from Ta Ruijin, clearly the revered chronicle pillar of the Flame Bearers. In stark contrast, the Death Arc displayed a more solemn presence, its design dominated by dark Gothic-style architecture. At its core was a pitch-black temple resembling a vast pyramid. Strategically positioned on elevated ground at the center of the arc, this central structure was flanked by towering spires, projecting an aura reminiscent of a somber tomb. Upon seeing it, Duncan immediately understood why many referred to the Death God's Arc simply as the Great Graveyard. As Duncan watched each arc, he noticed ethereal projections floating in the air, invisible to most but visible to him, resembling spectral entities. His expression turned serious as he observed these spiritual forms that hovered above the ordinary world. These ghostly projections, with smoke-like, tentacle-like appendages, silently spread above Wind Harbor, moving like restless spirits. They moved independently, yet occasionally, ethereal tentacles from one spirit would reach out to brush against those from another arc letter 1E5F. Duncan noted this interaction, and felt an instinctive sense that these fleeting contacts were more deliberate than accidental. He even thought some of these ethereal tentacle interactions resembled a high five. Several spiritual bodies drifted from the direction of the harbor and approached the high tower of the academy, floating near the balcony where he stood. Duncan hesitated, glanced at Ted Lur, who seemed unaware of these occurrences, and then subtly manipulated his fingers. A faint ghostly flame flickered into existence, lightly touching the invisible arc spirits in the air. Through his acute perception, Duncan sensed the emotions flowing between these spirits. Strange, low sounds echoed in Duncan's mind, carrying intelligible messages within their odd murmurs. He heard eerie whispers traversing the fabric of space-time. They were communicating. The vibrations penetrated deep into his consciousness. Nice weather, isn't it? Not bad, this place is quite warm. Better than the north, my tentacles nearly turned to ice there. Didn't you lose your tentacles ages ago? Phantom limbs, you know. What's on the agenda for today's meeting? How should I know? I just woke up. I just woke up too. What are they discussing today? Stop asking, we all just woke up. Duncan. Ted Lur, now noticing the slight change in Duncan's demeanor and the brief appearance of the ethereal flame, became alert. What's happening? He asked, urgency in his voice. This unexpected and somewhat light-hearted interaction between the Ark's spirits added a curious and almost whimsical dimension to the otherwise grand and solemn arrival of these massive vessels. As Ted Lur inquired, Duncan's expression grew more complex. However, before Ted Lur, the Academy's truth-keeper, could become overly anxious and possibly aggravate his stomach issues, Duncan managed to regain control over his expression. Suppressing the strange feelings stirring in his mind, he maintained his composure and looked up at Ted Lur, asking, "Do the Arks communicate with each other?" The Arks communicating? Ted Lur looked genuinely puzzled. What exactly do you mean? Duncan noticed the genuine confusion on the Keeper's face, and realized that the phenomena he had witnessed were among the myriad secrets known only to a few within these circles. Recalling that even someone as informed as Vanna was unaware of many mysteries of the Grand Storm Cathedral, he quickly dismissed the subject with a nonchalant wave. If you're not aware of it, then it's not important. Ted Lur seemed ready to probe further, his curiosity awakened. However, a sudden, inexplicable feeling of unease washed over him, causing him to wisely refrain from asking more questions. Seizing the moment to change the subject, Duncan asked, "With the arrival of the Arks of the Four Gods, where is this important meeting being held?" "Inside Wind Harbor." Ted Lur shook his head, explaining patiently, "No, Wind Harbor isn't a suitable venue for such an assembly. Firstly, the presence of such a gathering could disrupt the daily life of the ordinary citizens in the city-state. Secondly, the sudden nature of this meeting left the city-state ill-prepared to host it. There are also concerns about confidentiality. The latest update I've received is that we're to await further instructions. The issues being discussed are deeply connected to the Great Annihilation, touching upon the very foundations of our world. That means even a casually uttered word in the meeting could have far-reaching and unpredictable effects. The leaders, including the popes, must therefore exercise extreme caution when choosing the meeting's location. As of now, they are engaged in psychic resonance within their respective arcs, seeking divine guidance to determine the most suitable location. It's likely that the final choice will be one of the four arcs." Duncan responded with a casual wave of his hand, indicating his indifference. "All right, I'll wait then. I just hope it doesn't take too long." Ted Lur nodded in understanding, but his expression soon changed. He looked as if he had received a distant, faint communication, his face a mixture of surprise and confusion. Seeing this sudden shift, Duncan's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't resist asking, "What's the matter?" Ted Lur paused for a moment, his expression one of bewilderment and contemplation. Finally, he spoke uncertainly, "The Fifth Arc." Chapter 674, The Fifth Arc. In an immense dark void, four spiritual beings named Helena, Loon, Banster, and Frem convened. This shadowy, formless realm, devoid of light and matter, served as their chosen meeting place. These individuals were not ordinary people, but popes, senior religious leaders, who had concluded preliminary talks before a significant conference. They lingered in this dark space, troubled and perplexed by a new mandate from a higher power they revered as the divine will. Just earlier, while selecting a location for their important gathering, they received a profoundly clear yet disturbing message from their deity. This directive unexpectedly instructed them to bypass the four traditional arcs and instead convene at a mysterious fifth arc, leaving them deeply confused. Breaking the silence, Helena gazed into a shimmering flame within the darkness and mused, "The fifth arc, what does it make you think of?" Loon, sounding resigned, responded, "What else could it mean? Apart from our church's four arcs, there's only one other place that could be the fifth arc." Banster, expressing skepticism, remarked, "Honestly, this is the first time I'm questioning divine guidance. We intended to invite that captain, but hosting our crucial meeting on that ship was never planned. And this command, it's peculiar, isn't it? It's been a long while since we've received such a direct and intense divine message." Frem interjected decisively, This is an order from them, Banster. They know our time is limited and we recognize it too. Helena looked at Banster. You're not still upset about the fleeting moment incident where he took your ship, are you? Banster quickly dismissed her concern, shaking his head. Of course not, that was long ago. I don't dwell on it. I'm just being cautious. But these are merely my personal feelings. They don't alter the fact that we've received a clear revelation about the fifth ark as part of the divine will. We really have no other option. The four popes then fell silent once more in the dark expanse. Helena, deeply reflective as she watched the phantom flame, admitted internally that she shared Banster's concerns and doubts. Nevertheless, she decided to fully trust in the guidance of the storm goddess. As she observed, the flame transformed, expanding into a tranquil, vast sea. The rhythmic waves unveiled a grand, ancient figure approaching her, a vision of the storm goddess, a figure of immense power. Behind the goddess was a profound, indescribable reality, reaching out towards Helena. She felt chilling sensations touching her soul, merging with her thoughts, accompanied by a whispering urgency. Make haste while time remains. As the vision and the sound of the waves faded, Helena stood resolute, her expression determined. Let's get ready, she declared. Inform the bishops who will join us and notify the Ark personnel about the fifth Ark. They need mental preparation, but remind them we don't have much time. Loon immediately emphasized the need for additional preparations, stating, also, don't forget to provide some basic information about that ship. It's different from the church arks they're used to. We don't want any embarrassing misunderstandings when they step onto that ship. Helena acknowledged Loon's point with a nod. Education alone might not suffice. There are too many unusual things on that ship. Vanna keeps telling me about some peculiar new situations. She advised, tell those preparing for the assembly whatever you see on that ship, even if it seems bizarre, don't react. Just treat it as normal. Frem, who had remained silent, then added, before we proceed, we should contact that captain. We've chosen his ship for our meeting without his consent. Loon concurred, exactly. We also need to plan how we'll board the Vanished, transfer personnel, and possibly revise the meeting agenda. With the location being outside the four arks, many of our original plans will need to change. There's so much to do, Helena sighed, feeling overwhelmed. As she spoke, she began to fade into the surrounding darkness. I'll go contact my saints first. I need to talk to my students too, added Loon, as his form also began to dissolve. Soon, only Banster and Frem remained in the dark void. See you in the physical dimension, Frem said with a firm voice before he too disappeared into the darkness. Banster was left alone as he shrugged. I really didn't mind. Why does no one believe me? He mused to himself, his words echoing in the empty space. In the captain's quarters of the Vanished, a surprising scene unfolded. Goathead, usually engaged in conversation with its other head, was startled by Duncan's latest update. What? They're coming aboard, those bishops, it exclaimed, pausing its ongoing conversation. Have they lost their minds? Duncan, unfazed, responded with a casual glance at Goathead. Don't look at me, I'm just as surprised as you are, he said, but the message is clear and confirmed. It's been declared by the will of the four gods all four arks have been explicitly excluded, and they've chosen the fifth ark as their final meeting place. He paused while showing a hint of complexity on his face. The Vanished is the fifth ark. Goathead responded with a mix of sarcasm and amusement. Ah, so the Doomsday Enders call the Vanished the Promised Ark, and now the followers of the four gods have dubbed us the fifth ark. The infamous Vanished is becoming quite the attraction. It shook its head mockingly. At this rate, they might even start calling you a good person. What an insult. Duncan remained silent for a moment, struggling to maintain his composure. After a brief pause, he retorted, You might want to reconsider your values. Sure, you've regained a part of what belonged to Saslaka, but it's hard to see you as the creator of the second long night in your current form. Goathead grumbled, I didn't make it, did I? And the one who did isn't doing much better. The Nether Lord is still trapped in the deep, shadowy sea, blocked in the subspace passage. As Dog described it, it's like being stuck in a flushing toilet. Realizing that dealing with this increasingly sarcastic Goathead was a challenge, Duncan sensed his discomfort. Goathead added, If you find my words unpleasant, I'm just pointing out how strange this situation is. Those Doomsday Enders treating the Vanished as a promised ark is one thing, but now these mysterious four gods suddenly declare their divine will, naming the Vanished as the fifth ark outside their own four arks. Something about this just doesn't seem right. It then turned its head thoughtfully, looking earnestly at Duncan. The term ark carries significant implications on the boundless seas. Traditionally, there are only four recognized arks, and any ship that dares to claim the title of an ark, Outside, those is viewed as heretical. Now, out of nowhere, the Vanished is being hailed as the fifth ark. I can't shake the feeling that this designation might be pushing us into a rather precarious position. Though, to be fair, it seems we've been navigating through one crisis after another lately. As Duncan listened to Goathead's extensive comments, he remained calm, only responding once Goathead had finished. He asked for clarification, his tone casual yet incisive. The they you mentioned, are you referring to the four major churches or the four divine entities they represent? Goathead paused, considering the question. Does it really matter? The four major churches are just extensions of the four gods' will, their subordinates, if you will. Duncan disagreed. It does matter, he asserted, shaking his head. If you mean the four major churches, they likely don't have the power to threaten the Vanished. But if it's the four gods themselves orchestrating this, their involvement is intriguing. If the fifth ark is a strategic move by the four gods, that aligns with my own plans. Goathead appeared surprised, momentarily lost for words. Seizing on the moment, Duncan continued, Doesn't that pique your interest? As the former King of Dreams, who has reclaimed a part of Saslaka's memories, aren't you curious about these entities who were once your equals? Goathead thought deeply, then shook its head. Not interested, it answered thoughtfully. I haven't regained my memories from the period of the Great Annihilation to the Deep Sea era, so these so-called kings are just an alien concept to me. I might regret it, but I feel no remorse about that. Duncan looked at Goathead seriously for a moment, but decided to leave the conversation there. He then walked over to the navigation table and sat down. I've brought Nina and Morris back on board, he informed Goathead. As witnesses of the Great Annihilation, they'll also take part in the assembly. I've accepted the invitation from the Church of the Four Gods. We're now heading to the designated meeting point near Wind Harbor, and the Bright Star will rendezvous with us there. Lucretia and her group of bishops will come aboard to help us prepare for the assembly. Let's pick up the pace. We have an appointment to keep. Chapter 675, The Gathering. In a scene reminiscent of a fantasy novel, a historic meeting was taking place aboard a ghost ship that had recently re-emerged from subspace. The gathering was so supernatural in nature that anyone mentioning it in the various city-states would be torn between reporting it to a religious inquisitor or a psychiatric institution for fear of sounding delusional. Indeed, this surreal scenario was actually unfolding. The Vanished had arrived precisely at the scheduled time and location, the tranquil waters near the grandiose Grand Storm Cathedral, not far from the bustling Wind Harbor. There, the ship dropped anchor, and soon, small boats from the four arks began to approach, carrying the esteemed leaders and bishops of the four churches. Shirley, a young and curious onlooker, was stealthily watching from behind the stern deck railing. Her eyes were fixed on the clergy assembled below, who appeared visibly unsettled, with some trying to hide their anxiety behind a calm facade. She leaned in and quietly said to the shadowy figure beside her, Can you believe they actually had the guts to show up here? Look at that bald man over there, his forehead is glistening with sweat. Emerging from the shadows, Dog, her companion, replied in a muffled voice, This is quite terrifying. Remember how we used to have to sneak around these high-ranking clergy in the city-states to avoid being detected? Times have changed, haven't they? Shirley remarked, her voice tinged with pride. Now it seems the tables have turned. Here on this ship they should be wary of us. Hey, what do you think about jumping out and scaring them? We don't get opportunities like this very often. Dog considered it and then replied, I could, but then you might face the captain's wrath. Should I really do it? Just kidding, just kidding. Shirley quickly dismissed the idea with a laugh. Meanwhile, on the deck, Looney, a meticulously crafted mechanical clockwork doll, was efficiently escorting the arriving clergy across the central deck toward the main door that led to the ship's cabins. Looney paused for a moment, glancing back towards the stern deck where Shirley and Dog were hiding. Turning to address a storm cleric dressed in the ornate robes of a bishop, Looney explained in a calm, measured tone, That's Miss Shirley, a protege of the old master. Please, there's no need for concern. But I can sense the presence of a shadow demon nearby, the visibly uneasy storm bishop remarked, indirectly referring to the entity beside Shirley. That's Mr. Dog, Miss Shirley's protective companion, also a disciple of the old master, Looney clarified serenely. There's no reason for alarm. The storm bishop looked on, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Unperturbed by his puzzled look, Looney clapped her hands and began addressing the newly arrived clergy. Before we proceed, I would like to review some important safety protocols. As the group gathered on the Vanished, a mix of apprehension and curiosity filled the air. The ship, shrouded in myths and a palpable sense of the unknown, was about to provide its visitors with an orientation quite unlike any other. The ropes on this vessel may seem to move on their own. Should you find yourself entangled, do not panic. They are just engaging in a bit of playful behavior. Politely request their release and they should comply, the clockwork doll began, addressing the group with an almost whimsical tone. You may also notice buckets moving around on their own. This is normal. They are usually transporting various items. Additionally, if you come across a silver-haired doll's head separated from its body, kindly bring it to the main mast. There you will find a talking dove. Hand the head over to it, and it will ensure the head is returned to its rightful place. Furthermore, I must urge you not to venture into restricted areas. If you find yourself lost, it's best to stay put. You are welcome to pray to your deities. However, remember that they will not help you escape from any locked cabins. Please remember the rules I have outlined. If you encounter creatures that seem to be deep-sea offspring, do not be alarmed. These are simply fish used in our kitchens. Ignore any unfamiliar shadows in the mirrors or lurking in dark corners. That is merely Lady Agatha enjoying a stroll. Rest assured, she does not visit the guest lounges. Always remember, this ship is a safe haven, and the atmosphere is friendly. Should you ever feel as though your life is in peril, reassure yourself by thinking, the ship is safe and friendly. Reflect on whether your actions may have contravened the rules rather than questioning your surroundings. In conclusion, I hope each of you has a rewarding experience during your time aboard the magnificent Vanished. Meals will be served following the meeting. I can assure you that all the food provided is suitable for human consumption. With a courteous bow and a smile, the mechanical doll concluded her briefing and gestured for the guests to follow. Please, follow me to the hall. Clergy, their expressions a mix of nervousness, skepticism, and cautious vigilance, observed their surroundings. The ghost ship, surrounded by its eerie legends and an air of danger, was not a place that easily fit into their conventional understanding of the world. The safety briefing from the unusual clockwork doll did little to ease their conventional sensibilities. Instead, it only deepened the surreal experience they were having on board. Nevertheless, driven by their sense of duty and mission, they curbed their doubts and obediently followed the peculiar guide towards the cabins. Away from the group, Vanna stood beneath a mast, her expression one of concern as she watched Looney efficiently manage the reception duties in the distance. She murmured softly, I'm not sure if Miss Lucretia made the right choice in assigning Looney for reception duties. Perhaps it would have been better if Mr. Morris and I had been tasked with this responsibility. Helena, the dignified female pope, stood beside her, her demeanor calm and almost satisfied as she watched the events unfold. With an enigmatic smile and a gaze fixed on the distant deck, she commented, I believe this is actually quite fitting. This experience will swiftly help them understand why I stressed the importance of not overreacting before boarding and the need to accept everything on the Vanished as normal. Pausing, her eyes drifted towards the massive silhouettes of the arcs on the distant horizon. She reflected, the bishops are highly knowledgeable and possess supernatural divine abilities, yet they have been confined to the orderly environments of the arcs for far too long. Such normality cannot be expected to last forever. Vanna sensed an underlying depth in Pope Helena's words, a hidden layer of meaning that piqued her curiosity. However, before she could delve into her thoughts or pose a question, Helena initiated another conversation, steering their focus to the present moment. Are you getting accustomed to life aboard this ship? Helena inquired with an air of genuine interest. Caught slightly off guard, Vanna responded promptly, albeit with a hint of hesitation in her voice. Quite well, actually. The people here are incredibly accommodating, and I'm being exposed to a wealth of knowledge that's entirely new to me. Additionally, I'm gaining valuable experience in dealing with matters of heresy and sacrilege. That's excellent to hear, Helena replied, her smile conveying a mixture of approval and encouragement. She then swiftly changed the subject, indicating the urgency of their next engagement. Let's continue this conversation after the meeting. We shouldn't keep the captain waiting. As Helena made her way toward the cabins, Vanna paused momentarily, her thoughts briefly interrupted. She then felt an intense gaze upon her. Curious, she followed this sensation and noticed a striking figure standing on the deck, a noticeable distance away yet unmistakably prominent among the others. This figure was Frem, the Orc Pope and leader of the Flame Bearers. He was an imposing presence, dressed in simple robes that contrasted with his rugged, gray-white rock-like skin and deep, contemplative eyes. His nod from afar was a silent acknowledgement, a gesture that resonated with Vanna. For a fleeting moment, her mind wandered back to memories of vast deserts and an ancient giant who had accompanied her on a significant journey. Snapping back to reality, she shook off her momentary daze. After a brief hesitation, she resolved to head towards the cabins, the captain's summoning echoing in her heart. The gathering took place in the largest cabin on the upper deck of the Vanished, repurposed as a makeshift meeting hall. It was originally the ship's dining room, but had been modestly rearranged by servants sent by Lucretia to resemble a more formal meeting space. The setting was starkly different from the lavish sanctuaries and majestic temples found on the Four Arcs. However, for those assembled here, the simplicity of their surroundings paled in comparison to the supernatural nature of the meeting. The Vanished, a mysterious ship reclaimed from subspace and known as the Fifth Arc, initiated by the four divinities, held profound significance. Every corner of the ship was steeped in historical and mystical importance, making the mere act of boarding a once-in-a-lifetime experience for even the most revered bishops of the church. As the room cleared of non-essential personnel, magic doll servants dispatched from the Bright Star to aid in the proceedings closed the doors of the hall. The arrangement within the hall was notably distinct. Ordinary clerics were seated along the perimeter, while the bishops were divided into four distinct groups, each representing one of the divinities. At the center, a circle of chairs had been arranged. Here, Helena, Frem, Banster, and Loon occupied four of these seats. Directly facing them were the true master of the ship and his select group of followers, setting the stage for a meeting that was bound to be anything but ordinary. Duncan had meticulously designed the layout of the meeting space aboard the Vanished, and he could sense the weight of every gaze fixed upon him as he prepared to speak. The looks directed at him were a complex tapestry of intrigue and caution, reflecting the varied apprehensions and curiosities of those present. Despite the palpable tension that seemed to cling to the air, Duncan remained completely undisturbed. Initiating the discussion, he addressed the assembly, his attention first settling on Helena, the Storm Pope. She was a figure of considerable importance in his journey, being the first legitimate religious leader he had encountered in this new world and one of his earliest connections to its civilized society. "We meet again," he stated, a subtle acknowledgement of their past interactions and the significance of this gathering. "Welcome to my ship. I have kept my promise and continue to stand alongside civilization." Maintaining the decorum and grace befitting her status, Helena acknowledged his greeting. However, her gaze drifted, almost involuntarily towards Vanna, who was seated not far from Duncan. The female pope's demeanor remained poised and tranquil, yet there was an unmistakable flicker of something more complex in her eyes. Vanna's choice to sit with the representatives of the Vanished, a decision she had made effortlessly, had not gone unnoticed by the followers of the Storm. Swiftly regaining her composure, Helena shifted the room's atmosphere, which had been somewhat rigid and formal until then. "This is a closed-door meeting, and I presume everyone present is aware of its gravity. Therefore, let's dispense with unnecessary formalities and delve directly into the matter at hand. We need to discuss the events that have transpired in our world and those that are imminent." Her gaze then turned to Loon, who was seated beside her, acknowledging his significant contribution to the discussion. "One of the most knowledgeable among us," she noted, "has brought forth something that may shed light on the great annihilation, particularly for those who are still grappling with the reality of this vision." Loon acknowledged Helena's introduction with a nod, signaling to a scholar nearby. The scholar approached, carefully carrying an item draped with a black cloth. Duncan, along with everyone else in the room, watched with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. With a solemn expression, Loon removed the black cloth, revealing the object beneath. To Duncan's initial surprise, it was a birdcage, inside of which sat a seemingly ordinary black bird, calm and composed. Loon's demeanor grew more serious as he lifted the cage for all to see. "This is a black guillemot," he began, his voice carrying a tone of gravity. "However, it is also known by a more ominous name among scholars. The Madbird, a title it earned following the notorious Hyper incident in the year 1726, an event that cast this little creature into infamy." Pausing for effect, he then added, "As for the great annihilation, let us start our discussion with this little bird." Chapter 676, The Hyper Incident. A black guillemot. Duncan was deep in thought about how to best explain the complex and abstract concept of the great annihilation and the realities of the deep-sea era. The idea that the world had changed in ways that were incompatible with certain aspects of existence was challenging to convey. But Duncan was caught off guard when Loon began this intricate discussion with the example of a seemingly simple bird. He looked at Morris, who stood beside him, deeply fascinated as he watched the bird they referred to as the Madbird. With the audience's focused attention, Loon placed the bird on the table and started to speak in the clear, calm tone of a teacher addressing students. He revealed the profound truths about their world to the assembled bishops. This bird, the black guillemot, is an ancient and widespread species, found along the peaceful shores of various city-states and even on the remote, barren islands across the open sea. These birds are also found in some of the most challenging and dangerous maritime areas affected by various visions, where explorers have noted their presence. Yet the black guillemot appears ordinary in both looks and behavior. It is a resilient species with no apparent supernatural features. However, in 1723, scholars proposed a fascinating and somewhat unusual theory. What does the world look like through the eyes of animals? These creatures, sharing the world with us but experiencing it in very different ways, could offer us a unique perspective. The originator of this idea was the esteemed scholar Hyperstrom from the Academy of Truth. The concept occurred to him while playing with his pet dog, pondering the animal's distinct visual and cognitive traits. This led him to wonder how these unique sensory perspectives might interpret and understand their environment, which might vastly differ from ours. Driven by this deep curiosity, he initiated what would become known as the hyper-experiment. In this experiment, he attempted to merge his sensory experiences with those of an animal using intricate mystical methods. The first test subject was his pet dog. Unfortunately, the initial experiment failed and nearly resulted in the dog's death. The dog suffered severe mental distress the moment the connection was established, which was too much for its animal mind to handle. Undeterred, Hyperstrom planned a second experiment. This time, he selected a simpler organism, one with a less complex brain. His goal was to share the sensory experiences of this creature without overwhelming it with human cognitive complexities, which could have been fatal. His chosen subject was the black guillemot. On a warm afternoon in August 1726, everything was meticulously prepared by Hyperstrom for his pioneering trial. He placed the black guillemot in a specially designed cage with a clear view of the sky, while he lay on an experimental bed nearby. An hour into the experiment, disaster struck. Hyperstrom died suddenly, his death marked by his chilling screams and a strange, loud rumble that shattered every window in the laboratory. His death was dramatic. As his soul collapsed, it emitted a spiritual cry that injured 12 of his assistants and apprentices. In the broader context, particularly compared to other experiments and supernatural disasters that had much worse outcomes, the deaths from this incident might seem minor. Yet, the disturbing truths revealed by what came to be known as the Hyper incident cast a long, troubling shadow over the academic community. It made any attempt to bridge sensory experiences across different species absolutely taboo. This was the unsettling reality that the experiment revealed. As Loon recounted the story, he reached into his robe and pulled out an item. To Duncan, it initially looked like a simple, folded piece of paper. But as Loon unfolded it, Duncan saw it was covered with intricate patterns. Next to the distorted body of Hyperstrom, whose flesh had grotesquely twisted into a monstrous form as if tainted by ancient gods, a torn piece of paper was found. This paper, clutched in the scholar's still human hand, was believed to be a frenzied sketch made during his rapid descent into madness. Don't be alarmed, this is merely a replica of the original sketch, recreated from the records. We've removed any harmful elements, making it safe for us to examine. Loon then displayed the paper for everyone in the hall to see. The image on the paper was puzzling. What had Hyperstrom witnessed through these shared senses in his final, agonizing moments? Even Duncan, knowledgeable as he was, struggled to connect the chaotic, abstract squiggles on the paper to the narrative of the hyper-experiment. He observed a mass of erratic lines, quivering shadows overlapping bizarre geometric shapes, and various structures that resembled eyes or strange voids scattered across the paper. The overall impression was one of disturbing chaos. Silence enveloped the hall. Although the hyper incident was no secret, its complex details were not well known outside of academic circles. Many bishops from the Storm Church, the Death Church, and the Flame Bearers were learning these details for the first time. The odd and unsettling nature of the incident left everyone deeply reflective. This, Loon's voice softly echoed in the quiet hall, is what Hyperstrom perceived through shared senses in his final moments. What you see is the world as seen through the eyes of the black guillemot. The cluster of quivering lines at the edge represents Hyperstrom himself. The room filled with a buzz of reactions as Loon's words sank in. Bishops around the hall whispered among themselves, their expressions ranging from astonishment to deep contemplation. Occasionally, their attention shifted to the unassuming black bird, the mad bird, on the table, which now seemed entirely different. Startled by the noise, the mad bird became restless in its cage. It jumped and flapped its wings, emitting a series of sharp, clear cries, as if it sensed the significance of Lun's revelations. Lun, undisturbed by the commotion, continued calmly yet assertively. This is the reality we face in our world, a reality that continues to shape the fundamental nature of everything around us. The essence of corruption we discuss arises from a deep incompatibility at the very core of existence. What appears benign or normal from our perspective can, under a different viewpoint or set of cosmic rules, become a source of deadly pollution and erosion. He proceeded to explain the Great Annihilation, the truth behind the catastrophic collision of worlds, the causes of the pollution and erosion defining the current deep-sea era, and the ongoing, eternal collisions that influence the fundamental laws of their reality. The Great Annihilation was a day when countless worlds collided. The origins of these cataclysmic events remain a mystery, but their impacts were a hyper-incident of unprecedented magnitude, engulfing numerous civilizations, races, and worlds. In this cosmic turmoil, each world became a madbird, a hyper-strom to the others. According to the fundamental world rules, indescribable pollution and distortion devastated everything, erasing established orders, the survivors. Pausing, Lun slowly stood, his gaze methodically sweeping across everyone in the room. We and everything in our present existence, including the entire deep-sea era, are akin to the final, echoing scream of Hyperstrom at his moment of death. That scream, though still resonating, is nearing its end. He spoke softly, his voice fading as he gently exhaled and sat down. I've said what I needed to. Does anyone wish to add anything? With this, the elderly, portly elf turned his gaze towards Duncan. You've covered it thoroughly, Duncan acknowledged, appreciating the depth of Lun's explanation about the Great Annihilation. That pretty much sums up all we understand about it at this point. Now let's shift our focus to the gods. I'm particularly interested in the theories about their nature and your recent findings. That's my main concern. As Duncan spoke, a subtle ripple of reaction moved through the bishops, and the four popes sitting across the table exchanged significant glances. After a brief stir, the hall returned to quiet. The Pope of the Flame Bearers, a towering orc with gray-white skin and dressed in simple robes, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The conversation then turned to the nature of the gods. Frem, with his deep and resonant voice, began to share his thoughts, gently touching the flame amulet on his chest. This action seemed to be a gesture of penance or reflection, given the potentially blasphemous nature of his next words. It seems from the evidence we've collected that the gods may actually be remnants of powerful or uniquely enduring entities that survived the destruction of the Great Annihilation. They are like the smoldering embers of a once mighty fire, bearing traces of a world now lost. Frem spoke with a sense of gravity. The Great Annihilation destroyed everything from the old world. In a strict sense, the gods didn't come through that disaster unharmed. We've known about this for some time. Duncan's face showed mild surprise at Frem's disclosure. You knew about this earlier. Simultaneously, he noticed the shocked expressions on Morris and Vanna's faces, seated next to him. Clearly, even they, as saints of their respective churches, were hearing such frank and disturbing revelations from a pope for the first time. Frem was revealing secrets usually confined to the most private circles of the arcs. Seeing Duncan's surprise, Frem nodded slightly. Yes, this realization came to us quite some time ago. However, it's only now that we're beginning to understand the full implications of it. He paused briefly, then locked eyes with Duncan. The gods are essentially dead, and they are now in a state of decay, but this information has been restricted to a few high-ranking members of the church, those who work closely with the arcs. There's another critical point to grasp. Frem stopped again, collecting his thoughts, then looked directly at Duncan. The inception of the arcs was an attempt to delay the rotting process of the gods, and as of today, this delaying action is nearing its limit. The corruption that results from the decay of the gods, it's on the verge of leaking into the mortal realm. Chapter 677, Pilgrimage. From the moment Duncan first saw the massive ships known as the arcs, which looked like self-sustaining floating city-states, and learned of their constant travels across the ocean, a journey often called a pilgrimage, he began to doubt the true purpose of these impressive structures. What did these arcs really signify, and what was the deeper significance behind their ongoing pilgrimage? Could it simply be a form of patrolling? The city-state's inhabitants commonly believed that the arcs symbolized the immense power of the four gods. They were viewed as the ultimate representation of the church's military might, and revered as the traveling palaces of these four deities in the human world. According to the Church of the Four Gods, the Ark's mission was to patrol the boundless seas, serving both to deter heresy and protect the city-states from evil forces emerging from subspace. Initially, Duncan accepted this explanation without question. However, as he delved deeper into the Church's secrets through figures like Vanna, Morris, and Agatha, he noticed major discrepancies in this account. Primary responsibility for dealing with heretical threats lay with the spiritual leaders assigned to each city-state, such as inquisitors and guardians. The routine tasks of intercepting heretics at sea and rescuing distressed sailors were carried out by the Church's regular naval forces. The crucial job of defending against subspace corruption and strengthening the city-state's defenses was entrusted to the fervent prayers of bishops and a strategically organized network of church bell towers. In contrast, the four grand arcs appeared to have no real role in these worldly matters. Most of the year, about 3/4 of it, the arcs conducted secretive patrols along hidden routes, traversing a liminal space between dimensions, far from any city. For the rest of the time, they patrolled near the eternal veil at the world's edge. There, their interactions with the Church's border fleets were minimal, and they avoided any direct involvement with the city-states. In fact, they deliberately stayed away from the patrol fleets of the border city-states. The arcs rarely appeared in the city-states, only showing up on exceptional occasions, like after significant events such as the Black Sun event it planned. It was only during these rare appearances that they became visible to the public. Apart from these special circumstances, the arcs remained isolated from the ordinary world. Even within the Church's four major sects, the arcs were shrouded in mystery, with most clergy never having the chance to board an arc in their lifetimes. Only a select few, designated as saints, were allowed onto the arcs as part of their training. However, their access was limited to specific areas, and after completing their training, they were promptly sent back to their original cities. These saints were thus prevented from delving deeper into the mysterious secrets of the arcs. The accumulating evidence pointed to a profound uncertainty about the existence of these vessels. It was at this point that Duncan reached a revelation. The current four arcs that we know of were built several decades ago. Before these giant ships were commissioned, the four major churches had an earlier generation of arcs, but those were nothing like the cathedral-like ships we see today. Frem's voice was deep and authoritative, flowing smoothly like a river over stones, imbued with a tranquility that naturally soothed and persuaded his audience. The first generation of the Church's arcs were just sizable vessels, integral to the Church's naval patrol force, part of its military armament. Unlike their successors, they weren't shrouded in mystery, nor were they detached from the daily life of the mortal world. Today's cathedral ships, however, represent a paradigm shift. It would be misleading to simply call them four large ships. More accurately, they serve as four anchor points, tethering the god's presence to a balance point existing outside the mortal realm. Duncan listened intently, maintaining a serious expression. He understood that Frem's explanations were tailored specifically for him. The other high-ranking church officials, including bishops and clerics from the arcs at the meeting, appeared well-informed about this hidden truth. The identity of the person who first uncovered this truth has been lost to time. It came through a series of revelations and inspirations. In our prayers, we heard whispers of truth. Through visions induced by sacred incense, we saw darkness and corruption. At times, our souls felt a pull from a realm beyond our own. The gods guided our thoughts to a vast, chaotic abyss, revealing to us their demise and despair. During this period, the connection between the earthly clergy and the four gods began to suffer frequent disturbances. This likely started around the year 1822. Frem paused, and at that moment, Lucretia, who was seated to the right of Duncan, seemed to have a sudden realization. 1822, the Silence Incident. Yes, the Silence Incident. A well-known event, but in reality, it was just one significant episode in a series of escalating crises that we couldn't fully resolve. This reply came not from Frem, but from Banster, who was sitting beside him. The Death Pope, dressed in black robes, spoke with a slightly hoarse voice, his pale, corpse-like face adding gravity to his words. The entire clergy of the city-state abruptly lost their connection with Bardock. For 24 hours, a period we refer to as the Silence, they were tormented by continuous, haunting howls and screams that resonated only in their minds. Then, corrupted blood began to flow from the holy sanctuary, and the city-state's archbishop made the ultimate sacrifice to protect the cathedral, dissolving into the tainted blood. Following this event, 17 members of the clergy were martyred during the Silence, and another 77 were driven to perpetual insanity, their minds irreparably fractured by the horrific visions from beyond our reality. The Silence incident in 1822 continued to echo for the next 2 decades, significantly weakening the barriers between reality and other realms in the cold sea to the north. This weakening allowed influences from subspace, the deep sea, and the spirit world to exploit this vulnerability. In the city-states around Cold Harbor, the emergence of natural psychics during this period was alarmingly high, surpassing the combined total from all other city-states across the globe. Banster paused in his narration, his eyes shifting towards Loon. Yes, as Banster has described, the 1822 Cold Harbor silence incident was merely a glimpse into a much broader crisis, Loon confirmed with a nod. The truth of the matter is, for a significant duration, the boundless seas witnessed a troubling trend. Our connection with the divine was faltering and becoming increasingly perilous. Prayers frequently went unanswered, and when they were answered, the replies were often disturbing and unnatural. This led to a weakening of the divine protection over the city-states, and more frequent and severe anomalies during sea voyages. It was through a multitude of divine revelations and visions that we eventually came to understand the dire state of the gods. A heavy silence enveloped the hall. Duncan, along with his followers, the 4 popes and the bishops aboard the arks, were all aware of a stark reality. The gods were dead. But acknowledging this truth openly, especially when considering the Great Annihilation and its connection to a myriad of past events, created a palpable, oppressive atmosphere in the room. So you constructed the colossal arks to strengthen our connection to the gods and to slow down their decay process, Duncan said, breaking the heavy silence. I'm not concerned with the intricate mechanics behind this process. What I want to understand is the effect of your actions. Did it truly work? Frem mentioned earlier that the ark's ability to delay has reached its limits. What exactly does that mean? It did work, at least in the beginning, Helena responded, nodding in agreement. The arks serve as anchors for the gods, and the death of the gods is an intricate and drawn-out process. In truth, this process is essentially unstoppable, akin to the inexorable operation of the universe's laws. Yet the presence of these anchor points has managed to maintain the gods in a somewhat stable condition until their complete disappearance. Our initial predictions were that this approach would be effective for several centuries, possibly even a millennium. We believed that with such an extended buffer period, we might discover alternative methods to further delay the gods' decay, or perhaps even find. Helena's voice trailed off, her words faltering as she seemed to struggle with expressing certain thoughts. It was as if she, along with the other popes, despite their decisive actions, were still grappling with the acceptance of some harsh realities. In the wake of these revelations, Loon, Banster, and Frem lapsed into a contemplative silence, each wearing expressions that betrayed a mix of emotions: concern, resignation, and perhaps a hint of despair. Beside Duncan, Lucretia's brow was creased with confusion, reflecting her struggle to grasp the enormity of the situation. Nina and Shirley, on the other hand, were unable to conceal their curiosity, their faces etched with a blend of intrigue and apprehension. Morris seemed on the verge of speaking, his mouth opening slightly, but then he appeared to reconsider, opting for silence instead. Amidst this heavy atmosphere, Duncan's senses picked up a soft, almost ethereal sound of waves. It was as if faint whispers were reaching out to him from beyond a dense veil. He blinked, momentarily shifting his focus to the table in front of him. There he noticed a small, transient trace of water that appeared mysteriously on the table's surface, only to vanish just as quickly. Duncan, observing the fleeting trace of water, raised his eyes to meet Helena's. There was a certain knowing look in his gaze. A substitute, right? Helena's reaction was one of surprise. Her eyes widened as she stared at Duncan, clearly not expecting this insight from him. Duncan, however, simply shook his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. After a brief pause, he voiced his thoughts in a reflective tone. But now, only decades have elapsed, which is far short of the several centuries you were hoping for. Yes, the deterioration has accelerated beyond our initial projections, Banster replied, his voice laden with a somber, hoarse quality. We had believed that the current balanced state of the gods could be sustained for up to 1,000 years. But now, the forces of decay are rapidly spreading throughout the world. The original purpose of the Ark's pilgrimage was to fortify the link between the gods and the mortal realm. However, at this stage, we find ourselves devoting much of our efforts to mitigating the contamination emanating from their decaying presence. This reality weighs heavily on us. Banster's statement ended with a heavy sigh. After a moment of silent reflection, Duncan addressed the room again. So, you've initiated new measures. Are those related to the fleets assembling in the border seas? Chapter 678, The Path in the Mist. The declining frequency of regular patrol fleets, alongside the conspicuous buildup of ships, personnel, and resources near the Eternal Veil, was something the neighboring city-states along the border could not ignore. Lucretia had known about these unusual strategic movements by the church for a while, information she received from Sarah Mel. However, both Duncan and she were puzzled about the church's motives until now. Duncan's insights into the gods' demise, the real purpose behind the arcs, and the early start of what was being called the corruption phase of the gods led him to theorize about why the church was deploying these fleets. "We are searching for them," Helena finally ended the silence. "That's one of our objectives, and it was our first." Shocked, Lucretia stood up quickly and asked in disbelief, "You mean to say the gods are hidden within the Eternal Veil, right beyond what we know?" Banster, an elderly man in a black robe, replied uncertainly, "We can't be sure, but we suspect that the initial stench of decay came from the Eternal Veil at the frontier, so our current mission is to locate the source of that stench, but what we will find there, nobody knows." Loon then added, hypothesizing, "It might be the realm of the gods or perhaps a connection point they created with our world, or possibly—" He paused, leaving his thought incomplete. After a moment of silence, driven by curiosity, Duncan asked, "You mentioned that this is just one of the goals. What are the other objectives? Besides seeking them, what else are you trying to achieve?" Helena answered, shedding light on another goal in this forthright and revealing meeting. "Our other objective is to understand the current changes in our world. Reports of border collapses are increasing daily, and with recent disruptions to the sun, the anomalies linked to the Eternal Veil are becoming more common. Clearly, the dense fog may be hiding secrets deeply connected to the current state and foundations of our world." Sensing that Helena was holding back, Duncan pressed, "And after we understand what's happening with the world, then what?" Helena revealed their ultimate goal. "If possible, we aim to find a new passage that might allow complete travel through the veil. Then, before conditions deteriorate further, our plan is to evacuate as many people as possible. If the collapse within the veil is inevitable, our only option is to leave. There might be another, broader world beyond the veil." In the tense hall, Helena's statement resonated deeply. "While the boundless sea might appear inhospitable or even more dangerous, our survival depends on our ability to adapt, no matter how harsh the conditions. Civilizations can thrive in new environments as long as they persist. Life always finds a way, even through long and difficult processes of adaptation or even mutation." The room fell silent after her words. Duncan sensed the tension in the air as Vanna, Morris, and others nearby held their breath. Moments later, Vanna broke the silence. "Has our situation really become that severe?" Shaking his head, Loon said, "The most serious aspect is our ignorance about how bad things could get. Without the warning from the Vanished, we wouldn't have known about the sun's 12-hour blackout. During those hours, 4 arcs and most city-states vanished, forcing us to prepare for even worse outcomes." Duncan responded with a calm yet sharp voice, "But the idea of a world beyond the veil is merely speculative, with no solid foundation." Unflinchingly meeting Duncan's gaze, Helena replied, "Taking action even amidst uncertainty is better than doing nothing. We might find nothing beyond the Eternal Veil, or it might be a vast expanse where we never find a new path. Nonetheless, we must try." She paused, allowing Frem, who had been silent, to speak in a grave tone. "In the worst-case scenario, we're considering survival within the Eternal Veil itself." Startled, Nina responded, "Survival within the Eternal Veil? Is it even possible for mortals to live in such dense fog?" Frem replied, "Not with our current form and knowledge. Mortal society as it is cannot thrive there." Helena continued, "That's why adaptation, or even mutation, might be necessary. We may need to evolve into something unlike ourselves to withstand the coming world, like the mysterious shadows in the fog or the whispering winds." Duncan posed another daunting question. "What if even that isn't enough? What if the chaos of the Eternal Veil is fundamentally impossible to adapt to? If both the new route and adaptation plans fail, what then?" Mid the serious discussion about survival in a grim future, Banster spoke calmly. "If needed, we'll turn to the spirit world. Should that fail, we will launch an all-out assault on the abyssal deep sea. If there are beings who can summon demons into our dimension, then we, too, can venture into the realms of these demons. If survival is possible in the abyssal deep sea, we will make it happen. And if all else fails, we still have the option of subspace." Shirley, typically reserved, couldn't hold back her curiosity this time. "Subspace, what do you mean?" Banster nodded. "Subspace is a realm believed to be uninhabitable. Anyone who has seen it has been consumed by eternal madness and distortion. But in a situation of absolute desperation, subspace might be a viable option. Any choice, no matter how dire, is better than passively accepting the end of the world. Both Shirley and Nina were visibly shocked, their expressions reflecting their astonishment. Deep in thought and staring intently at the group across the table, Duncan finally spoke softly. "Is this guidance part of the revelation you mentioned?" Helena answered, "It's not a revelation but more of a suggestion we've discerned from faint and chaotic messages." She raised her hand to her chest, tracing the storm symbols. "The intent is clear. They urge us to survive by any means necessary, regardless of the cost." Affected by this, Duncan fell into a contemplative silence. He had to admit that these individuals, whom he had previously seen as often too late or ineffective in crises, were taking more substantial actions than he had realized. They lacked the power of the ancient gods and the vanished, but were attempting feats beyond both. After a prolonged silence, Duncan finally broke it. "Tell me about the progress you've made so far." With a hint of regret, Helena responded, "Our progress is limited. We've established a few forward bases within 6 miles of the Eternal Veil, just managing to hold our position there. But that's as far as we've gotten. No one has yet surpassed the record left by the Vanished." Duncan replied, shaking his head, "The Vanished itself faced catastrophe beyond 6 miles of the Veil. That wasn't truly a successful exploration." The expressions of the four popes shifted uncomfortably, indicating a reluctance to continue discussing this sensitive topic. Unfazed by the group's discomfort, Duncan collected his thoughts and sat up straight to share something potentially significant. "Given the challenges you're facing, I have some information that might be of interest to you," he stated composedly. Helena's interest was immediately piqued. "What kind of information?" Duncan began, "A few days back my niece and I intercepted a ship. It was a large vessel constructed by followers of the Annihilation cult and used as a base for invading dreams during the recent Wind Harbor incident. The ship was covered with signs of blood-stained rituals and blasphemous creations. However, that's not the critical part. The important thing is that such a ship wouldn't be able to dock or resupply at regular city-states. Can you guess where its home port might be?" Helena and Loon exchanged a quick glance, but it didn't take long for them to catch on. Loon was the first to react. "Wait, are you suggesting the frontier?" Duncan confirmed their suspicion without prolonging their curiosity. "Exactly, they are hidden within that dense fog," he said gravely. "That location is likely a major stronghold for the Annihilators, possibly even their primary base and holy land. I can't determine this holy land's exact nature or whether it lies inside or outside the 6 mile boundary. But even if it's within the more stable region, a Veil colony that has been secluded in the Eternal Veil for an extended period and serves as a large-scale resupply port would undoubtedly hold immense research value for us." Chapter 679. The Signal Reappears. A clandestine cult hideout, operational for many years and unknown to the civilized world, was exposed following Duncan's announcement. This hidden nest, eluding the vigilant surveillance of the 4 divine churches, came as a shocking revelation. Here, the group known as the Annihilators had established what they termed a Veil colony, a place built to sustain life within the mysterious, eternal Veil. The exposure of this colony sent shockwaves through all present. Banster, an elder with a raspy voice from age and authority, concealed beneath a somber black robe, spoke gravely. "For years we have dedicated ourselves to uncovering the lairs of these heretical factions." He paused, reflecting on the 3 infamous heretic groups. "The Enders with their temporal anomalies, the Suntists secluded in a realm ruled by the Black Sun, and the Annihilators, they should have had at least one base in our tangible world. Yet our searches always came up empty." Helena, nodding in agreement, added her thoughts. "Discovering their hideout in such an unexpected place is surprising, yet it explains how they've consistently evaded the Church's pursuit over the years. If they've truly found a way to exist indefinitely within the Eternal Veil, then they have indeed outsmarted us." Turning to Loon, she asked for his thoughts. "What do you think about how these cultists have managed to survive in such a marginal area?" Loon, deep in thought, replied, "Their so-called Holy Land might not entirely be their own creation." Dismissing the notion of a sudden technological advance, he continued, "Even with their access to forbidden knowledge, the Annihilators couldn't have created such an supernatural sanctuary from scratch. We know their capabilities from past encounters. I suspect they found an ancient, natural vision hidden within the fog. After all, the border is a place where the unexpected is almost routine." Banster raised another point. "Based on what you said earlier, we haven't actually located this nest yet, right? How can we be so sure of its existence?" Duncan clarified, "I've taken control of one of their ships, which is currently en route back to their holy land. It will take a few days to get there." He elaborated on his findings. The ship's current course suggests a hidden location on the southeast border not far from here. The Vanished will soon embark on a mission to intercept it before it reaches the Veil. Would you like to join us? The bishops exchanged knowing looks, a silent understanding passing between them. Seizing the moment, Frem interjected. The Death Church has its fleet positioned near the southeast border, and the battleship Tide is also nearby, right? They should be able to reach the target location promptly. Helena, representing the Storm Church, confirmed firmly. Yes, we can dispatch our nearest fleet immediately. It's our sacred duty to destroy this cultist stronghold, and we are more than prepared to handle any contamination they might have caused. All eyes then turned to Banster, the steadfast elder. He nodded decisively. I'll deploy Rest and Resolved, our latest and most powerful battleships. Intrigued, Duncan commented on the Death Church's interesting vessel naming convention. Those sound like sister ships, quite the unique names. Banster, with a serious tone, shared their naming philosophy. Many of our formidable battleships are paired in sister formations. It symbolizes our belief in the inherent duality of all things, such as life and death, he explained earnestly. Then it's settled, Duncan concluded eagerly. I'll guide your fleets to the rendezvous point. But be warned, the cultists in their holy land might already be on high alert and prepared. They might have evacuated or are possibly bracing for a counterattack. Moreover, the Holy Land itself could have formidable defenses. You must brace yourselves for these risks and complexities. Banster replied confidently, Risk and uncertainty are constants in our fight against evil. Our warriors are prepared for such challenges. All right, let's proceed to the latest intelligence we've gathered about the Annihilators. Sunlight gently filtered through the window, mingling with the sharp scent of medicinal plaster and the rejuvenating aroma of incense. Ted Lur stood near the window, lost in thought, his gaze wandering over the vast structure of the Academy Ark anchored off the coast of the city-state. He observed the rugged coastline near the transmitter spire and the lively streets below, where people moved towards the docks, captivated by the imposing presence of the church ships. Festive banners fluttered in the wind, and colorful confetti spiraled into the clear sky. The general populace remained oblivious to the profound significance of this supernatural assembly, the momentous implications of the arrival of the fifth ark, or the fact that the bishops had embarked on a journey toward the century-feared ghost ship. For most, these events were too remote from their daily lives to fully grasp. Sometimes ignorance truly is bliss, Ted Lur mused aloud, his voice echoing slightly in the quiet room. From his bed, the bedridden scholar, Taran L., replied with a hint of sarcasm. That's hardly a blessing for a teacher when his student is drowning in it. Ted Lur, with a wry smile, turned to face Taran L. Seems like a herniated disc hasn't affected your sharp wit, has it? Hey, it's my spine that's out of alignment, not my capacity for sharp retorts. Next time may you suffer from hemorrhoids, and I'll be sure to enjoy 3 spicy bay wraps right before your eyes. As a respected truth-keeper, shouldn't you exhibit a bit more refinement? Taranel tried to shift his position, but winced in pain. I'm already suffering enough. Ignoring his colleagues' half-joking, half-serious complaints from the confines of his bed, Ted Lur fell into a brief silence. He then turned back toward the window, his thoughts drifting. I wonder what the topic of discussion is today at the council. Taranel looked up, a spark of curiosity in his voice. Aren't you a truth-keeper? Shouldn't you have some inside information? Ted Lur continued to gaze out the window, lost in contemplation, his reply hanging in the air. The arcs operate on a plane separate from our city-state system, a fact you're well aware of, Ted Lur finally answered, shaking his head. Certain pieces of information, once they leave the confines of the arcs, can become a contaminant for the world. A truth-keeper who gets too involved with the populace often finds themselves cut off from the deepest secrets. That makes sense, Taranel admitted, exhaling a resigned sigh. So, as a high-ranking official, you're stuck keeping company with a bedridden man like me, while the higher-ups engage in crucial discussions. Ted Lur's response was a non-committal silence, which seemed to further bore the scholar. Taran L. was quiet only for a short span, then suddenly asked, But honestly, do you think there might be a confrontation between the popes and the captain of that ghost ship? Would you like me to relay your questions to Professor Loon when he returns for a more straightforward answer? Ted offered, half in jest. Taranel merely shrugged, lapsing back into his earlier silence. At that moment, the sound of brisk footsteps in the corridor interrupted the friendly banter between the scholar and the truth-keeper. A sharp knock on the door was swiftly followed by the anxious voice of a young man. Teacher, there's an urgent matter. The door opened quickly, revealing a young, flustered apprentice who was struggling under the weight of an armful of documents. He started to speak but stopped abruptly, his eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the Truth Keeper. He stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Ted Lur, sensing the tension, broke the awkward silence. "Your teacher is currently dealing with his herniated disc, so if it's an academic issue, I'm here to assist." Taran L., despite his discomfort, made an effort to sit up a bit. With a gesture of reassurance, he addressed the visibly tense apprentice. "Joshua, relax, tell us what's happening." The apprentice, Joshua, quickly composed himself, offering a hurried bow to the Truth Keeper before approaching his teacher's bedside. "Teacher, there's a significant development at the Maritime Research Station. They've captured a signal coming from the core of that radiant object." While he spoke, Joshua extended the stack of papers, laden with intricate waveform diagrams, towards Taran L. "This signal, it's eerily similar to the one we observed from the glowing object during the event when the sun was obscured." Chapter 680. After the meeting concluded. After Joshua the apprentice finished his presentation, the two senior figures in the room quickly turned to face one another. Before Ted Lur could speak, Taran L. quickly instructed Joshua, "In the next room by the window, find the second door of the iron cabinet on the left. Inside, there's a box wrapped in blue paper tape. Fetch it quickly." Startled but eager, Joshua responded, "Ah, okay," and hurried out of the room. The sound of his rapid footsteps and the noise of his searching echoed down the corridor and into the next room. Ted Lur, watching Joshua's hurried departure, half-joked that the building might collapse from such hastiness. Soon after, Joshua returned, out of breath, holding a neatly packed archive box. Ted Lur removed the records from the box and compared them to the paper tape Joshua had retrieved. He then carried both sets of records to where Taran L. was resting on a sickbed and presented them for his review. Taran L. examined the old and new paper tapes carefully, studying the variations in their patterns with a serious expression. "Is it the same signal?" Ted Lur asked, his voice filled with both curiosity and concern. After a moment, Taran L. responded gravely, "Accounting for interference and potential device errors, yes, it seems to be the same signal." Ted Lur thoughtfully remarked, "This is the light signal that Lady Lucretia documented on the bright star. It originated from that glowing sphere when the sun was obscured, yet its meaning still eludes us." His gaze drifted towards the window. The sun was setting behind distant buildings, its twin runic circles casting a captivating glow in the sky. Despite dusk approaching, the sun's corona continued to radiate its powerful light and warmth. Ted Lur noted the recent behavior of the glowing sphere near Wind Harbor, which had started emitting the same peculiar signal recorded during the sun's obscuration. The pressing question on his mind was, why now? Breaking the silence, Taran L. asked his student, "Has this signal been repeating?" Visibly nervous, Joshua nodded quickly and said, yes, it has. The observatory reported it as repeated 3 times already." Taran L. turned to Ted Lur and inquired, "What do you make of this?" His eyes, full of curiosity and concern, awaited the Truth Keeper's insights. With urgency in his voice, Ted Lur declared, "I need to personally visit the observatory. These signals are highly unusual. It seems the object is trying to communicate with us. Perhaps the observatory holds some clues." He moved to a nearby coat rack, grabbed his coat and hat, and added, "We must also inform the other members of the assembly. They might not be aware of this anomaly yet." As he prepared to leave, Ted Lur picked up a heavy tome filled with miraculous techniques. He flipped through it until he found an illustration of a door. He paused and glanced at Taran L., who was lying on the sickbed. Feeling uneasy, Taran L. asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Ted Lur replied sternly, "If something happens to the sun again, you are to stay in bed. Your last reckless act already risked the entire Academy's safety protocols." Annoyed, Taran L. retorted, "Nonsense. With my spinal disc nearly collapsed, where could I possibly go?" He looked ready to protest despite the severe pain in his back. "Do you think I enjoy running around the lecture buildings and Bell Tower?" Unconvinced, Ted Lur shook his head. "Experience tells me that even a herniated disc can't quell your thirst for knowledge. If you found the research important enough, you'd find a way out of bed." As he spoke, Ted Lur approached the bed, tapping his tome. A small, ethereal scalpel appeared in his hand. Taran L.'s unease grew into alarm, and he exclaimed, "What are you doing? I warn you, Ted. You can't. Damn it, you mustn't do this." Ignoring Taran L.'s protests, Ted Lur pointed the scalpel towards him and tapped the air 3 times. "This will ensure you remain bedridden. Don't worry, I'll reverse it when I return." Enraged, Taranel burst out, "Ted, you damn, the god of wisdom granted you knowledge of diseases and healing, not for this." A string of elvish expletives, Wind Harbor curses, unprintable profanities. His shouts, though filled with frustration, were less forceful than they might have been. Meanwhile, the Truth Keeper had already disappeared through a magically appearing door, leaving a bewildered Joshua unsure how to assist his mentor. "What are you staring at? Fetch me my hemorrhoid cream." "Oh no." What? After wrapping up the main agenda, the group reached several explicit agreements. Duncan, along with other church leaders, then called for a break. This was no typical meeting. It lacked the usual fanfare of camera flashes and reporters documenting the moment. In fact, no records of any kind were made. The topics discussed were so sensitive that any recordings risked being altered unpredictably in the future. This made documenting the proceedings a dangerous task. Nevertheless, the attendees were not worried about the absence of records, trusting in the divine witness of the four gods as sufficient evidence. After the discussions, the bishops were the first to leave. Lucretia's aides then escorted the remaining guests to a temporary lounge on the deck where teas, snacks, and a barbecue party awaited them in 30 minutes. The guests were in disbelief, dining lavishly on the deck of the Vanished amidst a surreal sea breeze. The scene was so extraordinary it surpassed even the wildest, sober dreams of poets and playwrights. Some guests had other concerns, mainly about food safety on board, fearing that the upcoming barbecue might serve potentially harmful food. Their concerns, while not baseless, were ultimately overshadowed by larger issues. "Now that it's just us," Duncan started in the quiet, spacious hall after the bishops had left, "we can discuss topics not meant for public ears." Helena, one of the popes, responded, "Where would you like to start? We're prepared to address all your questions." Duncan shared his curiosity. "I'm interested in your operations in the border seas. Are you planning to keep them hidden from the city-states indefinitely? I'm not referring to your quest for the gods, but your exploration for new sea routes. If you do find new passages, how will you persuade the city-states to undertake massive population relocations without their knowledge? And what about your other large migration projects?" He paused, then continued with a serious tone. "Honestly, your plans are ambitious and exciting. However, upon examination, they seem fraught with rushed decisions and assumptions, especially your plan to undertake these huge tasks alone. In secrecy, what do you really think your chances of success are?" Helena sighed deeply, her face a mix of resignation and concern. "Unfortunately, secrecy is a necessity. There's too much sensitive information about the borders that can't be publicized without risking catastrophic outcomes in the city-states," she explained. "Your concerns are valid. Our plans do involve some haste and presumptions. Indeed, such large-scale efforts can't stay hidden forever. We never expected things to deteriorate so quickly." Frem joined in. "We originally thought these plans would unfold over centuries. With enough time, we could have carefully managed the border information through generations, safely revealing it to the city-states. But now, we are pressed for time." Duncan nodded understandingly. "Time is indeed critical," he agreed before changing the subject. "Let's move on to something else. Vanna, you had something to discuss with Pope Frem, right?" Frem, tall with gray hair, looked momentarily surprised before catching on. He straightened up, his gaze intense and focused. Vanna nodded and walked to a corner of the hall. She returned carrying a large object. It was the staff left by Ta Ruijin. Noting its size, Duncan cautioned, "Be careful of the beams and the pillars, too." Vanna, heeding Duncan's advice, carefully navigated the hall with the staff, which resembled a giant tree trunk. She then placed it on the table for all to see. "This," she declared solemnly, "is the Chronicle Pillar." Chapter 681-681, Madness. Frem was completely mesmerized by the enormous staff in front of him. He stared at it, spellbound, for a long time before whispering, "The Eternal Flame." After a moment of silence, he looked up at Vanna and Duncan and asked, "You brought this out, didn't you?" "Actually, it was Vanna's idea," Duncan responded, stepping back slightly. "She believes the staff should be in the care of the Church of the Flame Bearers." Frem looked at Vanna, the Inquisitor, with surprise. "Ta Ruijin gave me this staff as a keepsake from the past, but he wasn't aware of the Deep Sea Age," Vanna explained calmly. "The Ta Ruijin I met might have been just an echo, or perhaps the beings from the Deep Sea Age were merely copies created after the Third Long Night. Nonetheless, some things truly belong to those who continue their legacy. This staff is an artifact of an ancient civilization, not just a personal souvenir. Giving it to the Church of the Flame Bearers is more meaningful than keeping it for myself." The group fell silent. Helena, Loon, and Banster exchanged knowing glances and chose to remain quiet as Frem slowly extended his hand. His stone-like fingers gently touched the staff's rough surface. The detailed carvings on the staff seemed to halt time itself, silently narrating the story of a forgotten civilization that rose to greatness and then decayed. Frem could not understand the ancient script on the staff. Each symbol felt deeply familiar, as though ingrained in his soul, yet also completely foreign, as if from another world. A rush of complex emotions overwhelmed him. The elves had a similar experience when they discovered those scrolls on the islands, Loon said, breaking the silence. Watching Frem's changing expressions, the elderly elf added softly, "We've been through this before, I understand." "This script represents a full evolution of characters. We'll definitely decipher it," Frem murmured. "The flame bearers excel at such tasks." He then looked directly at Vanna. "I'll make impressions of all these markings to study the forest kin's language and history. Taking these impressions will suffice." Vanna's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. "But the staff?" "This staff was given to you by my lord, and it is his wish for you to keep it," Frem stated slowly. "And Miss Vanna, the true legacy of a civilization isn't this mystical staff, but the history these markings record." The Pope of the Flame Bearers gently traced the staff's surface, as if following the contours of ancient, lost epics in its engravings. "Today, whether we accept it or not, we can't overlook the truths in the blasphemous books those cultists refer to. Our real history started with the Third Long Night. Everything since then in the mortal realm is merely a replica. In a world reborn from ashes, uncovering memories and history is far more crucial than pursuing relics. Miss Vanna, we only need to copy these inscriptions." Caught off guard, Vanna looked instinctively at Duncan, who subtly nodded, agreeing with Frem's words. "I understand," Vanna replied softly, her voice firm. "I will ensure it is well cared for, treating it with the respect it deserves as a symbol of glory and life." "That settles this matter," Duncan added, stepping forward with a hint of a smile. His expression then changed as if a new thought had struck him, leading him to ask, "However, since Vanna introduced this chronicle pillar to our world, has your Church of the Flame Bearers received any feedback or revelations from Ta Ruijin?" Frem shook his head. "No," he answered. "As we discussed in the meeting, communication between the mortal realm and the divine has become increasingly difficult. Not only is the divine voice weakening, but the few messages we do receive are often distorted with interference and noise. The only consolation is that the divine powers still influence the boundless sea. But beyond that, even we, the four of us, haven't heard a clear word from them in many years. I've been receiving only vague revelations and occasional guidance from the goddess," Vanna added quickly. "While she responds promptly when I call, the answers are consistently unclear. The fading and eventual demise of gods is an experience unlike anything we mortals encounter." Loon joined the conversation. "This mystery remains unsolved, but it's evident that they still possess consciousness. It's just that their awareness can no longer effectively reach our minds. It seems as if there's a growing cognitive gap between us, making it increasingly difficult for us to comprehend their messages." Loon paused thoughtfully before resuming, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Honestly, this situation reminds me of the tale of the mad bird." At his words, Helena's expression shifted subtly as she quickly grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting the current state of the god's death is diverging from our world on a cognitive level? The increasing interference and noise we've been encountering from the Ark in recent years, could it be some kind of intensifying mad bird effect?" "This theory only formed in my mind after the incident at Wind Harbor," Loon acknowledged with a slight nod. "It seems to be the most plausible explanation for the increasing intensity of the noise." Throughout this discussion, Duncan had been listening silently. When there was a pause, he added, "Actually, I've been meaning to mention that I, too, occasionally hear their voices or see the messages they send." This revelation brought an immediate silence to the group. The four popes slowly turned to look at Duncan, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. In truth, encountering an actual ghost would probably have been less shocking to them than this revelation. "Are you serious?" Helena was the first to speak up. "You mean to say that you can clearly hear the gods' voices, they actually communicate with you?" Even Frem, usually composed, couldn't hide his astonishment. The Orc Pope, who stood like a small giant, quickly moved around the table to confront Duncan. "You have direct communication with the gods? How is this possible?" Wait, I only said it happens occasionally, just occasionally," Duncan quickly clarified, gesturing with his hands to calm the intense reaction. It's not exactly direct contact, but it's quite distinct. And about this noise and interference you mention, I haven't experienced it at all." The popes exchanged baffled glances. Duncan didn't conceal his experiences of sporadically hearing or seeing messages from the gods. He described the instances when he had received these messages, including the eerie, dark space where these divine communications had occurred. He, however, chose not to disclose the specific contents of these communications. A deep silence then descended upon the hall. After a significant pause, it was Frem who finally broke the silence. The usually composed forest kin turned to Loon and said, "This at least seems to suggest that they are indeed still capable of rational thought." "Yes, they still have rationality." Loon suddenly came out of his brief reverie, starting to piece together his thoughts. "If this is indeed the case, and if my earlier speculation isn't too far-fetched," he paused, quickly organizing his thoughts, "then we might interpret the situation as follows. The gods retain their rationality, but their rationality has drifted away from the minds of mortals, even from our world as a whole. This is why we find it hard to connect with them, and perhaps why the world itself is starting to feel their distorted influence. On the other hand, Captain Duncan, perhaps due to some unique aspect of his being, remains unaffected by this cognitive drift." Loon abruptly stopped, seeming to hit a snag in his theory, a look of puzzlement crossing his face as he pondered over the potential inconsistencies or unknowns in his hypothesis. Just then, Duncan remembered another related point. "I recall, according to the current understanding of scholars and the Church, the Nether Lord in the shadowy depths of the deep sea is considered a completely insane, uncontrollable ancient god, right?" "Absolutely," Loon affirmed quickly. "The Nether Lord, along with the Black Sun, is deemed entirely irrational. We have concrete evidence of this. Even though humans cannot survive in the abyssal deep sea, we've been able to observe those depths through complex and perilous rituals." "I've actually spoken with the Nether Lord," Duncan interjected with a shrug. "To be honest, I found his mental state to be quite coherent, though he did mention feeling somewhat overwhelmed recently." "Loon." Duncan looked around at the stunned expressions on the faces of the popes and hesitated, but decided to forge ahead. The conversation had already reached such an supernatural juncture. "And as for the Black Sun we were discussing earlier, I've met him as well. We only had a brief exchange, but he seemed genuinely burdened." The reactions of Loon, Helena, Banster, and Frem were a mix of shock and disbelief, their faces a tableau of astonishment. Chapter 682, Stars Overflowing. Duncan's shocking news surprised the four popes, leaving them visibly shaken and momentarily speechless as they tried to comprehend the unforeseen information. Later, when Duncan recounted his meetings with the Black Sun and the Nether Lord to Loon and the others, he deliberately omitted any details about Alice's mansion. Duncan appeared unconcerned about how his audience would react to his stories. His followers were mentally fortified by his ghost fire's transformative power, while the seasoned bishops present were used to such otherworldly threats and had developed strong mental defenses. Duncan was confident they wouldn't be disturbed by enigmatic messages from ancient deities, which he would normally avoid discussing in front of other clergy members. Meanwhile, Helena and the rest exchanged meaningful glances. After a moment of hesitation, they all turned to Loon. The slightly overweight elven elder suddenly felt self-conscious. "Why are you all looking at me?" Helena answered honestly, "You are the most knowledgeable among us." Banster agreed, nodding. "Your insights and intuition in the mysterious world of mysticism are unparalleled." Frem remained silent, his intense gaze fixed on Loon. After an uncomfortable pause, Loon, realizing something, turned to Duncan, who was observing the exchange. "You're confident that the voices you heard from the Nether Lord and Black Sun made sense, right?" "Absolutely," Duncan replied openly, "as clear as our conversation right now." "Then my second question," Loon continued seriously. "Since returning from subspace, have you encountered any beings so chaotic they defy understanding?" Duncan paused, contemplating the depth of Loon's question. After a moment, he responded, "I've encountered entities that many would describe as chaotic and incomprehensible, yet I've always managed to find patterns in their seemingly irrational words. It often feels like they are intentionally communicating with me." He left his statement unfinished, indicating such experiences were normal for him. Loon looked worried upon hearing this, and Helena caught the implication. "Wait, are you suggesting?" "In the captain's view, no ancient gods are insane or uncontrollable," Loon stated gravely, focusing on Duncan. To you, those voices that might drive others to madness are logical and manageable. A heavy silence followed. Only Shirley, distracted, and Alice, who seemed disinterested, were unaffected as everyone else considered this profound insight and its origins. Lost in thought, Morris finally broke the silence thoughtfully. Considering the cognitive deviation hypothesis you mentioned, it suggests that Captain. He paused, struck by a realization. Wait, I have something here. He quickly spread a sheet of paper on the table. Loon, determined, grabbed a pencil. The group watched, expecting complex symbols or equations, but instead Loon drew a series of circles, some overlapping, others just touching, and a few isolated. As you recall from the Great Annihilation and subsequent theories about our new world's formation, Loon explained rapidly as he drew, many worlds collided, their remains forming our new world's foundation. I call these remains primordial ashes, initially carrying their original world's rules. These circles represent the ashes that share common rules. Yes, it's like the concept of a set. Each world's primordial ashes forms a subset. These overlapping circles here, they show where the original ashes were compatible. During the third long night, these compatible primordial ashes reorganized, ushering in what we now know as the Deep Sea Era, this intersection of sets, right here. He paused to emphasize, pointing his pencil at a spot in the center of the paper where several circles, both large and small, converged into a tiny area the size of a nail. Letter 1E59. This area represents our Deep Sea Era remnants from various world ruins that are compatible and can coexist under a shared set of rules have formed this boundless sea and its numerous city-states. However, beyond this intersection, where the circles do not overlap, lie entities that we encounter but cannot understand or control. They exist on the fringes of our reality, manifesting as anomalies and sources of contamination. Loon paused briefly, then focused on the isolated circles, untouched by any other. Over here in these solitary circles reside the blasphemous prototypes, the Black Sun, and other forgotten ancient gods, along with exiled races. Their existence is beyond our comprehension. They do not fit within the framework of our reality. Some have faded into obscurity, while others continue to exist as a form of primordial ash in realms beyond our understanding. Morris grasped the simple yet insightful patterns Loon had drawn. We exist within this intersecting area, so our understanding is limited to what falls within this overlap. Everything outside this intersection appears to us as indescribable noise and elusive shadows. Loon nodded. Yes, that's the stark reality this model depicts. Morris elaborated further. However, for the captain, it's different. Whether it's the obscure shadows beyond our intersection or the lost ancient gods that exist completely outside our conceptual system, to him, they are comprehensible. From his perspective, there is no world that lies beyond the intersection. You've hit the nail on the head, Loon affirmed with a significant nod. Throughout this discussion, Duncan was a silent observer, listening intently as they tried to rationalize and decipher the enigma of his true nature using their logical constructs. He offered no comments but listened intently, observing Loon's patterns, intersecting, overlapping, and solitary circles that represented the drifting ashes of countless ruined worlds on the paper. His thoughts returned to his recent journeys in subspace and the visions he had witnessed in the eyes of the pale giant. Drawn to the patterns on the paper, Vanna voiced her curiosity softly. So, in this representation, where does the captain fit in? With a grave and thoughtful expression, Loon responded. The only scenario in which a universal set could encompass all these subsets, including those not yet revealed, is. Vanna pondered for a moment before suggesting, gesturing at the paper, a larger circle encompassing everything. No, Loon corrected her firmly. Morris, offering a different perspective, stepped forward and gently placed his hand on the paper. It's the paper itself. After articulating this thought, he lifted his gaze, looking around. The hall seemed to transform, as if engulfed in a sea of endless stars, with memories and perceptions merging into this cosmic display, enveloping everyone present. Helena's eyes widened in astonishment at suddenly being thrust into madness, her mind reeling from the vast revelation. She glimpsed a fluctuating shadow amidst the stars, a formidable presence drawing nearer with a thunderous roar. Isn't it astonishing? Loon stood, almost paralyzed, insanity brewing within his eyes. This is the truth of the ultimate beauty. Then, as abruptly as it had appeared, the starlight dissipated. The vast, undulating shadow retreated instantly, too quickly for human perception, back to the confines of the hall's reality. Still trying to recover from the disorienting effects of the starlit vision, Vanna saw through her dizziness Duncan approaching the table, calmly beginning to roll up the paper. After the dazzling remnants of starlight had faded, Duncan had already finished rolling up the paper, tucking it carefully into his garments. The atmosphere in the room shifted as the elusive truth became temporarily obscured, allowing a sense of normalcy to return. Banster, his breath catching in a sharp intake, instinctively stepped back a few paces. His eyes, filled with a mix of fear and accusation, locked onto Loon. "I should have always steered clear of scholars like you," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with newfound wariness. Still catching his breath and visibly shaken, Loon glanced briefly at Duncan, whose presence still seemed subtly intimidating. Turning towards Banster and the others, Loon retorted with a mix of defensiveness and desperation. "But it was at your request that I conducted this analysis." He paused, seeking affirmation. "Can anyone deny its effectiveness?" Meanwhile, Morris, looking somewhat sheepish and uncomfortable, addressed Duncan. "Sorry about that," he mumbled, his expression a mix of regret and embarrassment. Unruffled by the events, Duncan offered a smile that was as serene and forgiving as ever. "It's all right," he reassured them, his tone gentle yet firm. "Curiosity is part of human nature after all." He paused, glancing around at the group, a hint of relief in his eyes. "Fortunately, everyone is still here and safe." Chapter 683. The light fades again. After their recent conversation, everyone in the room seemed to have gained a deeper understanding of the enigmatic master of the vanished. This insight had prompted more reflective discussions, significantly shifting their dialogue. However, this new comprehension also introduced a disturbing tension. The room fell eerily silent, with several attendees, including Helena, unsure whether to proceed with the discussion. Vanna and Morris were visibly tense, while Shirley soothed a restless dog. Meanwhile, Nina watched Duncan with a curious expression, undisturbed by the sudden appearance of stars. Lucretia observed everyone with a cryptic smile, apparently satisfied with the unfolding events. Alice appeared detached, lost in her thoughts. She had zoned out when Loon began discussing the concept of assembly, and only seemed to reconnect with reality after a while, asking in confusion, "Is it over? Is it time for dinner?" Her offbeat remark broke the tense silence. Banster, seeking clarity, turned to Duncan and hesitantly asked, "What exactly was that just now?" As Banster spoke, Frem quickly moved away. "Just asking," Banster added, looking helplessly at Helena and Loon, who also subtly retreated. With a hint of resignation, Duncan confessed, "I have many secrets, some of which even I don't fully understand." He then turned to Loon seriously. "But I am thankful for the theories you and Morris proposed. Your insights have helped clear up some of my own confusion." Loon responded with a resigned yet humorous tone. "Next time you decide to resolve a confusion, perhaps warn us in advance when you manifest a vision. Though I suppose that might be asking too much." Duncan smiled and promised, "I'll try my best." With that, they concluded the discussion, but the thoughts inspired by Loon's assembly model continued to linger in many minds. Returning to his seat, Duncan absent-mindedly touched the folded paper in his pocket again, primitive ash. The intersection of universal laws, the clash between compatibility and incompatibility, an observer's perspective within a subset, and more. He withdrew his hand, exhaling softly at the revelation. Lucretia's eyes were involuntarily drawn to Duncan as she experienced a sudden surge of emotion, her heart racing. She glanced at her father and for a brief moment thought he had disappeared. He seemed momentarily transported to a distant, unreachable realm beyond their world. In that fleeting moment, Lucretia recalled a haunting memory, seeing the vanished disappear into dense fog at the border. But it was just an illusion. Looking again, Duncan was still there, seemingly unchanged. "So any more questions?" Duncan asked, addressing Helena and Loon as they resettled across the table. As they resumed their discussion, Alice, still a bit confused, idly scratched her head and settled back next to Duncan. "Oh, it's not over yet," she asked uncertainly, a retroflex. Loon gave Alice a meaningful look, ready to dive deeper into their conversation. However, he suddenly stopped, frowning slightly as if tuning into a distant sound. Helena, noticing his change in demeanor, asked urgently, "Is there a message?" Loon looked up, his expression serious. "Psychic communication from Wind Harbor. Ted Lur is reaching out to me," he declared. "He's reporting that the research facility near the glowing geometric body has just picked up signals emanating from within the structure." As he spoke, Loon's gaze briefly rested on Lucretia, adding, It's the same signal that the bright star received during the last solar eclipse. Upon hearing this, Lucretia abruptly rose from her seat. Outside, evening was drawing in. The sun hovered on the horizon, not yet fully set. As Vision 1 descended towards the sea, its two rune circles glowing as they approached the water. The fading sunlight cast a fragmented golden glow over the sea, creating a breathtaking display where sky and sea met. Near Wind Harbor, the vast, glowing geometric body floated serenely on the water, emitting a pale, golden light that differed from the setting sun, weaving a visual tapestry of dual sunlights across the sky and sea. The light from the geometric body was gentle and tranquil, much like any typical day. However, sensitive observation instruments detected an anomaly. Certain spectrums of this sunlight were oscillating in a complex periodic pattern, emitting mysterious waveform signals. Duncan and the others made their way to the stern deck, their eyes locked on the large, glowing geometric body near Wind Harbor, visible in the fading twilight. With concern in his voice, Frem turned to Loon and asked, "Is the signal still ongoing?" "It's still transmitting, a 12-second cycle, repeating 3 times before pausing for 30 seconds, then starting again," Loon confirmed with a nod. "Ted Lur has reached the research facility and is currently monitoring the situation." Lucretia quickly added, her gaze fixed on the nearby waters where the bright star was anchored near the vanished. "The pattern of transmission and repetition is the same as what we experienced before." At that moment, a distinctive structure on the bridge of her research vessel began to rotate slowly. It resembled a mechanical flower bud and was aligning itself toward the distant sea. The front of this cabin opened, revealing precision optical lenses that caught the glint of the sunlight. "I've instructed the crew on the bright star to activate the optical lens," Lucretia explained to Duncan, her attention divided between the conversation and her ship. "During the last sun outage, I was the first to detect the strange light signal. Since then, Wind Harbor has developed similar equipment for their research facility. If they've detected the signal there, we should be able to observe it from here as well." Nina, surprised by the unfolding events, asked, "Isn't it affected by this distance?" "The light does weaken and can be interfered with, but the distance here isn't significant enough to be a concern. The real question is deciphering the meaning behind this peculiar signal," Lucretia replied, her brows furrowing in concern. "The last time this signal appeared, it coincided with the sun's disappearance, but this time, the sun seems unaffected. We should head to Wind Harbor first to ensure everything is in order on the city-state's side," Duncan decided. As he spoke, the Vanished began to pivot, its bow turning as it gradually picked up speed toward Wind Harbor. After a brief delay, the bright star received Lucretia's instructions and mirrored the Vanished's movement. Loon watched with interest as the bright star and its unique experimental cabin on the bridge responded in sync with the ship's movements. He commented, "What an exquisite design, Miss Lucretia. Did you oversee all these modifications yourself?" Lucretia replied nonchalantly, "I spent a century designing a pioneer exploration ship capable of undertaking frontier missions under any conditions. There are many aspects of this ship that fill me with pride." She then quipped, "But is this really the time to be analyzing the engineering feats of the bright star?" "We don't have much else to do at the moment," Loon replied with a casual shrug, seemingly unfazed by the situation. "In fact, I find myself quite intrigued. We're facing a phenomenon I've never encountered before. If we manage to decode the signal from that glowing geometric body, we might gain insights into the true nature of the sun above us. That would be a significant discovery." Lucretia remained silent, her focus largely on the bright star and the servants she had left on board. These servants, intricately crafted by her own hands, contained fragments of her soul and functioned as extensions of her being. She carefully issued commands, ensuring the ship's complex and precise observation instruments were operational. Suddenly, Lucretia looked up, urgency in her voice. "The signal's strength has surpassed what I observed last time," she announced, her eyes fixed on the pale golden sunlight that stretched across the sea. "This situation seems somewhat different from the previous incident." Meanwhile, Duncan's gaze was drawn toward the sun, now partially submerged below the sea line. "The sun disappeared last time." Shirley's voice trembled slightly, revealing her anxiety. "This time, at least, the sun doesn't seem to have changed." Her words trailed off as a deep, resonant humming filled the air, vibrating in everyone's chests and unsettling their souls. Suddenly, the sky in the distance darkened. Shirley looked up, her face blank with shock. A black, chaotic sphere, resembling a void and surrounded by 2 ring-like, bright edges that glowed like molten steel, appeared ominously on the horizon. The sun had disappeared once again. Damn it! Chapter 684 vanished in the dusk. Once again, Duncan and his companions witnessed the sudden and disturbing disappearance of the sun. This mysterious event unfolded suddenly, accompanied by an eerie, deep rumbling. The sun, just before setting, abruptly dimmed and transformed into a nightmarish black void in the sky. Surrounding it were two mystical rings glowing like captured sunlight, casting a haunting light around the dark center. From these rings, a faint and fluctuating light spilled over, casting a dim and surreal glow where the sky met the sea, enhancing the ominous atmosphere. As darkness enveloped the sea, a peculiar structure near Wind Harbor, known as the luminous geometric body, continued to emit a sunlight-like radiance, providing limited visibility over the ocean. This light softly danced on the water, offering a slight reprieve in the strange and daunting darkness. Shirley stood in shock, speechless, staring at the horizon, her mind unable to comprehend the situation. Fortunately, Nina was by her side and quickly overcame her shock, comforting her. "Don't worry, this isn't your fault." "That's obvious. I know it's not because of me," Shirley snapped back, her voice a mixture of fear and frustration. She then turned to Duncan for guidance. "Captain, what should we do now?" Duncan did not respond immediately. He was focused on Wind Harbor, illuminated by the light from the luminous geometric body, observing the distant scenery where Wind Harbor's coastline and the nearby Grand Storm Cathedral were visible. Although the other three arcs were partly obscured, it was clear they were still in place. "So this is the sun's extinguishment," Loon murmured, absorbing the shock. "I never thought I'd witness such an event." Banster, somber and thoughtful, focused on the dark void above the sea. Breaking the silence with his deep, reflective voice, he said, "The spirit realm's aura is fluctuating, but the world's creation hasn't started prematurely." Duncan then addressed the popes, recalling earlier discussions. During the last sun's extinguishment, none of the four arcs knew of the event, correct? "Yes," Loon confirmed with a nod. "Based on your reports, the world, including us, missed those 12 hours, oblivious to the disappearance of the sun. Without subsequent reports from Wind Harbor, Frost, and Planned, we would have remained unaware." Duncan nodded, still focused on the city. "But this time you've seen it yourselves and your arcs are here. Everyone has witnessed it." "What could be the underlying reason for this?" Loon pondered, his eyes on the massive, luminous geometric body on the sea, deep in thought. "Could it be because the four arcs are now within the protective range of that thing? It's likely that this strange, luminous geometric body plays a part. Planned, Frost, and Wind Harbor, each a city-state that persisted during the sun's disappearance, have their unique characteristics. Particularly, Wind Harbor is always enveloped in this strange sunlight," Duncan agreed, nodding. "However, now is not the time for in-depth discussions. We need to check on the four arcs. Also, Lucy, can we establish communication with the city now?" Lucretia, ready with an answer, responded, "We have radio capabilities on the Bright Star, and we've already contacted Wind Harbor. The city-state has activated its emergency alarm. The security forces and Truth Guardians are mobilizing to maintain order. We shouldn't face immediate concerns. Keeping order might not be our biggest challenge, but panic is inevitable, and this time the panic will be different from before," Vanna noted, her voice filled with concern. "Recall that shortly after the last sun's disappearance, the nameless dream appeared." Her words cast a somber tone across the deck, as everyone's expressions under the dim sky mirrored a mix of seriousness and anxiety. The four popes acted immediately, contacting their respective arcs to assess the situation. They coordinated with the priests aboard to maintain order, gather intelligence, and monitor developments. They also sent priests from each arc to Wind Harbor to help manage the city's security and calm its residents. Meanwhile, Duncan and his companions headed to the central deck area, where they found the bishops in mild disarray. These bishops had left their meeting early and were still adjusting to the unexpected environment of the Vanished, its unique living beings, and the ship's enigmatic rules. They had hoped to relax with snacks on the deck post-meeting, but were suddenly thrown into darkness by the sun's disappearance, a situation no one had briefed them on. Despite their emergency training and the common knowledge acquired aboard, some bishops initially mistook the sun's disappearance for another natural vision, typical of the Vanished. When Duncan and his group arrived, many bishops were casually discussing the premature onset of night on the Vanished. After a flurry of swift communications and clarifications, everyone understood the severity of the situation and order was quickly restored amid the initial confusion. With the faint sky and distant weak sunlight above, the Vanished and Bright Star picked up speed towards the coastline of Wind Harbor, prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. In the upper observation room of a semi-permanent floating island research station near the enigmatic luminous geometric body, Ted Lur and a group of scholars focused on a radio device. The solemn atmosphere intensified as the radio relayed the latest updates from the city-state. The sudden disappearance of the sun had initially caused widespread panic throughout the city. However, the quick actions of the security forces and guardians soon brought the situation under control. Martial law was declared across major districts. Key roads were blocked, emergency shelters were opened, and gas lights were lit early to mitigate the sudden darkness. The sound of the academy's bells offered a semblance of normalcy amidst the chaos. Thankfully, there were no signs of supernatural contamination in the city's districts, nor reports of mental pollution or transformations among the people. This time, Wind Harbor was much better prepared for the sun's extinguishment, helping to prevent many potential losses and chaos. However, the dark shadow of the past lingered. The sun's extinguishment revived haunting memories of the nameless dream, a terrifying event that had deeply impacted the city-state. Although order was quickly restored, an underlying current of panic and fear was growing among the people, driven by anxiety about what might follow this event. Ted Lur recognized that this escalating fear was a significant concern. It was an uncontrollable factor that couldn't be ignored, a sentiment that could simmer beneath the surface until the crisis was resolved or evolved into a more severe problem. There was also another concern. Ted's expression grew serious as he glanced at a machine at the room's end. The machine, a recorder, emitted a rhythmic creaking as its gears moved a steel needle swiftly back and forth across a rail. It ejected a continuous stream of paper tape, marked with trembling black lines representing incomprehensible data. The transmission pattern was odd. 12 seconds of activity repeated thrice, followed by a 30-second pause and then resuming. Connected to the recorder at the window's end was a sophisticated optical instrument. One of the scholars next to Ted Lur broke the silence. The light signals from the luminous body are still ongoing, and there was a notable increase when the sun went out. The intensity of these signals has now exceeded any levels we've previously recorded. Also, a backup device at the upper observation station has picked up a very faint signal, identical to the one we are receiving here. Interestingly, this backup device is pointed towards the now extinguished sun. Clearly, there is a complex system at work here, involving both the sun and the luminous geometric body that descended to our realm. Although they appear separate, they are somehow connected, another scholar pondered. Our attempts to decode these phenomena haven't been successful yet. It would be tremendously helpful if these signals could provide some new data for us to analyze and cross-reference. Another update shifted their focus. The high tower in the city has just sent a message confirming that the sun's movement has stopped. It's now stationary, hovering near sea level, and hasn't moved further down for the last half hour. This prompted a quick, anxious question. No one has tried to directly observe the sun from the high tower again, have they? The answer came quickly and reassuringly. No, all observations are being made automatically by our equipment. The data is then interpreted indirectly. Since the last incident, the Academy has strictly forbidden direct observation of the sun under these conditions. During these discussions, Ted Lur, deep in thought, stayed quiet, his brow furrowed. After a long pause, he suddenly spoke. I need to return to the city-state. A scholar quickly supported his decision. Indeed, your presence is needed there to help maintain order. Leave this place to us. Rest assured the observation station will keep running smoothly and will make sure no data is missed. Ted Lur gave a silent nod to his colleagues, acknowledging their expertise and reliability. He then opened his Book of Miracles, a book filled with various spells and arcane knowledge. He turned to the section titled The Door and gently tapped his finger on the page. Responding to his touch, a phantom door emerged from the pages of the book, quickly materializing in front of him and silently swung open. Taking a deep breath, Ted Lur stepped towards the mystical doorway. Instantly, he was swallowed by an abyss of darkness and chaos, yet he did not arrive at Wind Harbor as he had expected. Chapter 685 Dark Shuttle. As Ted Lur was consumed by an all-consuming darkness and chaos, he immediately realized something was disastrously wrong. In a frantic effort, Ted tried to cancel the teleportation and exit through the magical door he had previously used. To his horror, he found that his magical powers were not responding. The door, which had been clearly visible just seconds ago, had disappeared, stranding him in a vast, chaotic darkness. Stay calm, he told himself. Ted, known as the Truth Keeper, took a deep breath to steady himself. He regained his composure, overriding his instinct to explore his new surroundings. Instead, he stood still in the darkness, intentionally avoiding any efforts to listen or see. Ted focused on gathering his senses and controlling his thoughts, using the mind-regulating technique, a method he'd mastered through extensive training. This technique helped him curb his curiosity and impulse to explore, limiting his ability to make sense of his surroundings as much as possible. This self-discipline was vital. It helped him avoid the malevolent entities in this unknown realm and prevented him from accidentally discovering forbidden knowledge he was unprepared for. According to the teachings of Laham, countless truths are hidden in darkness where anything is possible, though the chances of encountering something benign are slim. A numbing sensation enveloped Ted's mind, creating a protective shield around his psyche. He felt a temporary relief wash over him, a blessing from Laham's teachings. With caution, Ted began to cautiously reconstruct his perception, exploring the endless chaos around him. His vision was clouded with vague shadows, and he perceived a vast, desolate wasteland inhabited by towering, indescribable figures. A colossal structure seemed to float aimlessly above the barren landscape. Suddenly, a severe headache struck him. Ted nearly collapsed. His carefully constructed defenses and caution crumbled instantly. The moment his gaze settled on those giant shadows, a barrage of loud, disorienting noises erupted from the depths of his mind, threatening his sanity and erasing his personality, logic, and memory. Between the towering giants, a dim, chaotic light flickered, bringing a thought so terrifying it could drive even the most devoted saints to despair. Ted realized with horror that he was in subspace. "This is bad." With great difficulty, Ted managed to form this single thought before completely losing control. He felt as though alien limbs were sprouting from his back, and a thick, cold fluid flowed through his veins. His vision fragmented into darkness, multiple uncontrolled perspectives scanning the surroundings wildly. The overwhelming noise nearly shattered his sanity. Just as despair threatened to consume him, Ted Lur's formidable willpower surged from deep within. He quickly blocked the invasive alien perceptions, silenced the foreign voices invading his mind, and firmly anchored his identity as an elf in his consciousness. In a fleeting moment of clarity, he perceived a new power, an illusion materializing before him. Before his eyes appeared a flickering red light, resembling a cold, dispassionate cyclops floating in the void, surrounded by smaller lights arranged like satellites around the central red eye. Amid these lights, a gigantic, tombstone-like shape emerged silently from the unnoticed mist. Captivated, Ted Lur's mind fixated on these twinkling lights. He instinctively lifted his head, his gaze locked on the spectacle. His thoughts became organized, directed towards wisdom. Boom! A sudden phantom-like roar snapped him out of the illusion. The lights vanished, and Ted found himself back in the dark, chaotic void. He understood what had just happened. He had briefly been under the protective gaze of the god of wisdom, Laham. His mind had been shielded, but only temporarily. Once again, a subtle noise stirred in the depths of his heart. The jumping, twisting shadows reappeared in his vision. Realizing time was critical, Ted quickly retrieved the Book of Miracles from his clothes. This tome, filled with arcane knowledge and secrets, was his hope for creating a gateway back to reality. But at that moment, an unseen force abruptly grabbed him. It felt as if his body was being pulled rapidly through the void. He watched the chaotic wasteland swiftly recede from view. The silent, towering giant shadows seemed to rush towards him, then contorted and diminished in inexplicable transformations, flashing through his vision before disappearing into the edges of space. A massive structure resembling an inverted edifice in the sky loomed over him with overwhelming intensity, only to vanish silently the next instant like a mirage. For a brief moment, he found himself stationary. Dazed, Ted looked up and saw a colossal inverted structure nearby. It resembled a grand yet ominous building with northern-style spires and eaves, featuring what seemed like dried fountains and withered gardens. Parts of the structure were fragmented as though devoured and torn by some unseen force. Yet in the blink of an eye, this majestic mansion transformed into a fragmented, colossal ship. Unlike any ship Ted could imagine, it resembled a twisted, broken cylindrical object made of steel. It clearly was a fragment torn from a much larger structure. Ted Lur barely had a moment to process the astonishing sight before him. Almost immediately, he found himself hurtling through this void of space and time once again. His vision was inundated with a tumultuous surge of chaotic and fragmented light and shadow, overwhelming him like a relentless tsunami. Amidst this deluge of light and shadow, a flood of knowledge poured into his mind. It was unfamiliar yet strangely comprehensible. Visions flashed before him, space-time torn apart, celestial bodies compressed and distorted under immense spatial pressures, transforming into thin rings and vanishing in a blinding, eternal flash. He witnessed the chaotic flow of these cosmic events in the depths of space. He then saw the collapse of mathematical principles at the edge of time, ancient stars being ripped apart into countless incandescent fragments. A ship adrift in the dark void appeared, nearly in ruins, navigating endlessly as if on a perpetual voyage of discovery, or perhaps a mere reflection from some distant time and space. This ship bore a semblance of familiarity to Ted. Then a colossal object emerged, floating quietly in the heart of the boundless void. It was a massive throne, seemingly carved from gray and white stone, its base already crumbling. Seated upon it was a headless figure, eternally silent in the darkness. Ted Lur had an intuitive realization that this journey through the void was nearing its conclusion. He felt as though he had traversed the laws of time, glimpsing his imminent destination. And then he came to a halt. He found himself on a fragment of ground. There, shrouded in shadows, was a figure, or something resembling a figure. Amidst a small heap of molten, unrecognizable debris, a figure with a strangely distorted half-body structure leaned against the wreckage. It appeared like a soldier who had perished in battle long ago, faintly gesturing in some direction. Ted's mind was inexplicably drawn to this figure. In contrast to the colossal entities he had witnessed in this chaotic space, this figure seemed unusually ordinary, almost harmless. However, just as he was about to step forward, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from within, halting him in his tracks. Then right beside him, a vague, ghostly door materialized. It was the teleportation gate he had earlier conjured, which had somehow eluded him until now. Without a moment's hesitation, Ted Lur abandoned his curiosity for the mysterious figure and the unknown realm. He turned and dashed towards the illusory gate. Passing through the door felt instantaneous, yet paradoxically like an eternity of chaotic drifting. Ted had not anticipated the gut-wrenching sensation the teleportation gate would bring. As his sense of rationality wavered, he faintly heard a human voice speaking near his ear. "I've caught him, Captain, I've got him." The voice was raspy and carried a tone of excitement mixed with a hint of pride. Still disoriented, Ted Lur felt a forceful tug on his arm. It was as if someone had seized him, pulling him with determination towards an unknown destination. He could hear the sound of waves crashing, feel the chill of seawater drenching his limbs, and then experience the sensation of being hauled from the water onto a vessel. His body hit the hard surface of the boat with a thud. "I caught him, this thing that was drifting at the edge of darkness. Yes, a person. This thing is a person." Who was this shouting? Ted wondered, finding the voice crude and lacking in manners. It was unlike anyone he knew from the city-states, unfamiliar and coarse. "He seems to be still unconscious. Should I do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? Oh crap, I'm suddenly a bit nervous. Aw, no, wait, Captain, I can't breathe. I usually pant just to fit the atmosphere. Should I try it?" Ted struggled to gather his thoughts, his mind laboring to reboot his perception and reawaken every nerve in his body. He exerted effort to rouse himself from this stupor and forced his eyes open as wide as he could. Gradually, the dark, blurred shapes around him began to sharpen into clearer outlines. He finally saw the person who had been shouting. A face was hovering very close to his own. It was the face of an ugly mummy, a grotesque and almost decayed visage. The mummy was leaning over him. In that moment, Ted Lur felt an overwhelming preference for the subspace he had just escaped from. Chapter 686, Accidents and Coincidences. In the midst of loud noises, the shriveled body the sailors had jokingly called the mummy suddenly sprang into the air from the ship's deck. It launched itself with such force that it resembled a cannonball. The mummy landed with a heavy thud among scattered items across the deck. The unexpected commotion startled the sailors. Lawrence, watching from a distance, sprang into action. He leapt from his lookout post and, accompanied by some quick-acting crew members, rushed to where the strange figure had fallen. Amid the debris they found the decayed corpse, clad in a sailor's uniform, entangled and struggling to extract its head from a broken wooden crate. The figure seemed disoriented, shaking its head in confusion before weakly muttering, "I." Gus, the ship's first mate, hurried over and helped pull the mummy from the wreckage. He asked sharply, "What did you see?" The mummy's reply was odd and barely coherent. "I saw my grandma." Exasperated and skeptical, Gus pushed the mummy aside and demanded, "You fool, what does your grandma have to do with any of this?" Meanwhile, Lawrence concluded that the disturbance caused by Anomaly 77 was just a diversion and turned his attention to a recent rescue, the castaway found at sea. The survivor, an elf wearing typical attire from the southern regions, was reclining against a cargo winch on the deck. He looked disheveled and wet but had no visible injuries. His expression was vacant, his eyes empty. As Lawrence approached, the elf turned his head slowly and weakly, his gaze drifting over his surroundings listlessly. Ted Lur, the elf, was lost in a fog of confusion. Since repelling the mummy, his mind had been clouded, filled with echoing noises and fleeting shadows, disrupting his clarity of thought. He was aware that he had left the frightening realm of subspace. The feel of the sea breeze and the rhythmic waves were unmistakably real. However, the trauma of crossing the dark traverse had deeply affected his psyche, leaving a mental scar that dulled his senses. Ted Lur recognized his remarkable fortune. Few survived entering subspace, and even fewer kept their sanity after such a terrifying experience. He had little time to ponder his miraculous survival. The remnants of his sanity urged him to fully regain consciousness and anchor his thoughts in reality. However, he wasn't completely safe yet. Lingering toxic influences and shadowy entities from subspace subtly continued to assail him, attempting to drag him back into that dark, chaotic realm. Suddenly, a rumbling noise interrupted his thoughts, like thunder muffled by heavy drapes. A figure approached, an older man with graying hair and a solid build. His words sounded distorted and foreign. "Come on, snap out of it," Lawrence urged, gently tapping the elf's cheek to rouse the stranger from his stupor. His voice mixed concern with curiosity. "Can you tell me your name?" From the shadows, a cautious voice spoke. Martha, ever vigilant, warned Lawrence, "Be careful, Lawrence. There's something strange about this man. He emerged from the sea right after the sun disappeared. We have no idea what he might be." Lawrence replied calmly, his hand resting discreetly on the pistol at his waist where a soft, eerie green light flickered. "It's okay, Martha. Even if he's something unnatural from subspace, he's no stranger than the rest of us. Did anyone get a clear view of how he came out of the darkness? What exactly happened?" Hidden in the shadows, Martha kept a watchful eye on the elf who lay there with wide, unseeing eyes. She whispered, "There was no sign of him at all. Ever since the sun vanished, I've been watching through the spirit realm. He just appeared out of nowhere as if stepping out from the shadows." "This is new to me as well," Lawrence murmured, his gaze drifting past the ship's railing to the turbulent sea that surrounded the White Oak. A small patch of ocean, illuminated by the ship's lights, appeared normal. But beyond this lit area was an unseen boundary, leading to a vast, dark abyss as if the rest of the world had plunged into a void. And it was from this very threshold that the mysterious elf had appeared. Suddenly, the castaway leaning against the winch stirred, shifting his gaze. Lawrence immediately refocused on the elf, examining him closely. The elf opened his mouth, emitting a series of harsh, unintelligible sounds, a jumble of noises that defied human speech. Startled, Lawrence could only respond with a puzzled. As these alien sounds reached his ears, a wave of alarm swept over him. As a seasoned captain accustomed to navigating the boundless sea, he instinctively drew his revolver with near-imperceptible speed. At the same time, the alert sailors nearby aimed their weapons at the castaway. Even the sailor, who had just emerged from a pile of debris, was now brandishing a curved knife, his movements urgent and defensive. The castaway on the deck, now fully alert, widened his eyes in apparent confusion. He extended his hands, a universal gesture of peace, yet those harsh, grating sounds emerged again. Percent and %. But then he fell silent abruptly. Ted Lur, the elf, suddenly realized the sounds he was making were not any human language. They were just senseless noise, an echo from subspace. In a moment of sudden insight, Ted Lur became aware of the strange transformations unfolding around him. The world seemed to warp and distort nightmarishly. The seemingly ordinary sailors surrounding him were now cast in fluctuating shadows, their shapes shifting eerily. Behind the gray-haired captain, numerous sinister eyes appeared, ominously watching the scene. The deck beneath him felt as if it were turning to mud, and an invisible, foreboding curtain seemed to be slowly drawing back. The encroachment of subspace was near, threatening to swallow everything. Bracing himself to prevent the further opening of subspace rift, Ted Lur was drawn to a peculiar vision. A faint green flame sparked into existence around Lawrence. This spectral fire, ethereal and ghostly, began to dance and spread as if alive. It enveloped each sailor in its eerie glow, transforming them into spectral figures. The flame swept across the deck, climbed the ropes, encircled the bridge, and wrapped around the chimney. On the sidelines, the mummy, who had been brandishing a curved knife and causing a stir, let out a startled scream as the ghost fire rose. He jumped back as if burned but quickly recovered. With a trace of casualness, he cautiously touched the flame with his knife, igniting a small blaze at the tip, and then held it up, seemingly attempting to blend into the fiery display. Before the subspace portal could fully open, it abruptly closed. Ted Lur felt the disturbing noises and shadows within him being expelled and scattered by the unseen flames. The ghostly fire cut off the last connections to subspace, returning him to a sense of reality that was clearer and more stable than he had experienced in a long time. Looking up in awe at the captain, now surrounded by the faint green flames, Ted Lur felt a strange sense of familiarity. Why does this fire seem so familiar to me? He wondered to himself. What in the world was that? Murmured Lawrence, equally perplexed. He continued to watch the elf, who no longer appeared to be a malevolent cultist or a vile demon. Unsure of what to do next, he pondered. Was that some sort of spell? Breaking the silence, Ted Lur finally spoke in a language everyone could understand. Who are you, and where am I? You can talk. Lawrence's surprise was clear, but he was relieved to hear the elf speak a human language. Despite his confusion about what had just happened, his immediate sense of crisis diminished. This ship is the White Oak. I'm the captain. The White Oak, Ted Lur's brow furrowed in a mix of recognition and confusion. Still recovering from mental strain and fatigue, he struggled to connect his memories. What's your connection with the vanished, with Captain Duncan? Captain Duncan? Lawrence, taken aback by the mention of that rarely spoken name, quickly composed himself and nodded. He's my boss. Ted Lur looked puzzled, his mind racing to make sense of the situation. What? Ted Lur is missing. In the grand and mystical Witch's Mansion, in bustling Wind Harbor, Duncan's face showed shock and concern upon hearing the alarming news. Lucretia, who had just returned to the city, delivered this unexpected and troubling update. Yes, I've just received word from the Academy, Lucretia confirmed with a solemn nod. She had only stepped out briefly before returning with this news. Ted Lur left the research station near the glowing geometric body just 15 minutes ago via a teleportation portal. However, he hasn't arrived at the designated point here in Wind Harbor. Only 15 minutes ago? Shirley, intrigued and slightly anxious, leaned in closer to the conversation. That doesn't seem like a very long time. Do we really need to organize a search for him? With a serious expression, Lucretia turned to Shirley. Using a teleportation portal is a precise process. If the person doesn't arrive at the exact moment the portal opens, it's an immediate cause for concern. She then added, reflecting the seriousness of the situation. This could likely be a malfunction of the spell, possibly triggered by the recent extinction of the sun. The room filled with a tense atmosphere as the implications of Ted Lur's disappearance began to unfold, hinting at a deeper, more sinister issue, possibly linked to the supernatural cosmic event of the sun's disappearance. Chapter 687-687, Settling in and Communication. As Duncan absorbed Lucretia's theory, he battled with skepticism. The concept was wildly incredible, yet they were no strangers to the bizarre, like the recent and startling event of the sun's disappearance, which had reset their expectations of the strange. Understanding this, Duncan accepted the unusual without surprise, focusing instead on their primary objective, to locate the Truth Keeper. Suddenly, Duncan's expression shifted as if he were receiving a distant message, his face marked by intense focus. Nearby, Alice observed his changed expression and asked with concern, Captain, what's wrong? While eyeing Lucretia and Morris discussing strategies to find Ted, Duncan responded casually, there's no need to continue searching. Surprised, Lucretia and Morris exclaimed in unison, He's safe, Duncan assured them, gesturing dismissively. Ted Lur has been located on the White Oak. This revelation left everyone in the room puzzled. A stunned silence ensued, broken by Vanna's voice. The White Oak? Lawrence's ship, but how did he end up there? The specifics are unclear. It seems Ted Lur himself is confused about his situation, Duncan explained, his mind still connected with Lawrence. He continued, more composed. Like when the sun disappeared, the White Oak was at sea. They discovered Ted Lur floating near a dark patch of water. With the help of Anomaly 77, they rescued him. Lawrence said Ted was initially disoriented, hardly able to talk. Now he's a bit more collected. According to his fragmented accounts, he was transported to a distant, unknown realm. Duncan paused, his tone becoming grave. We suspect he may have been thrust into subspace. What? Wrapped in a thick, warm blanket, Ted Lur sat in the cabin, illuminated by a comforting light. He held a steaming cup of tea. Gratefully, he said, "Thank you." Before him stood a figure that, despite its eerie, decayed appearance, seemed oddly comfortable in the cozy environment. The corpse-like entity made a dismissive gesture and spoke. "Next time, just don't throw me out like that. Once my bones break, I'm not sure they can heal." Ted Lur grimaced, recalling an unpleasant memory. He awkwardly addressed the figure, bustling like an energetic sailor despite its ghastly and uncontrollable nature. "You are Anomaly 77, sailor." The figure perked up, stepping closer with a mix of surprise and curiosity. "Ah, you recognize me?" it asked, its voice tinged with excitement, contrasting with its ghostly appearance. "Most people just get scared, but you know my name and number." Indifferently, Ted Lur responded, looking directly at the sitting corpse. "I am the Truth Keeper of Wind Harbor," he stated simply. "I personally signed a transfer document for you years ago." The moment the corpse sat down, it sprang up, pointing at Ted with a mix of shock and thrill. You're affiliated with the church." With a tone of resigned patience, Ted tried to calm the agitated figure. "Calm down, Mr. Corpse," he said. "I know you're a runaway anomaly under special circumstances. Don't worry, I won't forcibly seal you." But before he could finish, the corpse collapsed onto the floor, clutching the corner of Ted Lur's blanket, and began wailing, sending chills down his spine. "I've been waiting for the church to come. Seal me, please. Just give me a rope that works. Or even a shroud I can wrap myself, or hit me harder than before." Startled by the sudden outburst, Ted Lur quickly retreated, pulling his blanket with him. Stop. Calm down, don't pull. I didn't mean that. We can talk, but first you need to calm down. Sealing isn't just something you demand." Despite Ted's attempts to soothe him, the corpse continued wailing and muttering incoherently about resealing. A rope, and hanging on the mast, reflecting his deep emotional distress. After enduring this for a short but intense period, Ted Lur found himself longing for the relative peace of his students. Although they sometimes watched him with naive curiosity, their most disruptive behavior was merely dozing off, far quieter than the present chaos. Just as Ted considered taking Anomaly 77's advice for a more assertive approach, the cabin door swung open. Lawrence entered, still glowing with a faint green flame, immediately calming the inconsolable Anomaly 77. With a quick smile and greeting, the anomaly swiftly disappeared from the room, leaving a sudden and welcome silence. Ted Lur sat motionless, staring at the spot where the sailor had vanished. The room settled into a prolonged silence, heavy with bewilderment. Finally, Ted turned to Lawrence, his expression a mix of confusion and realization. "I never imagined that the sailor, feared by so many at sea, would react like this when out of control," he said, his voice filled with disbelief. Lawrence appeared genuinely surprised by Ted's observation. "You haven't met Miss Alice?" he asked, intrigued. Considering Lawrence's remark, Ted nodded. "Well, Captain, you have a point," he continued. "Anything related to the vanished becomes unthinkably strange." "Yes, unimaginable, but not necessarily bad," Lawrence replied, smiling reassuringly. He sat beside Ted, facing him with concern. "How are you feeling, Mr. Truth Keeper?" Ted took a deep breath and sighed. "I still occasionally hear faint noises in my mind, but it's much better than before." He paused, his face troubled. "The main problem now is distinguishing between real, imaginary, and distorted memories. It's hard to tell which are trustworthy. It feels like I've been wandering that dark void for centuries. But you're telling me I've only been gone from Wind Harbor for a few minutes." Lawrence nodded, confirming, "Yes, just a few minutes, Mr. Truth Keeper. We found you shortly after you disappeared. That's why we're all eager to hear about your experiences during that brief time." Ted focused on a specific word in Lawrence's explanation. "We," he noted, picking up on the implication. Lawrence clarified, "I just spoke with my boss, who's already aware of the situation here. The disappearance of the Truth Keeper caused some unrest in Wind Harbor, but fortunately the White Oak found you before it escalated." He reassured Ted, "Don't worry too much about the city-state. Given the proximity of the vanished to the city, there's no place safer than Wind Harbor on the boundless sea. As for your stay here..." He paused, reflecting briefly before continuing. "We're still unsure about the full impact of the sun's extinguishing on our world. Using spatial portals could be risky right now, so it's best you stay on this ship for now. Meanwhile, tell me about what you saw in that darkness. He is very interested in it." Ted's expression turned serious as he considered Lawrence's words. After a moment of reflection, he met the seasoned captain's eyes. "You must already know that my experiences are linked to subspace, a realm filled with dangers and mysteries." Lawrence responded casually. My boss is deeply involved with subspace, too. He faces risks much greater than the knowledge you've gained. Ted acknowledged the logic in Lawrence's statement. All right, then where should we start? He asked, ready to discuss his experiences. Let's start with the inverted mansion floating in the darkness you mentioned while you were delirious, Lawrence suggested, pointing out that even in his confused state, Ted had revealed glimpses of his supernatural journey. Ted Lur's luck is nothing short of miraculous. Having survived the perilous confines of subspace mostly unharmed, he is now on the White Oak, sharing his supernatural experiences with Lawrence. It's highly likely that we will soon learn significant new details about subspace from his account. After briefly ending his mental link with the White Oak, Duncan refocused on the current issues in Wind Harbor. He quickly updated those present with the latest news from Lawrence, his gaze then thoughtfully turning to Lucretia. It seems his experiences in subspace were quite different from mine, he observed, noting the contrast. Lucretia, displaying a complex mix of emotions, replied, Indeed, after all, he was away for just 15 minutes while you spent a century in that realm. She paused, her expression serious. Just 15 minutes in subspace nearly shattered the psyche of a man as resilient as him, nearly tearing him apart. Duncan acknowledged her comment but quickly changed the subject. Fortunately, the only incident on the White Oak was Anomaly 77 getting punched, he said dismissively. He then became more serious. Before we get more updates from them, we should focus on the current global situation following the sun's extinguishment. Lucy, can you explain that unusual signal we've detected? Chapter 688. Information in Alice's Eyes. Lucretia brought in a paper tape from the Luminous Body Research Station, containing a recently captured strange signal, along with the original signal detected by the Bright Star Observatory. Duncan examined the recordings for several minutes, but soon admitted his confusion. I just can't make sense of these, he said, feeling overwhelmed. Deciphering such complex, abstract signals was typically a job for experienced experts and academics, who themselves were puzzled by these signals. These seem to be just erratic changes in intensity, observed Morris, examining the paper tape spread across the table near the window. He scrutinized the random fluctuations on the graph, attempting to discern a pattern. We could try to represent the intensity of each fluctuation with numbers or different lengths of gaps, but it's like a cryptic code. Without a specific key for decryption, it's impossible to understand these fluctuations. Since these signals were first captured, researchers have tried various translations, Lucretia added. They've been converted into audio, which sounds like a continuous low drone or murmur when played back as electrical signals. But they seem to contain no meaningful content. Visual attempts have also been made, but they've led nowhere. Listening quietly, Duncan suddenly suggested, could these signals be some kind of internal communication used by the glowing object of Vision 1 to communicate with its other structures? Lucretia nodded. It's a possibility we can't ignore. The station has very sensitive secondary recording devices. Lately, weak signals have also been picked up from the direction of Vision 1's main structure. It seems likely that the glowing object near Wind Harbor's port is still communicating with Vision 1's primary structure. The timing of these signals corresponds with the sun's disappearance, Morris added thoughtfully. The first signal appeared after the sun vanished and the second just before. Despite being identical, they seem to be some kind of wah. Duncan didn't reply. He moved to the window deep in thought, staring at the cityscape outside. The city was shrouded in an unnatural twilight. Even though the sun had gone out, some force from Vision 1 prevented true dawn from breaking, creating an early nightfall. The sky was dark, yet a dim golden sunlight shone from the coast, casting both beautiful and eerie light across the city. Gas lamps on the streets and alleys were lit prematurely, yet the streets were empty. Only occasionally, patrols of guardians and steam walkers quickly crossed intersections, their lights scanning the vacant streets, a mix of vigilance and caution in their movements. The city was wrapped in a profound, unsettling silence, with a palpable tension and oppression in the air, heightened by the dim light. Even the slightest noise from outside seemed to startle people. From the corner of the room, Alice, curious, reached for the stack of paper tapes on the table and began flipping through them, though their content was beyond her understanding. Elsewhere in the room, Shirley and Dog were sprawled in front of another window, both looking out in a shared vigil. Behind them, Nina stood, murmuring softly. Breaking the silence, Duncan said, the situations in Pland and Frost remain stable. We quickly restored order after our last ordeal, but the anxiety from this second sun disappearance is intense in the city, he noted. And like before, we've lost contact with the other city-states. The situation is slightly different this time, Vanna interrupted. 4 cathedral ships are docked at Wind Harbor. Influenced by the glowing object, they stayed on this side after the sun vanished. Order has been reestablished on each ship. It seems that Pope Loon has activated some observation and research facilities on the Academy Ark, gathering data on the environmental changes in the real world since the sun disappeared. I hope he finds something useful, Duncan sighed, his voice lacking optimism. But honestly, I'm not getting my hopes up. Vision 1 has loomed over this world for 10,000 years. Probably only the ancient Crete kingdom or the Nether Lord, who is said to have triggered the third long night, might truly understand what that thing is. Before Duncan could finish, a panicked shout from Alice cut through the room. Captain, Captain, help, it's tangled. Turning around, Duncan saw Alice entangled in a heap of paper tapes, which wrapped around her head and arms. The naive girl blinked innocently amid the mess of paper, standing still as if afraid to damage the delicate tapes. How did you manage that? Duncan exclaimed, his voice a mix of annoyance and amusement. He went over to help Alice, carefully unwinding the paper tapes from her. How on earth did you get tangled in these? I don't know, Alice protested earnestly. I was just trying to see how long this paper tape was, and I couldn't find the end. Before I knew it, it had all tangled up. With a sigh, Duncan advised, try not to mess with these, okay? These tapes are important. Oh, Alice responded, slightly disappointed. She watched as Duncan carefully repacked the paper tapes, looking like a cat that had lost its ball of yarn. But soon her spirits lifted, and she approached Duncan with a new question. By the way, Captain, what is an observer effect stability anchor? As Duncan was putting the tapes back into their box, he stopped abruptly, causing silence to fall over the room. Alice's innocent question had clearly struck a chord. After a brief, tense pause, Duncan turned towards Alice, his expression serious. What did you just say? He asked, his voice a blend of curiosity and concern. Alice, startled by Duncan's serious tone, worried she might have caused trouble again. Observer effect stability anchor. Did I say something wrong? She asked, her voice filled with uncertainty. Why did you mention that suddenly? Duncan asked, setting the paper tapes aside and stepping closer to Alice. He softened his tone, seeing her anxious expression, and tried to reassure her. Don't be scared, you haven't done anything wrong, but you just mentioned a very unusual concept. Alice looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes, gradually calming under his reassuring gaze. She glanced around as if she could see something others couldn't, and casually remarked, Observer effect stability anchor malfunction, error code EC6305, star crown damaged, main system rebooting, reboot time unknown. Lucretia, who had been quietly observing, suddenly sprang into action. She approached Alice quickly and pointed at the recorded paper tapes on the table. Did you get this information from these tapes? Is this what they recorded? She asked urgently. No, Alice replied, shaking her head in a childlike manner. I don't understand the messy curves on these paper strips, but there are signs of the observer effect stability anchor malfunction all around us. Huh, you can't see them. It seemed as though the doll had an epiphany at that moment, her expression shifting to one of amazement and surprise, reminiscent of when she first realized that ordinary people couldn't perceive the drifting soul lines that were so apparent to her. Duncan's attention moved from Alice to the window, where the sunlight filtered through the city's architecture, weakened yet persistent. This light emanated from the massive glowing object over the sea. Despite the dilution caused by the cityscape and distance, the spectral information it carried didn't just disappear. It spread through the air, permeating the city. In Alice's perception, these signals were omnipresent. So you can directly perceive the signals emitted by that glowing object, Duncan mused, turning his gaze back from the window to Alice. What do they look like to you? Alice seemed puzzled by the question, scratching her head in thought. I can't really explain it, she admitted, and I'm not sure if it counts as seeing. I just sense something in the light, and then their meaning just comes to me. Oh, although Goathead says I don't have a brain. Morris joined the group, his gaze intently fixed on Alice. Then why didn't you mention this earlier? He asked, his voice tinged with frustration. Alice replied more confidently this time. You didn't ask, and I thought you all could see it too. This revelation led to a silent exchange of glances among everyone in the living room. It was evident they were all pondering the same thing. The lines that Alice perceived and had assumed were visible to everyone. But Duncan's thoughts went deeper. He remembered the small, black-feathered bird, the mad bird, that Pope Loon had brought to their meeting. He also thought of the painting Alice had made, where she insisted on adding lines to every figure, a detail that had seemed odd at the time. Alice seemed to become uneasy, sensing her difference from the others. After her initial confidence, she realized she might have made a mistake. She instinctively moved closer to Duncan, her posture shrinking as if to make herself smaller. "I didn't know at first." "Different observers perceive different worlds," Duncan said, breaking the contemplative silence. "For Alice, the world has always looked different than it does for us. She considered this normal and never thought to confirm with us how we see the world." He turned to Alice and gently patted her hair, reassuring her. "Don't be nervous, you haven't done anything wrong, and actually you've been incredibly helpful. Alice, you've seen information that we were blind to." As he comforted the doll, his touch helped her gradually relax. His gaze then drifted out the window, piercing through the dense urban landscape to the motionless sun hanging over the sea. In his mind, he pondered the concept Alice had inadvertently revealed. Vision 1, the Observer Effect Stability Anchor. Chapter 689, The Overlooked Connection. In the picturesque wind harbor, a soft, almost ethereal glow radiated from the sea, casting a surreal light over the city-state under a star-filled night sky. This mysterious illumination appeared to carry silent messages across the vast ocean, decipherable only by a unique doll. Duncan, despite his vast experience, struggled to grasp this concept. He pondered, how does the world appear through the eyes of this doll? How does her perception differ from ours? Does she see the sky as blue, the leaves as bright green? What are her impressions of humans and the ocean's waves? Even if she could articulate her perceptions, describing the colors, sounds, and shapes, would her descriptions align with what people typically perceive? It was a continuous enigma, a paradox looping endlessly. Alice turned her head, her large, expressive eyes illuminated by the gas lamp, and looked at Duncan. Her face expressed confusion and concern. After a thoughtful pause, she whispered, "Captain, the things I perceive, they hold value, don't they?" Duncan's racing thoughts began to calm. He recalled Alice's earlier comment, some complex, unresolved questions are sometimes best left unexplored. With this realization, he smiled gently. "Absolutely, they are invaluable. Besides those mysterious messages, what else have you noticed? Especially after the sunset, what differences have you seen?" Alice, understanding Duncan's intent, furrowed her brow in concentration. She glanced around, then hesitantly said, "Well, if I must describe it, it's like a subtle buzzing sound." Duncan raised an eyebrow. "Buzzing?" "Yes, a very soft buzzing. It's hardly even a sound. More like a continuous vibration that resonates within my mind. It's easily overlooked unless you're really paying attention," Alice explained, using her hands for emphasis, then pointed out the window. "The sound becomes more pronounced when I observe those sun." Duncan nodded thoughtfully, then after a moment asked, "Did you experience this buzzing the last time the sun vanished? Did you see those cryptic messages about the Observer Effect Stability Anchor?" "No," Alice shook her head, resting her chin on her hand. "I only started to see and hear these phenomena after we arrived in Wind Harbor." As Duncan listened, he sank into deep thought. Lucretia had just reported something significant. Moments ago, another set of observation equipment in Wind Harbor detected a faint signal from the now extinguished sun. The characteristics of this signal matched those previously emitted by the enigmatic, luminous geometric object. This meant that during the recent blackout, Vision 1 was transmitting a distress signal concerning a malfunction in the Observer Effect Stability Anchor. However, Alice had earlier claimed that she did not see these specific details during the last solar extinction event, but only picked up on the malfunction information from the sunlight in Wind Harbor. This discrepancy raised a crucial question. Why? Could it be that the malfunction during the previous solar extinction wasn't severe enough for Vision 1 to report it? If so, then the current situation might be far more critical than anyone had anticipated. It could suggest that the entire system has significantly degraded, and alarmingly quickly. Heavy silence fell over the living room. Lucretia, Morris, and others gathered, listening intently to the conversation between Duncan and Alice. Their worried expressions followed Duncan's every reaction. After some time, Nina, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, "Uncle Duncan, can you explain what the Observer Effect Stability Anchor actually is?" Duncan opened his mouth to respond, but hesitated. In this world, explaining the concepts of planets and the universe was already a formidable challenge. How could he then delve into the even more complex and abstract notion of the observer effect? How could he explain the baffling phenomena that bridge the vast gap between the macroscopic and microscopic realms? And more importantly, was his understanding of the observer theory even applicable in this context? I have some theories, but they significantly differ from the traditional observer theory I know. It's meant to focus on the microscopic world, not. He paused, uncertain. If Vision 1 truly is another term for the observer effect stability anchor, could this reveal the real capabilities of this ancient anomaly to suppress pollution and stabilize order? His mind drifted to the enigmatic Great Annihilation, the fundamental elemental conflicts at existence's core, and the numerous supernatural events worldwide triggered by cognitive pollution. If the microscopic realm really serves as the foundation of order for every universe, what happens when these foundations collide and destroy each other, merging into a complex, chaotic, informational soup? Could the observer effect still be confined to the microscopic level? In that cataclysmic instant, when the mathematical laws of various universes are torn apart, when the material structures of all entities are annihilated and reduced to mere informational elements, the distinctions between microscopic and macroscopic might lose all significance. Caught up in these thoughts, Duncan muttered, almost to himself, could the rampant emergence of fundamental information pollution and law conflicts be an uncontrolled observer effect operating on a macroscopic level? Morris and Lucretia exchanged a quick, puzzled look. After a brief pause of mutual confusion, they both turned their heads, echoing, "Huh." Realizing their confusion, Duncan quickly waved his hand. "I'll try to explain the observer effect and some of my theories about it later. It's a complex topic that requires a lot of time and patience to grasp," he explained. "But right now, there's another, more urgent issue I want to explore." Curiosity sparked in Lucretia, who immediately asked, "Another issue?" Duncan nodded, his attention turning to the Gothic doll standing next to him. Alice seemed mostly unaware of the depth of the ongoing discussion. "Have you ever wondered why Alice can perceive and interpret these signals?" Duncan thoughtfully asked. Shirley, finally grasping something she fully understood, exclaimed, "Oh, right, she can see them, which is unique since she's the only one who can see those lines. But the real mystery is, how does she understand them? There are countless experts and scholars in various city-states who are completely puzzled by this vision." Observing Duncan's serious and thoughtful expression, Vanna asked eagerly, "Do you think you might have an answer?" Duncan slowly nodded, pausing to collect his thoughts, then referred back to the information from the Book of Blasphemy. Remember, after 2 failed attempts at world creation, it was the King of Darkness who finally succeeded during the 3rd long night, bringing about the Deep Sea era. Vanna quickly confirmed, "Yes, we know that story." Duncan continued, his voice serious. "It was also during this era that Vision 1 was constructed. The King of Darkness, whom we know as the Nether Lord, worked with the Cretan clan to design and build the sun. Now, think about how Alice came to be." Shirley's eyes widened in realization. "I remember. Alice was created by a clone of the Nether Lord deep under the sea." As everyone pieced the puzzle together, their focus converged on Alice. Alice, who had been somewhat lost in the technical details of the conversation, finally caught up. Realizing she had understood correctly, she couldn't help but feel a mix of pride and joy, her expression glowing with these emotions. Duncan, observing Alice's reaction, shifted his tone. "We've always known that Alice is, in a sense, a creation of the Netherlord. However, we've often emphasized her connection with the Frost Queen, Nora, and overlooked her link with the Nether Lord. This oversight might be crucial to understanding her unique abilities." He recalled an incident in the mansion's garden when he inadvertently made a connection with the Nether Lord. It seems this connection may be more significant than we initially thought. One thing now seems clear. Alice has the innate ability to understand the system language used by the Nether Lord in the world's creation blueprint. Nina thought for a moment, searching for a way to understand the situation. Is it like how a punch card analyzer can read the paper tape output from a differential machine? Duncan nodded slightly. "That's one way to understand it, yes." Alice, who had been quietly observing Duncan and the others, seemed to have a question on her mind. But before she could speak, she furrowed her brow, as if sensing something unusual. After a brief pause, she announced with unexpected certainty, "The system has restarted." At Alice's declaration, Duncan looked up sharply. Almost simultaneously with her words, a deep, otherworldly rumble resonated in everyone's mind, a sound that seemed to come from the very fabric of their reality. As this profound vibration filled the surroundings, Duncan saw the first streaks of dawn light piercing the sky outside the window. The sun, which had previously set into the sea and seemingly vanished, was now reigniting, casting a newfound brilliance. Shirley was the quickest to react, rushing to the window to observe the scene on the street. She saw the first rays of dawn light spilling over rooftops, and noticed a group of truth guardians at the street corner, their faces turned upwards in awe at the sky. Residents who had been sheltering in their homes, curious and cautious, began to open their windows, drawn by the commotion. They looked out to witness the remarkable event unfolding outside. Caught up in the excitement, Shirley waved enthusiastically through the window at a neighbor who had appeared at their window nearby. However, her gesture went unnoticed. Everyone's attention was fixed on the sky, captivated by the miraculous return of the dawn light. Gradually, distant cheers began to filter through the air, and soon after, a loudspeaker broadcast from the street corner echoed the news of the sun's reignition and cautioned the residents to remain indoors for the time being. The night was still upon them, and the curfew would remain in effect until the sun rose normally the following day. Duncan, listening to the distant broadcast and watching the dawn light slowly recede from the sky, let out a soft, reflective sigh. The simple act of the sun rising as usual had now become a moment of profound uncertainty, a poignant reminder of the fragility of their current existence. Chapter 690, The Keeper of Truth and the Sailor. Beyond the oceanic horizon, the majestic dual rune rings of Vision 1 descended gradually, extinguishing the last glimmer of light as darkness enveloped the city. In areas unlit by the mysterious, glowing object, a ghostly light known from the world's creation merged with the typical darkness of night. The city quieted down. Street lamps emitted a faint, murky glow throughout the night, while vigilant guardians patrolled the alleys, their long shadows stretching across the streets. The earlier event of the sun vanishing now seemed like a distant memory. However, Duncan sensed that the nightmare was far from over. Despite the surface calm, a suffocating heaviness filled the air. In these peaceful neighborhoods, a tangible tension thickened the darkness, reminiscent of a dense, sticky swamp. From her spot by the living room window, Shirley murmured, "Every house has their lights on, yet the air feels so oppressive I don't want to step outside. It's almost suffocating." Beside her, Dog shook his head and said, "The number of guards has more than doubled. If you go out now, the night patrol will detain you quickly. Then our captain will have to bail us out again, making it even harder to breathe." Vanna, leaning nearby, glanced down at Shirley on the windowsill and remarked, "I wouldn't have pegged you as sensitive to the atmosphere." Shirley responded, "I know this feeling well. In the lower city, the gas lamps always light up later than elsewhere. As night falls and many homes can't light their electric lamps, a tense mood emerges with the darkening sky until the gas lamps finally light up and the whole street seems to exhale in relief. Only then do we feel we can sleep peacefully. But tonight, despite the city being fully lit, many will still lie awake," Duncan added as he approached, and gently patted Shirley's hair and ruffled Dog's head. "After witnessing the sun disappear for the second time, even the most optimistic among us can't help but worry, will the sun rise again tomorrow?" Shirley tilted her head, and then, with a sudden look of alarm, gazed up at Duncan. "Ah, what if it doesn't rise tomorrow?" Duncan, looking somewhat bewildered, replied, "How would I know? I'm no oracle." "Oh," Shirley muttered, scratching her head, "that makes sense." Lucretia entered the room and announced, "There's a message from the observatory. The signals from the luminous body have completely ceased. They're planning to send a team to investigate the interior of that stone sphere." Duncan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "A night operation?" Lucretia, gesturing, explained, "Around the glowing object in the sea, it's effectively always daytime. The sunlight stabilizes the strange forces at play in the boundless sea. Thus, research around the glowing object continues non-stop." Duncan nodded in understanding. Then his gaze drifted to Alice, who was nearby, carefully winding Looney's back. Alice, doll-like, sensed his gaze and looked up, offering a simple, innocent smile. After the sunlight had returned, the malfunction indicators in Alice's eyes had stopped, and she resumed her usual routine as if the earlier events hadn't affected her. But Duncan's curiosity was piqued. What would happen if he brought her close to that stone sphere? This doll, presumably a creation of the Nether Lord, when confronted with a fragment of Vision 1, also a product of the Nether Lord, would she perceive things invisible to the average person? Previously, Duncan had accompanied Alice to observe the glowing object, but at that time, no one had considered the potential kinship between Alice and Vision 1. Therefore, no specific experiments had been conducted, and Alice hadn't paid particular attention to the glowing object. Now, however, Duncan was eager to conduct some intentional experiments. Turning to Lucretia, Duncan said with a pause for emphasis, "Lucy, I have a favor to ask." His voice took on a serious tone as he continued, "I'd like to take Alice to see that stone sphere." Lucretia appeared surprised at first, but quickly understanding Duncan's intent, she nodded her agreement. Understood. Duncan acknowledged her response with a hum, then his attention shifted to an apparently empty space beside him. Under his gaze, a faint green flame flickered into life, transforming into a corpulent dove ablaze with spectral fire. The dove flapped its wings vigorously, declaring, "Teleportation successful, teleportation successful." Remaining calm, Duncan suggested, "We should also bring the Truth Keeper with us." He added, "Go to Lawrence's place, use the white oak as a beacon. You know the way, don't you?" The dove paused thoughtfully, then excitedly blurted, "Air wife, fantasy wife, air wife, fantasy wife." Duncan, slightly annoyed by the dove's nonsensical chatter, warned, "Don't say that around Martha, or she might turn you into a stew." He looked at the plump dove and made up his mind. "I've decided, you'll go later. Then bring Ted Lure directly to the stone sphere. I need to have a word with him." The dove, brimming with enthusiasm, chirped, "Talk therapy abbreviated as therapy." Duncan responded with a silent, exasperated stare at the dove's antics. Ted Lure, clad in a thick, warm coat, walked slowly across the stern deck. The crisp night breeze, filled with the scent of the sea, brushed against him, and the gentle, rhythmic sound of waves against the hull provided a soothing background. With the sun having reignited and set as usual, the night unfolded serenely. Even the alien light of the world's creation seemed strangely comforting. "For someone who just returned from subspace through a swim, you're looking remarkably well," a grating, unpleasant voice remarked. Ted turned toward the source and saw an unsettling sight. An ugly, mummified corpse dressed in a sailor's outfit, sitting on a coil of rope with a nightmarish grin. The eerie smile was enough to haunt anyone's dreams. With a slight frown, Ted approached the mummy, leaning casually against the railing. "That thick coat seems rather unnecessary for you, doesn't it, Mr. Truth Keeper?" the grotesque sailor remarked, eyeing Ted's coat. "As I understand, saints like you are made differently from us ordinary people. A brief dip in the sea shouldn't make you feel cold, or maybe it's the residual chill of subspace you're warding off." "This coat is a gesture of kindness from Captain Lawrence," Ted replied casually, glancing at his coat before becoming thoughtful. "It seems you know quite a bit about saints." "I have my sources," Sailor replied with a raspy chuckle, his sinister smile growing wider. "I know that once you receive the blessing, you're not entirely alive in the usual sense. I'm also aware of your supernatural abilities. Skin impervious to blades, bones that can crush and regenerate, hearts that keep beating even when destroyed, the ability to survive without air for days, and immunity to extreme temperatures, diseases, and various toxins once ascended, even for scholars like yourself." He paused, casually taking a beer from nearby and swinging it lightly. "In essence, you saints are like living anomalies in an uncontained state. The main difference is that while ordinary anomalies become uncontrollable once unsealed, you remain under the control of those who blessed you." As Ted listened, his expression turned serious. "Where do you get such detailed information?" "I'm a sailor, and it's our nature to know many strange and arcane secrets. We are the roaming souls of the boundless sea, drifting in life and beyond. You learn a lot when you wander as long as I have. The boundless seas hold no secrets for those who sail them long enough," Sailor replied, lifting the beer with a grin. "Care for a taste? It's Storm Brew, a specialty from the Storm Church. Snuck it from the captain's private stash." "You actually dare to take something from the captain's collection?" Stealing from the captain's stash is a time-honored tradition among sailors, and being strung up on the mast as punishment is part of the charm." The mummy chuckled with a coarse rasp, lifting the bottle to his decayed lips. He tilted the bottle back, and the beer poured down into his throat, only to gush out from the various holes in his chest and neck, splashing onto the deck. Nothing beats the taste of a good brew." Ted Lure, however, remained unfazed by the mummy's grotesque display. He continued to scrutinize this enigmatic figure, officially classified as a special uncontrolled state anomaly. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Were you ever human?" Sailor shrugged nonchalantly. "Who's to say? A person can transform into an anomaly under certain conditions. If you believe I was once human, then perhaps I was." Noticing Sailor's evasive and indirect response, Ted Lure chose not to pursue the topic further. After a brief pause, he adeptly changed the subject. "Where is this ship headed?" "We're en route to Lanza. The captain has accepted a significant contract to collect 12 sealed items and transport them to another city-state in the north." 12 items? "Yes, 12. Ted Lure appeared surprised, but even large transport ships, when escorted by saints, usually handle no more than 8 anomalies at a time. Aren't you worried about the strict containment protocols for anomalies and the risk of them interacting and causing problems? He was genuinely taken aback. Who authorized such an operation? It was the Storm Church's decision, Sailor replied, giving Ted a glance. No need to be alarmed. We're part of the Vanished Fleet, and we transport 12 because that's the number of sealed items in Lanza that meet our criteria for transport. Regarding concerns about the items becoming uncontrollable. He paused, gesturing to himself. I'm the only uncontrolled anomaly aboard, always on duty. When I'm off the ship, I fight. When I'm on it, I clean the decks. And when someone swims back from subspace, I fish them out. Given the choice, I'd prefer to remain in my shroud rather than waking up like this. The anomalies that require transferred transportation for enhanced containment are somewhat aware. When they see me in this state, they calm down immediately once on board. Those that can move independently even learn to be helpful, like closing doors after the captain checks the containment chambers. Listening to this peculiar and somewhat grim explanation, Ted Lur could only respond with a look of bewilderment. Chapter 691, Abnormal Contact. Ted Lur chose to sit next to Anomaly 77, drawn to the intriguing figure. Do you want some? Anomaly 77 offered, holding out a bottle enticingly. I've got more stashed away, he hinted with a nod towards a hidden corner. This isn't something you can find in Wind Harbor. It's quite exclusive, almost secretive. Give it a try. It might warm you up, especially after the chill of subspace. Alcohol tends to have that effect. Ted Lur briefly glanced at a nearby mummified corpse before dismissively responding. Given your knowledge of the saints, you should be aware that alcohol doesn't really affect me. He then looked away, lost in thought. However, there is something else that does intrigue me. Anomaly 77 shrugged indifferently. Go ahead and ask, though I can't promise I'll answer. Ted Lur took a moment to carefully frame his question. As an anomaly with a conscious mind, what's your perspective on the world? He inquired, pausing briefly to acknowledge the abruptness of his question. I've encountered many people and read various texts offering deep insights on existence. I understand how mortals view their lives, but observing you, a rational anomaly, I'm curious about your worldview. Anomaly 77 chuckled, amused by the depth of the question. That's quite philosophical, befitting a truth-keeper like you, he remarked with a smirk. But why not ask Miss Alice that question? After a brief silence, Ted Lur replied, I believe she doesn't hold any particular worldview. Anomaly 77 laughed heartily, grasping the implication. So you've met Miss Alice, he said, taking a big gulp of beer and carelessly spilling some on the deck. He then stated bluntly, to me, the world might as well be doomed. Ted Lur frowned deeply at this bleak declaration. Noticing Ted's expression, Anomaly 77 turned to him and then looked up at the sky thoughtfully. Consider this, Mr. Truth Keeper. The sun has been extinguished not just once but twice. Disasters ravage city-states and heretics and exiles rise and return. From my perspective, this world is riddled with cracks, shadows, voids, and the sounds of decay. You, noble and steadfast, and I mean no sarcasm, dedicate yourselves to mending this fractured world. But from a scholarly viewpoint, can it truly be repaired? Ted Lur remained silent, deeply absorbed in thought. He hadn't expected such a profound and unsettling response to his casually posed question. It seemed not just a fleeting thought, but a well-considered belief, indicating that this anomaly had been observing and reflecting on the state of the world for a long time, reaching a conclusion that was both well-reasoned and alarmingly earnest. Anomaly 77 appeared unaffected by Ted's reaction, indifferent to it. This world, Mr. Truthkeeper, is on a trajectory toward ruin. As a sailor, I'm particularly sensitive to the looming catastrophe, Sailor began with grim certainty. Compare the world today to a few centuries ago. It's like an ancient, dilapidated house riddled with gaping holes. As these rifts expand, the icy wind will devastate everything. Your attempts at repair are futile. It's like applying fresh paint to crumbling walls or patching holes with newspaper. These superficial fixes only create an illusion of safety. Listen closely, Mr. Truthkeeper, and pay attention. Leaning forward, Sailor dramatically gestured to his ear, his face twisting into a mocking grin. Do you hear that? That eerie, piercing sound? It's the wind from subspace, seeping through those rifts, emitting frequencies beyond normal human hearing. I've always been able to hear them, and now so can you. A subtle, almost imperceptible noise began to resonate around them, vibrating directly within their minds. It was faint, but unmistakably real. Ted Lur's eyes slightly widened, his gaze intensifying as he stared at Sailor. Lax, Mr. Truthkeeper, that's the nature of dealing with subspace. Once it touches you, it becomes a part of you forever, Sailor commented casually, unfazed by Ted's intense look. He shifted, leaning back against a stack of ropes with a relaxed demeanor. You managed to escape that realm, which is remarkable. I won't delve into the miracle that saved you, but it's clear that subspace has left its mark on you. You're lucky, really. Many have lost their minds just by glimpsing into subspace. Compared to them, you're fortunate. Is this also within a sailor's knowledge? Absolutely. The mummified figure nodded as if it were the most obvious thing, unconcerned about whether his claims seemed believable. Ted Lur stayed quiet, taking in this new information. Meanwhile, Sailor, unconcerned with Ted's reaction, shifted to a more comfortable half-lying position on the ropes and pondered as he shook his beer bottle. Cheer up, the world is as it is. Whether you accept it or not, each day passes just the same. Enjoy a drink while you still can. I can't afford the luxury of sleep. If I did, I might sleep through the end of the world. But this is fine, too. I'll witness the end of the world with my eyes wide open. With these words, he turned slightly, giving Ted Lur a sly, knowing smirk. As for you, Mr. Truthkeeper, you have duties to perform. It's time for you to return to your post, to continue your efforts to salvage this decaying world. Although it may seem pointless, perhaps the world keeps moving forward in this pointless way. Maybe, just maybe, a path will emerge from the void at the very end, and when that happens, all your efforts might finally find their meaning. As Ted Lur processed this chaotic cascade of thoughts, a sudden dizziness overcame him. His perception shifted, distorting his sense of reality. But before he could explore this disturbance further, a sharp, crackling sound from the deck snapped his attention back to his surroundings. Turning toward the noise, he saw an eerie display. A cluster of dim green flames flickered into being, intensifying into a fiery vortex. Out of this blazing portal, a giant skeletal bird engulfed in flames soared above in a daunting spectacle. Caught off guard, Ted was about to speak when his vision blurred. In an instant, he found himself irresistibly drawn into the fiery gateway by the burning avian creature. With a loud boom, the fiery portal vanished, leaving the deck eerily quiet as if the entire surreal event had been nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Meanwhile, Sailor, leaning nonchalantly against the ropes with his bottle, seemed absorbed in his own thoughts. Suddenly, a writhing shadow materialized in the air nearby. The shadow quickly took form and color, becoming an elderly man in a white, tattered robe. His face, deeply wrinkled, told of a long life. Under the cold, ethereal light of the world's creation, his shadow ominously stretched towards Anomaly 77. After a tense silence, the old man, his figure thin and slightly bent, turned his head toward where Ted Lur had vanished, whispering, "I." In the next moment, his figure dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, fading into the wind like a ghost lost in time, leaving no trace behind. Startled by the sudden disappearance, Sailor looked up, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Instinctively, he raised the bottle to his lips for a drink, then frowned in puzzlement. Why does this water taste so bland? It was at this moment that he truly noticed the bottle he was holding. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, realizing something was wrong, his earlier distraction replaced by sudden annoyance. Hovering silently above the ocean was a mysterious gray-white stone sphere pockmarked with crater-like indentations. Beneath this enigmatic orb, a small research platform was anchored at its midpoint, bathed in an almost ethereal, pale golden sunlight. On this platform, a group of elven scholars, dressed in their distinctive research robes, stood with a mix of apprehension and nervous anticipation. Their attention was focused on a figure at the forefront of the platform. Alice, brimming with childlike curiosity, was the center of their attention. She stood there, head tilted upwards, leaning slightly forward as she closely examined the large, peculiar stone sphere. Duncan, with a protective gesture, nudged Alice's head back. "Stop playing around, be careful, or you might topple into the sea." "Oh," Alice quickly pulled her head back, securing it with both hands, though her eyes remained wide and fixed on the mysterious stone sphere before her. After a long period of scrutiny, she expressed her confusion. "I can't make anything out." Duncan, his brow furrowed with concern, asked Alice, "After getting closer to the stone sphere, did you pick up any extra information? What about the sunlight surrounding it? Did you notice anything unusual after entering this bright area?" Alice squinted, observing the surrounding golden glow that draped over the sea like a curtain of crystals. The light shimmered in her beautiful purple eyes, creating ripples like those on water. After a moment of reflection, she turned to Duncan and said, "No information." Duncan, visibly disappointed, repeated, "No information." Alice hummed an affirmation, seriously reiterating her observation. She nodded, confirming, "Yes, just no information." Duncan sighed, his hopes dashed. "All right, it seems." However, he stopped abruptly, sensing something off. Are you saying you actually saw the words, no information, or did you see nothing at all? Alice confidently responded, I saw it. It said no information everywhere. Duncan realized that communicating with this literal-minded doll required a more nuanced approach. Who could have guessed she would take things so literally? Just as Duncan was about to probe further, a sudden crackling sound interrupted them. Dim green flames erupted, followed by the sudden appearance of a spinning fiery portal. AI is bringing someone back, Duncan informed Alice, turning his head toward the newly opened gateway. His expression quickly changed to alarm. Wait, something's wrong with the gate. Before he could finish, the fiery portal burst open, and a familiar figure tumbled out, Ted Lur, who fell past the platform's edge and plunged straight into the sea below, his surprise evident in his brief exclamation. The burning skeletal giant bird emerged from the gate, gracefully circling in midair. After landing on the platform, it looked down towards the sea and crowed triumphantly, Surprised, huh? I can fly. Duncan watched the scene unfold in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Alice, with cautious curiosity, approached the edge of the platform, peering down. She then fearfully patted her chest, remarking, You really can fall into the sea. Duncan slowly turned to AI, his gaze lingering on her for a moment before shifting towards the spot where Ted Lur had vanished into the sea. He couldn't help but wonder, how had that unfortunate truth keeper managed to provoke this bird? Chapter 692, What the Keeper Saw. Wrapped in a warm blanket, Ted Lur sat comfortably in a corner of the research station's cabin, cradling a steaming cup of tea that had just been handed to him. The heat was intense, yet Ted cherished the warmth. Looking up, he expressed his gratitude with a simple, thank you. Standing opposite him, Alice replied with a bright, You're welcome. She studied Ted, her expression a blend of curiosity and concern. Known as the Keeper, Ted had recently been dramatically rescued from the sea. After observing him briefly, she turned to Duncan, her face etched with worry, and remarked, Captain, Mr. Ted seems quite unwell today. Ted overheard her and responded with slight irritation. I fell into the sea twice. He raised his voice as he met Duncan's gaze. Mid-sentence, he shivered, not from the cold but from a deep, unsettling chill. The first time I accidentally fell from subspace, the second a dove forcefully ejected me. As he recounted the events, Ted shivered again and glanced at a plump white dove strutting confidently across the cabin floor. The dove pecked at the ground, occasionally glancing at the window and then at Ted. Abruptly, it flapped its wings as if to challenge him. What are you looking at? Duncan, ever composed, suggested, You must have somehow offended AI. It's unusual for her to throw people into the sea. Ted, feeling insulted, shot back, Or maybe your dove is just mean. He recalled the incident with a mix of anger and disbelief. It seemed to mock me as it dropped me into the ocean. Everyone here heard it. Duncan replied, That's highly unlikely. AI is a peace dove. He pointed at the bird's white feathers. Puzzled by the term peace dove, Ted struggled to find words. Duncan dismissed the confusion. I suspect AI had difficulty transporting you because you weren't cooperative. Ted pondered for a moment, then conceded, All right, I admit it. He elaborated, But you can't really blame me. I don't know your dove. When it suddenly enveloped me with its skeletal form and pulled me into a dark space, I felt threatened and resisted. Lucretia, who had been quietly observing, teased, And then the dove overpowered you and tossed you into the sea. Ted, growing impatient, retorted, Can we please change the subject from doves? Fair enough, agreed Duncan, moving to sit next to Ted. Let's drop the dove topic. We should discuss subspace instead. Ted made an awkward noise, his face reflecting disbelief at his own experiences. He took a deep breath, looking around to ground himself. As the non-essential staff sensed the seriousness of the conversation, they quietly exited the room, leaving only Duncan, Alice, Lucretia, and Ted in the now private space. With the room cleared, Ted relaxed slightly. I've already briefed Captain Lawrence on everything I remember, he began, his voice steadier. The experience of subspace left a chaotic mark on my mind, blurring many memories. What I remember are fragmented glimpses of silent, massive, and strange entities. I believe you're already somewhat aware of these details. Duncan nodded, his demeanor both casual and attentive. Yes, I've received Lawrence's report, but it's always better to get details directly from you. For example, I'm particularly interested in the specific forms of what you witnessed. As Duncan spoke, he reached over to the adjacent table and picked up a sketch he had drawn based on Captain Lawrence's briefing. This was done before Ted Lur had been rescued and brought back by AI. Ted Lur, intrigued, took the sketch from Duncan. His eyes widened in recognition as he examined the image. The sketch depicted no grotesque or bizarre figures, but showed elegant outlines of doors and windows, intricately designed columns, and flowing ironwork patterns. Letter 24D. Yet for Ted, the style and feel of these architectural elements eerily reminded him of the monstrous entities he had encountered in subspace. After pausing briefly, Ted looked up to see Duncan watching him calmly and expectantly. "Does this represent the style you saw?" Duncan asked softly. Ted took a moment, then lowered his gaze back to the sketch, carefully observing the architectural details. He answered in a somber tone, "Yes, that's it. It was a colossal structure enveloped in darkness, like a palace but also resembling an overly intricate, sprawling mansion. It loomed above me, inverted, with spires that reminded me of the grim, black towers in the northern city-states. The doors and windows were narrow and elongated, each one covered and sealed by a thorny, dark substance." Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, Ted continued, "The entire building was shrouded in silence, like a gigantic beast that had long since died. Yet there were moments, flickers of dim light would appear in some windows, suggesting signs of life within. During these brief moments, the structure seemed to pulse with a semblance of life." As Ted recounted his experience, Duncan listened intently, his expression growing serious as he followed Ted's description of the windows, columns, and decorative patterns. In his mind, Duncan recognized the structure, the Alice Mansion. Although Ted had only seen its exterior, the architectural style was unmistakable. Duncan remembered when Ray Nora had removed the mistress's bedroom, leaving a vast emptiness behind. He had looked into this void, expecting the usual chaotic streams of light and immense shadowy figures of subspace, but found only impenetrable darkness instead. If he had seen the typical signs of subspace, he might have sooner made the connection to the mansion. This discrepancy puzzled Duncan, leading him to wonder about what Ted had really seen in subspace. Was it merely a projection of the Alice Mansion? Or had something obstructed his view last time he looked out from the mansion's great void, hiding the true nature of subspace? Lost in thought, Duncan's face showed deep concentration. Meanwhile, Ted, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, pressed for answers. "What exactly did I see? You seem to know something about it." "Familiar, yes. I often visit," Duncan admitted with a slight nod, his tone indicating deeper knowledge. "But I would advise against delving into the details for your own mental and physical well-being." Understanding the implications, Ted resigned himself to this limited explanation. "All right, it is subspace after all," he conceded, his expression a mix of awe and disbelief. "By Laham's blessings, I never imagined I'd be discussing subspace with you. To think I went there and came back alive, it still feels like a dream." "You're only now beginning to process the reality of it," Duncan remarked casually, shifting the conversation. "You also mentioned that the huge, inverted mansion you saw transformed into something resembling a massive ship." Ted, thoughtful and cautious, replied, "The truth is I'm not entirely sure what it was." He elaborated, "Being in subspace was like navigating a maze of illusions. My mind seemed to split into two layers, one grappling with reality, the other lost in hallucination. I witnessed many things morphing into something else entirely, often instantaneously. Some of these transformations seemed real, while others felt like my brain trying to make sense of the incomprehensible." After a moment of reflection, Duncan slid another sheet of paper and a pencil towards Ted. "Whether it was real or illusory, can you try to draw what you saw as the mansion transformed?" Ted hesitated briefly before accepting the drawing tools. "I'll try," he said, his voice reflecting a mix of determination and uncertainty. Wrapped in his blanket, Ted approached the table and began to translate the elusive images from subspace onto paper. Duncan watched quietly, his face serious and patient as Ted drew. Gradually, under Ted's pen, chaotic and abstract lines began to form on the paper. Lucretia, observing with curiosity from the side, frowned in confusion. "Is this what you describe as a massive ship?" she asked, clearly puzzled. What she saw were random lines connecting into an abstract geometric shape, resembling a rough spindle or an asymmetrical cylinder, far from any traditional idea of a ship. In the brief moment after Ted's sketching, Lucretia noticed a significant change in Duncan's expression. His already serious face grew even more intense as he examined the abstract patterns Ted had drawn. She wondered if her father might recognize something in these seemingly random lines. Has he seen something like this before? Questions and confusion whirled in Lucretia's mind, but before she could speak, Ted set down his pencil, indicating he had finished his drawing. "I realize this doesn't look like a traditional ship," Ted said, turning to Lucretia with a sincere expression. But when I saw it in subspace, there was this undeniable feeling, a conviction that it was some sort of ship. He searched for the right words. It's difficult to explain, it felt like a form of cognition imprinted directly in my mind, almost like a revelation. Meanwhile, Duncan remained focused on the chaotic lines on the paper as if trying to decode a secret message. After a moment of intense scrutiny, he looked up and asked, "Is this the complete drawing?" Ted nodded. "Yes, it's finished." Duncan's expression deepened, a furrow appearing on his brow as he digested the information. "Is this all, just this part?" he asked with a hint of urgency. Ted, sensing Duncan's concern, hesitated. "What I saw was only this part. Is something missing?" After a few seconds of silence, Duncan leaned in closer, pointing at the pattern on the paper. "I'm not entirely sure, but based on what you've drawn, it might only represent a fraction of the entire structure," he speculated with increasing intensity. "Perhaps as little as 1/3. Chapter 693. The Shadow Realized Afterward. Ted Lur looked surprised by Duncan's question. He stared doubtfully at the messy scribbles in front of him. These lines, crude even to Ted's eyes, were his best attempt to replicate what he remembered from the original scene. However, his recent journey through subspace had clouded his memory, blurring the details. Yet Duncan's confident tone made Ted believe that the mysterious, ghost captain not only understood the sketch, but also knew what it was meant to represent. Duncan examined the drawing, then pointed to a section and asked, "Is this part of the structure damaged?" Ted furrowed his brow, trying to remember. A vague image flashed in his mind. "It might be, I'm not sure. I only caught a quick glimpse of it and didn't see the entire side structure." Before Ted could confirm, Duncan started drawing on an empty part of the paper, his pencil deftly connecting the existing scribbles. He quickly sketched a symmetrical, three-part structure that Ted and Lucretia couldn't recognize as any known ship. "This consists of 3 main sections. The engine cluster is right here." Lucretia, observing the unusual drawing, finally broke her silence. "What is this supposed to be?" Pausing his drawing, Duncan softly replied, "It's called the New Hope." Ted Lur and Lucretia exchanged bewildered looks and exclaimed in unison, "New Hope." From behind them, Alice chimed in, "What is New Hope?" Duncan met Alice's curious gaze with a serious and slightly mysterious expression. Alice, unaware of the depth of his stare, tilted her head, puzzled. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "It's a spaceship," Duncan clarified, turning away with a hint of emotion in his voice. "A long time ago, it arrived in our world, or more accurately, like other fragments. It crashed here among the remnants that form our world." "A spaceship, a flying vessel?" Ted Lur expressed his astonishment, which shifted to realization. "So you're saying it's another world fragment? A spaceship called New Hope, part of which ended up in subspace and transformed into the mansion I saw." His gestures conveyed a mix of disbelief and awe. Duncan didn't directly answer Ted's question, but looked back down at the sketch. This rough drawing, based on Ted's memories, wasn't completely accurate but still depicted the scene Duncan had envisioned, the New Hope, aflame as it plummeted into their world. Duncan recalled how he came upon this vision. It happened during an examination of Alice's strange wind-up key, when he extended his flame into the brass key, a routine practice when he explored supernatural objects. That's when he glimpsed the echo within the key. In that brief echo, Alice's key transformed into an unusual data storage device. The vision culminated with the catastrophic descent of the New Hope. For a long time, Duncan had pieced together information about this spaceship, scouring legends and historical records for any mention of an ancient crash in their world. A question lingered. Why did Alice's wind-up key reveal a vision of the New Hope's crash? What could link a simple Gothic doll to a spaceship that crashed long ago? The gap between doll and spaceship was vast, and even Duncan, adept at making connections, found it challenging to bridge them. Yet a new, even more perplexing piece of the puzzle had emerged. Ted Lur had stumbled upon Alice's mansion in subspace, a mansion that sometimes seemed to morph into part of the wreckage of the New Hope. Duncan had no reason to doubt Ted Lur's account. He quickly dismissed any possibility of error in Ted's observations. It seemed unlikely that Ted, in his confused state, could have misdescribed something as specific as the design of the New Hope. Duncan's mind was now weaving a tapestry of fragmented, chaotic clues, sparking a series of incredible theories. Lost in thought, Duncan reached into his pocket and pulled out the brass key used for winding Alice. The key, adorned with the mysterious infinity symbol, lay cold and silent in his hand, holding its secrets in an endless silence. After a moment, Duncan put the key away and looked up, meeting the curious yet anxious eyes of Lucretia and Ted Lur. "Let's change the topic for now," Duncan suggested, shaking his head slightly as he focused on Ted. "Tell me, what else did you see in subspace?" Realizing the deep and dangerous implications of the New Hope, Ted nodded and wisely curbed his own curiosity. He began describing the otherworldly visions he had witnessed in the enigmatic realm of subspace. Ted detailed scenes filled with surreal and supernatural elements. A massive figure standing solemnly in the wilderness, a throne occupied by a headless giant, a nameless warrior lying eternally against some wreckage, and various other strange, unclear phenomena that blurred the line between reality and imagination. Throughout Ted's recounting, Duncan remained silent, absorbing every detail and occasionally nodding in acknowledgement, fully engrossed in the story until Ted paused. Duncan then exhaled deeply as if to release the burden of the tales he had just heard. The stories of the headless corpse on the throne, the unnamed warrior by the eerie wreckage, and the immense structure in the desolate wilderness were indeed hard to grasp. Yet, for Duncan, these scenes were more believable occurrences in subspace than the idea of Alice's mansion appearing in subspace or Alice's mansion being part of the New Hope. "What a supernatural and unforgettable journey," Lucretia commented after a long silence, breaking the room's quiet. 15 minutes, Mr. Ted. The experiences you've shared from those 15 minutes could provide a lifetime of research for many scholars. I could base the second half of my academic career on just these 15 minutes, but honestly I wish I hadn't experienced it, Ted admitted with a sigh. "Do you know, I still hear those strange buzzing sounds in my head. They feel alive, writhing in my mind. Despite my training in resilience psychology and willpower control, combating this noise is incredibly difficult. It seems like these aftereffects will last for a long time." He shrugged, his expression a mixture of concern and frustration. "And to make matters worse, I have to return to the academy tomorrow and face those stubborn students. Their simplistic yet misguided views on academics feel like another kind of subspace noise to me." As if burdened by the lingering echoes of subspace and the daunting task of facing the future, Mr. Truth Keeper raised his hand to his forehead in a gesture of distress. Duncan responded with a sympathetic sigh, gently patting Ted's shoulder. "I completely understand that feeling." Ted looked up at Duncan, surprised. "How could you understand?" Duncan paused, finding it difficult to explain, but then thought of Shirley's homework book and Alice's doodle pad. "I have even clearer examples than your students on my ship." Ted was initially confused, not quite catching Duncan's point, but then he nodded, a complex expression crossing his face. "It seems like you have your challenges too." After that exchange, Ted fell quiet, seemingly drained from reliving his experiences in subspace and in need of a mental break. However, just as he seemed to be settling down, something sparked his memory, and he perked up as if he remembered another significant detail. "There's another matter I need to discuss," Ted suddenly said, his tone turning serious. "It's not about subspace, but about the White Oak." Duncan's expression became puzzled at the mention of the ship. "The White Oak," he repeated. "What about it?" Ted paused as if carefully choosing his words. "I'm not sure if it was just the effects of subspace where my senses and thoughts were scrambled, but I have this persistent feeling something was off during my time with that sailor on the White Oak." Duncan's face took on a serious look as he listened. "You're referring to the anomaly identified as number 77, correct?" Duncan asked, urgency in his voice. "What exactly did you find odd about him?" Ted frowned, struggling to express his gut feeling. "It's difficult to describe, but after returning, whenever I think back to my conversation with that anomaly, there's an unsettling feeling that I wasn't just talking to him alone," he explained, speaking carefully as he tried to accurately remember the interaction. "We talked about different worldviews, the perspective of being an anomaly." When he responded, I got this eerie sense of hearing multiple voices. It was as if something else, something hidden, was present on that ship, and it was very close to that sailor at that moment. Chapter 694, The Urging Bell. "Captain, please trust me. You know how I usually am. The thought of stealing liquor from your stash is unimaginable to me. Just the idea of entering your private quarters gives me such a strong physical reaction. My legs literally cramp up at the thought." Anomaly 77, his voice raspy and strained, pleaded with Captain Lawrence. His loud voice carried across half the ship's deck, drawing curious glances from the passing sailors intrigued by the latest drama surrounding this unique and notorious crew member of the White Oak. Captain Lawrence, his hair flecked with silver, observed with a deep frown. He seemed to ignore the desperate pleas from the frail figure before him. Instead, his gaze was momentarily caught by 2 bottles of beer lying nearby on the deck. Deep down, he believed Anomaly 77's words. Although known for his unpredictable and often unreliable behavior, there was one thing he was consistently honest about: his involuntary physical reactions near the captain. This strange being, who seemed to dread the captain's so-called ghost flame, as if it were a natural predator, surely wouldn't have dared sneak into the captain's quarters to steal, especially not with 2 bottles of beer left out as if to tempt fate. After a moment of thought, Captain Lawrence suddenly looked up, a question forming in his mind. "Tell me, did Mr. Ted Lure leave the ship a little while ago? Were you with him before he left?" Surprised by the change in topic, Sailor responded with a mix of confusion and surprise, quickly answering, "Yes, he just left. We were together for a bit, we were talking." Lawrence narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Anomaly 77. "And what, may I ask, were you discussing?" "Poetry and songs," Anomaly 77 blurted out hastily, then, noting the captain's shifting expression, he corrected himself. No, it was more about philosophical things, I suppose. Worldviews, maybe. Honestly, I don't fully remember. Our talk ranged over many subjects: the state of the world, future prospects, the essence of life. He seemed quite burdened discussing such deep topics. He trailed off, appearing uncertain and slightly flustered, then added doubtfully, "I think I might have offered him a drink, but he didn't accept it. Now that I think about it, did I offer or not?" Watching the dried-up man's gestures and facial expressions, Captain Lawrence's brow furrowed in thought. After letting Anomaly 77 ramble a bit, he pressed further. "Do you remember what you responded in that conversation? Can you recall anything specific you said?" Sailor stopped his mumbling, trying to remember, his face twisting into an expression of confusion and discomfort. "I can't seem to remember clearly," he admitted, his voice filled with anxiety. "I know I said a lot, but I can only remember bits and pieces. It's strange. Most of the time, it felt like I was just rambling aimlessly." Anomaly 77 grew increasingly anxious as he spoke. "Wait, now that I think about it, I didn't feel like I was speaking on my own. It was as if another voice was mingling with mine, guiding my words. Captain, do you think something is off here?" "This situation is all wrong. It's unmistakably wrong," Captain Lawrence murmured in a soft yet firm tone. As he spoke, a subtle green flame flickered beside him, slowly spreading across the wooden deck in a quiet, eerie display. At the same time, a vast shadow began to materialize on the ocean beside the white oak. The black oak, a ghostly and mysterious counterpart to their vessel, emerged like a dark reflection rising from the sea's depths. Its spectral form, adorned with flickering lights, seemed to shift uncertainly. Anomaly 77, caught off guard by the sudden and mysterious occurrence, quickly jumped aside to avoid the creeping, ghostly flame, exclaiming in a mix of surprise and concern, "Hey, Captain, what's happening here?" "We've had an uninvited guest aboard, though they may have already left," Lawrence replied, giving Anomaly 77 a significant look. "Martha saw a figure in the reflection of our ship, a figure that doesn't belong to our crew, standing right next to you." Upon hearing this, Anomaly 77's face turned pale, transforming into an expression of sheer horror. "Damn it." "What? You were correct. There was indeed an uninvited guest aboard the White Oak, near Anomaly 77, Duncan confirmed, nodding at Ted Lure. "When you mentioned hearing 2 voices during your conversation, it's likely that one of them was this uninvited guest." Noticing a change in Duncan's demeanor, Ted Lure ventured, "Has the White Oak sent any word? Did old Sea Dog Lawrence manage to catch this intruder?" "No, he didn't," Duncan replied, shaking his head slightly. "Whoever it was, they were very cautious and had left the ship before Lawrence and Martha even realized something was wrong." "Left?" Ted Lure appeared puzzled. "But where could someone go in the middle of the vast ocean?" He stopped, a realization dawning on him. As a truth keeper, he began to connect the dots, considering the unfolding events with his extensive experience. Seeing the realization in Ted Lure's eyes, Duncan slightly nodded and asked, "Do you remember the specifics of your conversation with that sailor?" "I do," Ted Lure answered immediately, then recounted his entire conversation with the sailor, leaving out no detail. As Duncan listened intently, his expression grew more serious. Finally, he nodded. "Exactly. Those words couldn't have come from Sailor himself." Puzzled, Ted Lure asked, "How can you be so sure?" "Sailor doesn't have the necessary education or background." "Ted Lure, it seems we can start to piece together the identity of our uninvited guest," Duncan said thoughtfully, his voice tinged with concern. The ideas he discussed are somewhat similar to the apocalyptic teachings of the Enders, but more logical and tempered. The person who spoke to you through Sailor must be a rational-minded Ender who was hiding on the White Oak and used Sailor to communicate with you. He paused, then continued. According to Captain Lawrence's report, this interaction involved some sort of mental overriding or guidance. Sailor remembers being part of the conversation but can't recall the details. His unusual behavior also suggests he was under some influence. Ted Lur's expression grew more complex, his brow furrowing in thought. I've never known Enders to have such abilities or to act in this way before. It's understandable that this is all new to us. Until recently we hadn't even acknowledged the existence of rational Enders, Duncan commented casually. These subspace worshippers who exist in the hidden crevices of time are cloaked in layers of mystery. Sometimes they appear as monstrous figures, their forms twisted by subspace distortions. Other times, they seem like scholarly figures engaging in civil discourse. Their existence in nonlinear time streams further complicates things. Frankly, it's likely that no one has ever fully encountered a complete Ender. Our understanding of them is limited, based on only fleeting glimpses at specific moments in time. That's quite a fascinating hypothesis, Ted Lur remarked, his eyebrow raising in interest before his expression turned serious again. To think an Ender could come so close to me, then vanish without either you or Captain Lawrence noticing, their mysterious nature truly is beyond our comprehension. However, this uninvited guest went through all that trouble just to deliver some cryptic apocalyptic message through Sailor. What do you make of his words? Duncan didn't immediately reply. He fell into a thoughtful silence, deeply pondering the cryptic message Ted Lur had relayed from Sailor. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke up. What's your view? Do you think there's any point in trying to fix this world? It's not really about whether it's meaningful, but that we have no other choice, Ted Lur responded, shaking his head slightly. Our world is like a ship sailing the vast ocean. Perhaps, as the Ender suggested, this ship is indeed leaking, destined to sink beyond any hope of rescue. But what other choice do we have as this ship's occupants? Our only option is to keep patching it up. Surely that's better than just waiting to drown, right? Duncan stayed silent, his thoughts unreadable, his expression one of deep reflection. At that moment, a faint, ethereal sound of a bell rang out, reaching Ted Lur's ears and briefly interrupting his conversation with Duncan. The Truth Keeper paused, his expression one of surprise. As he listened to the bell's frequency and rhythm, a look of confusion crossed his face. The swift bell. The swift bell? Duncan repeated, his voice filled with curiosity. Is that what this sudden bell sound we're hearing is called? Yes, it's the signal calling the saints to convene at, Ted Lur started, but he stopped abruptly, turning to Duncan with an expression of complete astonishment. Wait, you mean you heard the bell just now as well? Yes, I heard it, Duncan confirmed, his tone one of surprise. Should I not have? It sounded quite clear. Indeed, you shouldn't have. Ted Lur's response was almost incredulous. That bell is the summoning call from the tomb of the Nameless King. Many years ago, the Church of the Four Gods developed a system specifically to contain and direct the sound of this bell, so that only the saints of the Four Gods should be able to hear its summons. The tomb of the Nameless King? Duncan's eyes lit up with recognition as he began to grasp the significance of what he was hearing. Ah, that rings a bell. Vanna mentioned something about this. So this is what she was talking about when she referred to the swift bell. Piecing everything together, Duncan stood up and scanned the room as if trying to determine the source or direction of the sound. He casually remarked, The bell is tolling again. It seems to be calling the saints for a gathering. Shouldn't you be heading to this assembly? In theory, yes, Ted Lur replied, his voice a mix of confusion and hesitation. But something isn't adding up here. It's currently the Storm Church's turn to respond to the bell's call, and normally I shouldn't even be able to hear it. His eyes met Duncan's, filled with confusion. Then the bell chimed again, its tone marked by deep solemnity and pressing urgency. It seemed not just a call, but a prelude to something momentous, a declaration about to echo across the world. Chapter 695, An Unprecedented Situation. As the bell chimed across the ship, Vanna had just completed her evening prayers on the open deck. These moments of prayer brought a peaceful break from her typically turbulent life at sea. As she walked back to her cabin through the ship's dim, narrow corridors, she encountered Morris, who hurried along with a look of urgency. Noticing the deep worry etched on Morris's usually composed face, Vanna could tell something was amiss. "Morris, did you hear the swift bell too?" she inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity and concern. "Yes," Morris replied, his tone grave. It rang 3 times. I was about to begin the psychic resonance ceremony when it sounded. Vanna's eyebrows shot up in surprise. But isn't it still the Storm Church's designated time? How could you, a member of a different church, hear the bell? Morris sighed deeply, his expression one of confusion and worry. I don't know. That's exactly why we need to attend the assembly. Something unusual must be happening. With Morris's serious demeanor, Vanna reflected on the recent strange occurrences on the ship. She nodded silently in agreement, and they parted ways to their respective rooms. Back in her room, the sound of waves gently lapping against the ship calmed her. It felt as if the ocean itself was holding her. She began her own ritual, lighting a candle and watching the flame cast long, flickering shadows. The familiar sound of the sea quieted her restless thoughts. Suddenly she felt dizzy, a sign that her senses were aligning for the journey ahead. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in her soul projection form, standing amidst the ancient and revered assembly grounds. The area was surrounded by tall, solemn stone pillars at the edge of a vast square, the atmosphere thick with a mix of dark and flickering light. The ground was covered with old, weathered stone tiles, worn by countless souls over time. Vanna scanned the square, seeing soul projections from various saints all converging on this sacred site. Positioned at the square's edge, she marveled at the large number of projections gathered, a scene unlike any she had witnessed before. Members from all 4 churches were present. This gathering transcended the designated time of the Storm Church. Saints from all churches had come together in response to the swift bell, adhering to the ancient mandate of the 4 divine churches. Around her, the projections of other saints buzzed with conversations ranging from confused to alarmed as they discussed the unusual gathering. Vanna moved through the crowd, listening in as she made her way to the center of the square. Suddenly, a familiar but slightly blurred figure approached her. "Vanna, I've been looking for you," the figure called out, their voice a blend of relief and confusion. "Do you know what's happening here?" As Vanna surveyed the ethereal assembly, she spotted Bishop Valentine's soul projection. She turned to him and nodded respectfully. "I don't have all the answers," she admitted, her voice reflecting her uncertainty. "But it appears that saints from all 4 major churches have been summoned by the bell. Mr. Morris is probably here with us on the assembly ground as well." Bishop Valentine's expression grew serious as he contemplated the current situation. The swift bell which normally rings from the ark is calling from the direction of the nameless king's tomb this time. It's a powerful, sweeping signal that has brought all the saints from various churches together, indicating something significant, he explained, his voice heavy with concern. This ancient covenant ceremony has operated without fail for thousands of years. An event like this is truly unprecedented. Vanna, speaking softly yet thoughtfully, suggested, "This might be connected to the recent sun extinguishment event. It seems a major change is approaching." Her words hung in the air, laden with meaning. Then her gaze shifted upward. A familiar, ghostly figure appeared. It was Morris. Vanna walked toward him, but Morris spoke before she could reach him. "It seems I'm not the only one who heard the bell in an unexpected manner." Vanna responded, her voice tinged with both relief and complexity. "Indeed, all the saints are here now. Fortunately, there's enough room for us," she observed, looking towards the still vacant center of the square. "The tomb hasn't revealed itself yet. I'm eager to hear what it will declare." Morris, looking solemn, simply nodded. He briefly greeted Bishop Valentine, whom he hadn't seen in a while, then stood beside Vanna, watching the center of the square intently. At that moment, the atmosphere changed as 4 distinct figures appeared, drawing the attention of all the saints. Helena, Loon, Banster, and Frem, the representatives of the 4 gods, entered the assembly area. Their clear, distinct soul projections stood out sharply against the more indistinct forms around them. Their arrival briefly stirred the crowd, but soon quieted down. The presence of these spiritual leaders brought order and calm, reassuring the saints that despite the unusual circumstances, everything was under control. Vanna's attention returned to the 4 popes as they approached her, each adorned with symbols of their respective gods. A flurry of emotions crossed her face. Helena stepped forward and asked Vanna, "Has the tomb not appeared yet?" Caught off guard, Vanna hesitated. No, it hasn't appeared yet." "Goods," Helena nodded. "Then we'll wait a bit longer." Still trying to make sense of everything, Vanna nodded, puzzled. Okay." After this exchange, the 4 popes stood with Vanna, composed and dignified, waiting for the ancient and mysterious tomb to emerge. Standing there, Vanna felt uneasy. She noticed Mr. Morris giving her a puzzled look. Struggling to express her feelings, she managed a strained smile, wondering if Morris could sense her mixed emotions through her ghostly form. Suddenly, a tall figure quietly approached Vanna and tapped her shoulder, asking casually, "Will it take long to wait?" Without turning, Vanna answered casually, "Not sure, but usually the tomb appears a few minutes after all the saints have gathered." Her voice trailed off as a silence enveloped the area. Banster and Frem momentarily stiffened, while Helena and Loon turned their heads with deliberate slowness. Vanna herself turned slowly to see who had spoken. There stood Duncan, looking relaxed and slightly amused by the attention he was drawing. After a brief, stunned silence, Vanna exclaimed in surprise, breaking the quiet, "Captain, why are you here?" Her shout rippled through the assembly like a stone thrown into a pond. The brief silence quickly turned into a flurry of surprised shouts, lively discussions, and numerous soul projections recoiling in shock. The atmosphere became thick with tension, alertness, and disbelief. This was a scenario no one had expected. With a resigned look, Duncan glanced back at the now bustling square and shrugged. "Honestly, I didn't expect to find so many people here," he said, clearly surprised by the size of the gathering. Overwhelmed, Vanna noticed that the popes quickly took control, issuing a firm call for silence. Their commanding voices sent a wave of energy through the crowd. Helena, Loon, Banster, and Frem's combined wills permeated the assembly. Duncan, caught off guard by their reaction, felt the immediate shift as the chaotic murmurs stopped abruptly and order was swiftly restored. With calm restored, Helena faced Duncan directly, her expression serious. "How did you get here?" she demanded, seeking an explanation for his unexpected appearance. Duncan thought for a moment, then casually waved his hand beside him. A spectral figure appeared, a skeletal giant bird wrapped in eerie green flames, flickering ominously in the darkness. "I came by dove travel," Duncan stated casually. Helena, startled by the unusual and somewhat bizarre explanation, could only respond with a puzzled. Duncan looked around at the stunned faces of the popes. "I heard the bells," he started to explain. After a brief pause, he continued, "I can't provide exact details, but when the bells rang, their sound reached me. Then I sensed a gathering of spirits. The presence of the 4 arcs in Wind Harbor probably intensified this convergence, making it as clear to me as lights in the night sky. I've always been curious about your gatherings. So I tried to trace Vanna's soul starlight, and here I am." Helena, clearly taken aback by this revelation, stammered, "That works." Duncan considered her question, as if evaluating the plausibility of his own explanation, then nodded affirmatively. "I think it works," he concluded. Helena was left in bewildered silence, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Vanna, more accustomed to unusual events, perhaps due to her experiences as a sports student, took Duncan's explanation in stride. Hearing Duncan's casual confirmation, she smoothly shifted the conversation, asking, "Do you have any thoughts about today's unusual situation?" Duncan responded candidly, "I don't know, this is my first time here. What usually happens at these gatherings? Is there a specific procedure?" Frem, speaking with a deep, calm voice, answered, "We wait for the emergence of Vision 4, the nameless king's tomb. Then a tomb keeper appears, and the chosen one is guided to the tomb chamber." Duncan listened attentively, his interest evident, and nodded slowly in understanding. Just as Frem finished explaining, a deep, resonant rumble suddenly filled the center of the square. The profound sound caught everyone's attention, abruptly ending their conversations. The long-awaited moment had arrived. The emergence of the nameless king's tomb was imminent. Chapter 696, The Unsettling Tomb. As the air filled with a deep, resonant rumbling, Duncan's attention was immediately drawn to the center of the square. He witnessed an extraordinary scene there. The square's old, worn stone slabs started shifting fluidly like sand. A massive structure began to rise from beneath these stones. The first thing Duncan saw was a tall, grayish-white spire piercing the sky. Soon after, a grand and ancient tomb emerged. This structure, a magnificent blend of a colossal pyramid and a superb palace, stood solemnly and majestically. It was constructed from large, grayish-white boulders and exuded an air of silent, rustic grandeur. Duncan watched in awe as the massive structure ascended from the earth. His curiosity was piqued as he studied its style and architecture, realizing it bore no resemblance to any current architectural styles known in the city-states. Instead, it reminded him of styles he had seen in books about the ancient kingdom of Crete. The ethereal projections of saints scattered around the square fell silent, their gazes drawn to the imposing pyramid-like tomb. A solemn, slightly tense atmosphere enveloped the crowd, quieting their conversations. After a few minutes, with Vanna and Morris looking visibly confused and concerned about what might be wrong, there was movement within the tomb. The heavy stone door slowly opened with a deep, resonant sound, revealing dark, gloomy corridors inside. The gathered soul projections stared intently at the door. A deathly silence hung in the air before giving way to low murmurs and whispered discussions. Duncan, overhearing these discussions, sensed something was wrong. He turned to Vanna and quietly asked, "What's the problem?" Vanna, her voice tinged with confusion and unease, replied in a hushed tone, "The tomb guardian hasn't appeared. Normally, the guardian would have emerged by now." Duncan's expression grew more serious with this revelation. As time passed, the ancient, enigmatic tomb remained silent at the center of the assembly. The expected guardian of the tomb was nowhere to be seen. The quiet murmurs among the crowd began to spread, creating a buzz of speculation. However, some in the crowd instinctively turned their attention to Duncan, sensing his significance in this situation. Ignoring their gazes, Duncan approached Helena with a determined stride. "It seems this is an unprecedented situation," he said bluntly. "Do you have any strategies for handling this? If not, I'm prepared to investigate this so-called tomb myself." "Wait a moment," Helena interjected promptly, pausing briefly to gather her thoughts. She then turned to Loon and the others nearby, her decision clear in her voice. "Let's go over and take a closer look." "All right," Loon agreed, nodding. He then raised his voice, addressing the soul projections assembled in the square. "Everyone else, stay on standby here. Do not approach Vision 4. Having issued this command, he turned to join Helena, Banster, and Frem. The group began to make their way towards the imposing tomb. Duncan, after a moment's consideration, decided to follow them. Loon, hearing footsteps trailing behind, glanced back. Duncan casually reassured him, "I'm just going to take a look. Don't worry, I won't start a fire." At this, Loon's expression turned somewhat complex, perhaps recalling the devastating fire that marked the end of Atlantis. Helena, after a brief hesitation, gestured to Vanna and gave a slight nod. "Vanna, you should come as well." "Me?" Vanna appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and hurried to join them. Morris and others remained in what they deemed a safe area, a fair distance from the tomb. They watched anxiously as the group approached Vision 4. Duncan, walking with Helena and the rest, reached the base of the solemn, gray-white pyramid. They stood before the silently open gate. The corridor beyond the door stretched deep and dimly into the tomb, its faint light barely revealing the distant contours within. The interior appeared to harbor a space far more expansive and deeper than its external appearance suggested, with the corridor seemingly stretching endlessly into the darkness. Frem was crouched by the door, intently examining something, while Loon pressed his hand against specific spots on the tomb's outer wall. Near where his palm made contact, faint rune-like symbols began to glow in the air, flashing momentarily. Helena and Banster stood nearby, either silently praying or remaining alert for any signs of danger. Duncan, intrigued by the scene before him, couldn't resist asking, "What are you doing?" Loon, still busy with the runes, casually explained. In ancient times, this nameless king's tomb had an erratic history. It would randomly summon individuals from all over the world, leading to many disastrous incidents. It was only through the collective effort of the 4 divine churches that a lock was placed on this autonomously operating ancient anomaly. He continued, his attention on the hidden runes. These agreements, witnessed by the 4 gods, imposed regulations on the otherwise chaotic summoning behavior of Vision 4, leading to the establishment of today's swift bell and assembly system. Duncan raised an eyebrow. "Sounds like a sort of containment strategy." "It's more of a limited utilization," Loon corrected, shaking his head. "An anomaly like this can't truly be contained. But by understanding its patterns, we can reduce its harm and even utilize it to our benefit. Today's Vision 4 continues to operate non-stop, just as it always did. The difference is that we've now found ways to extract information from it without risking our lives." "An anomaly cannot be contained." Duncan pondered Loon's words, his expression turning thoughtful and slightly perplexed. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Duncan considered the situation of the Vanished. In a strict sense, the current state of the Vanished was one of containment, and he, Captain Duncan, was a key factor in maintaining this state. This scenario, though unique, seemed to align well with the concept of eternal zero, often associated with anomalies and visions. Shaking his head, Duncan momentarily brushed aside these tangential thoughts. His attention refocused just in time to hear Frem break the ensuing silence with a grave tone. "It seems there's no problem." "Yes, everything appears to be in order," Loon concurred, finishing his initial assessment. The elven elder straightened up, took a few steps back, and gazed up at the towering pyramid tomb with a grave expression, at least from the outside. Duncan spoke softly, his gaze analytical. If everything's normal on the outside, then the issue must lie within. He then advanced towards the tomb's main entrance, peering into the seemingly unending darkness of the corridor. What's the next step? Frem approached, drawing Duncan's curious eyes. The silent, towering orc pope gently tapped his staff on the ground thrice. In the next instant, a blurry shadow split from Frem's side, quickly materializing into another figure resembling Frem. "This is my historical avatar from an hour ago," Frem casually explained to Duncan. As he finished speaking, this historical avatar bravely stepped forward, crossing the threshold of Vision 4 under the watchful eyes of everyone present. As the tall figure ventured deeper into the dim corridor, Vanna joined Duncan's side, her eyes reflecting a mix of concern and tension. They observed as the avatar progressed, only to see it abruptly halt at a certain point. "Why did it stop?" Duncan asked, turning to Frem with a puzzled look. Frem's brow furrowed in response, indicating that even he, the summoner, was unsure why his historical avatar had suddenly ceased moving. He peered intently into the depths of the corridor, his hand tracing runes in the air, seemingly attempting to reconnect with his avatar. But just then, a wave of unease washed over him. Simultaneously, the historical avatar, stationary in the corridor's depths, began to quiver slightly as if it were slowly turning its head back towards them. Frem, standing just outside the entrance to Vision 4, suddenly altered his expression, lifting his papal staff with urgency. He issued a stark warning while beginning to dispel the summoning, "Be careful, contamination." In the following moment, Frem decisively severed the summoning link and commanded the avatar's disintegration. Yet, the top of his staff emitted only a brief, dim light, and the tall figure in the corridor did not vanish as expected. Instead, after a brief tremor, it continued its slow, ominous turn of the head. As the tall, pale figure's head turned, it revealed a face contorted into a horrifying, twisted smile that seemed to tear through the shadows. In the dim light, this grotesque grin spread like the mirth of a demented spirit, and suddenly, a cacophony of murmurs, whispers, and strange howls filled the ears of everyone present, chilling them to the bone. The scene was unnervingly macabre, sending shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. Banster and the others immediately sprang into action, their bodies tensing in readiness to combat this sinister contamination. They knew the stakes were high, even though the entity that had ventured into the tomb was merely a historical avatar of the flame-bearer's pope. The force that could so swiftly and thoroughly corrupt it had to be of a profoundly malevolent and supernatural nature. Yet just as the situation seemed to reach a fever pitch, a tall figure unexpectedly stepped forward, positioning himself at the entrance and obstructing the view of the slowly rotating, historical avatar. It was Duncan. Around him, layers of illusory flames flickered and crackled, casting an eerie light. A barrier of green fire sprung up, almost entirely sealing the doorway. There he stood amidst the dancing flames, his gaze fixed on the distant figure now thoroughly tainted by some unknown, corrupting power. "Why didn't you continue turning?" Duncan's voice cut through the tension, his tone steady yet carrying an undercurrent of challenge and curiosity towards the twisted entity before him. Chapter 697, Phantoms in the Tomb. In the dim, unsettling corridor, where a supernatural green light enveloped the entrance, the deepening darkness intensified the eerie atmosphere. There, a figure corrupted by a sinister force halted abruptly, ignoring Duncan's remarks. The unsettling silence that followed was shattered when the avatar, previously immobile, suddenly jerked and turned its head towards Duncan in a quick, unnerving motion. The avatar's face had morphed into dark, swirling voids, out of which came a mocking, piercing laughter. Its body contorted into unnatural shapes, with limbs stretching into tentacle-like forms reaching for the walls and ceiling. With a dissonant screech, the monstrous figure lunged at Duncan. In a moment of intense concentration, Duncan released a burst of green spectral flames, filling the corridor and creating fiery barriers. The corrupted entity, laughing wildly as it advanced, was severely burned by the flames and eventually collapsed into a charred heap near Duncan, where it lay motionless. The flames slowly died down. Approaching the remains cautiously, Duncan found a shriveled, charred husk among the ashes, barely recognizable as one of the forest folk, save for a sinister crack that eerily resembled a mocking smile, exuding a chilling amusement. After a moment of reflection, Duncan, with mixed feelings, carefully collected the remains and retreated from the corridor of Vision 4 to the main gate. Outside, the anxious group quickly gathered around him, intrigued by the charred relic Duncan had retrieved. Helena, deeply worried, fixated on the smile-like crack and crossed herself, murmuring, "Goddess bless, Frem, that's the most disturbing smile I've ever seen." "It's good to see you haven't lost your sense of humor, even now," Banster commented gruffly, glancing at Helena before returning his gaze to the remains. "It's tainted with subspace energy." "Why would subspace energy be present in Vision 4? Loon wondered aloud, looking towards the main door of the tomb. "The tomb is notorious for its dangers and stringent rules, not to mention the mysterious guardian, but subspace energy, that's never been mentioned before." Curious, Duncan asked, "Can you describe the tomb's layout? And who or what is this nameless king everyone talks about?" The group exchanged uneasy glances, and after a pause, Vanna responded, "The interior of the tomb is largely unknown, except for some vague rules of engagement. Those who leave, the listeners, have their memories of the inside erased. They only bring back fragmented information, like scraps of parchment. We believe there's a chamber in Vision 4 where an ancient, mysterious entity awaits the listener. But no one knows exactly what it looks like or who the master of the chamber is." "Induced amnesia," Duncan murmured, his attention suddenly captured by the main gate of the tomb. Heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor as a tall, ominous figure, the guardian of Vision 4, appeared. Even Duncan was startled by its sudden presence. The guardian moved with slow, corpse-like steps, the sound of chains dragging as it approached. Helena and the others tensed immediately, while Vanna subtly prepared for any sudden movements. The appearance of this tomb guardian was certainly menacing. Despite their defensive stances, the tomb guardian seemed indifferent. It simply continued forward and eventually stopped before Duncan. After a tense silence, the towering figure, shrouded in bandages and exuding an aura of being between life and death, subtly pointed towards the tomb's passage. Duncan raised an eyebrow. "You're inviting me inside." The guardian nodded slowly. Loon whispered urgently, "Be careful, there's something unsettling about this." Duncan remained composed, meeting the obscure gaze of the guardian. After a brief pause, he challenged, "What if I refuse the invitation?" The guardian stood motionless. Just when it seemed it wouldn't or couldn't reply, a deep, gravelly voice came from beneath the bandages. "Then when would you be available?" Duncan paused, taken aback by the unexpected response. As he processed the reply, the guardian spoke again, its tone serious. "He doesn't have much time left." Not much time left." Duncan's expression turned to surprise and concern. "Are you referring to the tomb's master? What do you mean by not much time?" The guardian remained silent again, its stillness conveying an urgent, unspoken message. After nearly 2 minutes of thoughtful silence, Duncan nodded decisively. "All right, then I'll go meet him." Helena, clearly worried, immediately questioned his decision. "Are you sure, given the anomalies inside Vision 4? Duncan shook his head with determination. "Subspace disturbances aren't a concern for me. I heard the bell toll, and it feels like it's specifically calling to me this time. Instinct tells me I shouldn't ignore this invitation." "Intuition?" Helena seemed taken aback for a moment, but then, understanding something deeper, she stepped back, her objections fading into acceptance. "All right, I trust your judgment." The guardian then turned his solemn gaze over Helena, Loon, and the others. "Maintain your distance, do not cross the facility's boundary," he suddenly instructed, his voice carrying a warning. "Protocol Tree C32E7 is unstable." His words left Helena and the others puzzled and slightly alarmed. Loon reflexively asked, "What protocol tree?" The guardian offered no further explanation. Instead, he stepped aside, clearing the path to the tomb's entrance and gesturing for Duncan to proceed. With a meaningful glance at the guardian, Duncan stepped forward. He paused briefly to look back at Vanna, who appeared concerned, and offered a reassuring nod. "Stay here, I'll return shortly." With those parting words, he entered the dark, seemingly endless corridor. The massive tomb door closed behind him with a resonant boom, cutting off all visual and auditory connections to the outside world. Dim, flickering lights along the walls cast an eerie glow, enveloping the passageway in a ghostly silence. All Duncan could hear was the heavy, deliberate footsteps of the guardian and the unsettling scrape of chains. As they moved forward, Duncan noticed a change. The footsteps behind him altered and the sound of chains stopped. Curious, he turned around, his expression changing to surprise. A tall, silent figure with dark skin and black hair, dressed in a pristine white robe, now walked the corridor. "Is this your true form?" Duncan asked, startled by the transformation. The man with dark skin met Duncan's gaze with unusually pale golden eyes, focusing intently on him before nodding affirmatively. Yes. Duncan furrowed his brow, filled with questions, but before he could ask them, something else caught his eye. At the end of the corridor, an ethereal intersection materialized out of nowhere, floating like a mirage. Suddenly, a group of figures in white robes appeared before this ghostly crossroad, moving decisively toward the unknown. They crossed the spectral intersection and continued down the long, deep corridor, eventually disappearing into the solid wall at its end. "What was that?" Duncan asked, his astonishment and curiosity evident. As the protocol tree becomes destabilized, the folding and unraveling of time streams begin reverting to their original state. That was a glimpse from the distant past of them embarking on their mission, the Tomb Guardian explained. Who exactly are they? Duncan's mind raced with questions. The Guardian, now in his more human-like form, paused for a few seconds before responding in a subdued tone. They are known as the Doomsday Observers, the Doomsday Survey Team. Duncan stopped abruptly, his eyes widening as if a sudden realization had dawned on him, sending a flood of thoughts and connections through his mind. He took a deep breath, looking down the long corridor stretching before him. At that moment, another indistinct apparition appeared in his blurred vision. This time, it was a young man in a white robe, with short black hair, walking confidently. His demeanor was calm yet filled with determination. As he moved through the corridor, there was a brief instant, perhaps just a trick of the mind, when Duncan felt the figure's eyes glance toward him. And then, just as quickly as he had appeared, they brushed past each other, continuing on their separate paths. Chapter 698. The Figure on the Throne. A figure with short black hair, dressed in a pristine white robe, sped past, catching only the edge of Duncan's vision. It seemed for a moment that the figure was merely an illusion. Duncan watched as the stranger headed into the enigmatic depths of Vision 4, eventually vanishing behind a wall. As Duncan's thoughts swirled with terms like Doomsday Observer and the Doomsday Survey Team, he became ignited with a fierce curiosity. He turned to the towering figure beside him and asked eagerly, "What is the purpose of these people?" "They are tasked," replied the Tomb Guardian calmly, "with navigating the streams of time, confirming that the sanctuary remains true to the Creator's design within our known temporal limits, and detecting when the system is set to fail." As they ventured deeper into the mysterious tomb of the Nameless King, Duncan's interest grew with the Guardian's explanation. Time-traveling observers tasked with predicting the Great Annihilation. Could such a thing truly exist? Suddenly, Duncan looked up, his eyes sweeping across the ancient-style architecture, the walls and columns of the corridor. Another, deeper question emerged. "What exactly is this place?" he inquired, feeling as though he was questioning himself more than the Guardian. Upon asking, he realized the odd nature of his question, almost rhetorical, yet he sensed the Tomb Guardian would grasp his true intent. "This location," the Guardian began, his clear, resonant voice capturing Duncan's attention, "is the first and last Cretan observation post. Long ago, there were 1,200 such doomsday observation posts, 10 of which, known as the Cretan posts, were directly under our control." Duncan's thoughts raced, recalling a passage from an ancient text he had studied. To avoid the tragic fates of the Dream King and the Pale Giant King, he split the blueprint, transforming nations into 1,200 cities, the first 10 entrusted to that clan, thus named C. It clicked suddenly. Vision 4 was indeed a relic from the ancient kingdom of Crete, a monument enduring over 10,000 years, still serving its purpose as an anomaly. Furthermore, the heretical book he had once read was proven right again. The 1,200 cities it mentioned were real, not separate city-states, but 1,200 doomsday observation posts. Those known as the Doomsday Survey Team set out from these posts, traveling through time to monitor the sanctuary's functioning and establish its temporal boundary at the brink of operability. Then suddenly, a vast space caught Duncan's eye. Pulled from his thoughts, he gazed in awe at the immense landscape unfolding before him. Unaware of the distance covered under the silent escort of the cryptic Tomb Guardian, Duncan reached the end of the corridor. Crossing a monumental gate, he was struck by the vast, open space ahead, so immense it hardly seemed part of any structure he'd known. Before him lay a massive square under a dim, yellowish sky, capable of hosting tens of thousands for a grand assembly. Standing at the corridor's gate, Duncan looked down a sloping stone ramp leading to the square's edge. The square was paved with large, gray-white stone slabs, and a wide walkway divided the area. Solemn pillars with a slight metallic sheen stood along the path, their worn surfaces hinting at once more elaborate structures, now reduced to ruins. Amid the decay stood one intact structure, a massive throne at the center of the square. This dark throne, both towering and majestic, dominated the space around it, its high back overseeing the square. A somber, dusk-like light enveloped the area, casting the crumbling relics into shadows, each emanating a sense of eternal solitude. Letter 1E59. Duncan felt a wave of inexplicable desolation wash over him, as he observed the dust-covered ruins, and their oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily on his soul. The white-robed tomb guardian had moved ahead, silently descending the ramp toward the desolate square. After a brief moment of contemplation, Duncan quietly followed. Together they walked down the slope to the broad pathway that cut through the square, flanked by rows of tall, solemn stone pillars. Duncan's eyes roamed, taking in the once magnificent structures, now reduced to rubble and ruins. As Duncan walked, fleeting images flashed before him, figures in long white robes or shorter gray ones moving beyond the columns, rushing across the square, heading toward the now deserted gates at the periphery or clustering together, seemingly engaged in earnest discussions. In his mind's eye, Duncan could almost reconstruct the bustling activity that once filled this place, during the era of creation, when the King of Darkness was still refining the blueprint of a new world, with the ancient kingdom of Crete acting as the creator's assistants in shaping this realm. They convened here, diligently laying the foundation for the sanctuary, orchestrating plans for a civilization meant to thrive for 10,000 years. In the period immediately after the cataclysm known as the Great Annihilation, the aftermath was palpably present in the mundane world. Debris from the cataclysmic event lingered, floating like specters. The very fabric of reality seemed to flicker and waver, with the natural order of things appearing and disappearing like a fragile illusion. During this tumultuous time, councils of kings convened repeatedly, their meetings laden with urgency and desperation from 2 failed long nights, with the ominous shadow of a third slowly looming. It was during this chaotic epoch that a group, later known as the Doomsday Survey Team, pioneered through the temporal veil to delineate the sanctuary's boundaries within the dimension of time. While the boundless sea was possibly just beginning to form and city-states were mere concepts yet to be realized, the sun hadn't risen, the first humans lay dormant within the King of Darkness's database, and only the fleeting lights of the ancient kingdom of Crete provided a temporary glow in this disordered world. Originally, this specific location was not designated as Vision 4, but was one among 1,199 observation posts, all scattered amidst the ashes of the Great Annihilation, silently awaiting the birth of a new world. Now all that grandeur and tumult had faded, leaving nothing but this desolate, decaying relic suspended in a void just outside the real world, provoking Duncan's deep thoughts and endless conjectures. Ahead, the tall figure of the tomb guardian paced deliberately, his movement reminiscent of a solemn march through time. As they encountered another group of Doomsday Survey Team members weaving through the stone columns, he suddenly broke the silence. It's been a long time since they last sent back any messages. That's because they've gone mad, Duncan murmured softly. Oh, the tomb guardian simply nodded, and continued his slow, contemplative advance. After some time, as if musing aloud to himself, he began, at the beginning they sent back a wealth of information. Within the first contact cycle after their departure, they relayed news from the era of city-states. They chronicled the rise and fall of the distant Sea Alliance amid the darkness. They reported the vanishing of the kingdom of Crete and jubilantly announced the sun's emergence. The details they provided were laden with elements we struggled to fathom, aspects not envisaged in the original blueprint. Yet, in the creator's subsequent recalculations, the emergence of these anomalies seemed not just plausible but inevitable. He halted his steps, his gaze lifting to rest on the massive, ominous throne at the center of the square. A protracted silence followed, during which he seemed to be lost in a sea of thoughts. Eventually, he softly shook his head. Then their messages became sporadic and increasingly cryptic. Sometimes, the content was beyond our comprehension. It seemed as if they had ventured too deeply into the currents of time, or perhaps too far beyond our initial scope of understanding. The communications we received from them often contained contradictions and appeared out of chronological order, a phenomenon that became more frequent over time. According to the creator's calculations, this was expected, given the nature of the sanctuary as a finite construct. It's like a beacon casting its light into the wilderness. Time is the expanse this light travels across. The farther it reaches, the more it encounters the undefined, encroaching darkness. At the very edges of time, if they found no other beacon, it meant there truly was nothing more to discover or report. The tomb guardian paused, his silence extending into an undefined abyss of time. Then, almost as if speaking to the air, he murmured, "It's been a long time since they last sent back any messages." Duncan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the imposing, dark throne before him, seemingly designed for a being of colossal stature. His eyes slowly climbed to the figure seated upon it. A headless form sat there in stillness, an intricate network of massive cables and conduits wrapped around the body like veins and nerves. These connected to various interfaces and ports on the throne itself, some still flickering with the dim light of residual activity. Within some tubes, a semblance of vital circulation was visible, with a mysterious fluid flowing in and out. At the sight of the headless figure, Duncan's expression subtly changed, his mind recalling a scenario once described to him by Ted Lur. Yet, a profound sense of recognition emanating from the figure struck him deeper, sending a shiver of unease through him. He stood there, transfixed by the sight for what felt like an eternity. Finally, compelled by a force he couldn't resist, he uttered, "In subspace, there's a headless body seated on a black throne." "That's his shadow," the tomb guardian replied softly, his voice echoing with hidden depths. "When the Creator took his body, he could only claim a part of it. He was torn apart, not just physically, but in every conceivable way. His memory, soul, shadow, thoughts, past, and future, all fragmented during the second long night. The Creator brought this part of him here while his shadow remained at the place of his initial demise." Suddenly, Duncan turned to face the tomb guardian, a spark of recognition lighting up within him as he looked back at the figure on the throne. Driven by a pressing need for answers, he demanded, "Who exactly is seated on the throne?" "Saslaka," the tomb guardian revealed, his voice heavy with ancient knowledge. "The Creator fashioned the original Cretan create in his own image." Chapter 699, Lonely Vigil. When Duncan heard the tomb guardian's shocking yet somehow anticipated disclosure, he fell into a long silence, deep in thought. "When you speak of the Creator, do you mean the so-called King of Darkness, or should we call him the Nether Lord?" "The being you're referring to is known among us as Navigator One," the tomb guardian answered, bowing his head slowly in respect. "Some call him the Cluster Controller. But yes, the titles King of Darkness and Nether Lord are also known to us from historical reports by the Doomsday Survey team." After a thoughtful pause, the tomb guardian continued in a low voice, almost as if speaking to himself. "It has been ages since we last received any instructions from the Creator." Duncan kept silent, his mind swirling with confusion and speculation. After a deep reflection, he looked up at the grand figure on the throne and asked, "So, Navigator One collected parts of the King of Dreams' remains during what is known as the Third Long Night. Using his replication ability, he crafted the Cretan tribe in the image of the King of Dreams to serve as his aides. Does this mean the entire Cretan tribe, and even those on the Doomsday Survey teams, were created this way?" "Indeed," the tomb guardian confirmed calmly. "The world was in complete chaos then. The Creator allowed some mortals into the budding sanctuary, but they couldn't survive, let alone help. Thus, he turned to entities as powerful as himself. The deceased Saslaka from a previous creation era was considered a perfect candidate." As Duncan absorbed the detailed narrative, his expression became increasingly complex and thoughtful. He realized, leading to a shocking revelation, might all beings known as Enders be in some way descendants of Saslaka? This profound and bizarre realization stunned him momentarily. He then thought of another disturbing notion. The so-called Enders showed intense excitement and fanaticism at the appearance of the Vanished, proclaiming it the promised Ark. While the obvious reason was the Vanished's miraculous return from subspace intact, might there be a deeper link? Could their fervent reaction stem from the fact that the current Vanished was built over what was once known as the ancient spine of Saslaka? Was this extreme behavior of the Enders an instinctual response, a deep resonance felt by the offspring when near an artifact of an ancient god? These overwhelming insights flooded his mind. It took some time for Duncan to reel his thoughts back from these vast revelations, refocusing on the headless body on the throne before him. He recalled something the tomb guardian had mentioned when they first entered the tomb. "When you said his time was running out, were you referring to the lifespan of this body here?" "He has been guarding this place for a long time, but the maintenance system has its limits," the tomb guardian explained in a deep, resonant voice. "The ancient mechanisms set up by the Creator are all breaking down one by one. They've been working far beyond their expected lifespan. This throne, once the central control for a network of 1,200 observation stations, sustained the existence of the entire Cretan race. Now it stands as the last functioning station. Its end is imminent. Duncan's expression turned to a frown of concern. What happens when the throne stops working? The Guardian paused, then replied gravely, "It means the complete collapse of the first foundational system established by the Creator. Then the era known as the Fourth Long Night will begin." The Fourth Long Night. A flicker of realization crossed Duncan's eyes. After connecting countless vague and intricate clues, he had finally found a solid piece of information, marking the start of the Fourth Long Night. Moreover, the Guardian had mentioned that all ancient systems initiated by the Creator were failing. The decay of the throne was just one symptom of a much larger issue. Vision Sun was likely another critical system on the verge of failure. This fit perfectly with the broader scenario as understood. Duncan's brows knitted together as he pondered the situation. Logically, the failure of one component in a series of interlinked, complex systems would likely trigger a domino effect. Essentially, when the throne ceases to function, the malfunction and subsequent collapse of the sun will be accelerated. Each long night has historically started with a major collapse from the previous era, and the third long night was no exception. With the throne's end, the nameless king's tomb, the last stronghold of the Cretan observation network, will stop, leading to a cascade of failures that will ultimately extinguish the sun, plunging the world into an era of unending darkness. It was evident to Duncan that this tomb guardian possessed knowledge far beyond his own time, perhaps even transcending the current flow of history. Such insights could have come from the Doomsday Survey teams, sent long ago, those who had monitored the sanctuary across time. Duncan's thoughts then returned to the tomb guardian who had led him here. This entity and the tomb it protected had survived the turmoil of 10,000 years. Yet, as Vanna had revealed, the nameless king's tomb had never before engaged in such clear and direct interactions with the outside world. To the wider world, this tomb was known as the chaotic and dangerous Vision 4. But now, it seemed that the tomb guardian and everything within the tomb were remarkably normal. Duncan's train of thought suddenly stopped, and he turned, casting a contemplative look at the towering figure beside him. Is it truly normal? Could Duncan's view of the tomb be unique, similar to the indescribable entities he had previously encountered, entities that only he could fully perceive and understand? He wondered if other listeners who had entered this place saw the same scenes as he did. He recalled the cognitive shift model Loon had mentioned in a recent conversation. After thinking for a moment, he felt compelled to ask, "Do others who come here see the same things I do?" The tomb guardian's voice was deep and measured as he responded. "I strive to shield their senses, to cleanse the perilous remnants from their memories before they leave. Mortals should not be burdened with excessive knowledge. It can be harmful to them." Duncan nodded slowly, understanding. While the Guardian's response didn't entirely align with his initial expectations, it did somewhat confirm his hypothesis. The reality he perceived was clearly different from that of the average person, and this discrepancy was even more pronounced in matters related to anomalies and visions. With a soft exhale, Duncan briefly set aside these complex thoughts. After a pause, he asked another question, "How much longer?" The tomb guardian looked puzzled for a moment. Duncan lifted his gaze toward the dark throne, clarifying, "I mean, how much more time does this throne have before it stops working?" "It's hard to say. I'm just the guardian here. The scholars who deeply understood this complex system have long gone. The best answer I can give is soon." "And what becomes of this body once the throne stops its functions?" This time the tomb guardian offered no verbal answer, simply shaking his head in silence. Duncan decided not to press further. Together they stood among the twilight-lit ruins, wrapped in a thoughtful silence. After some time, Duncan broke the quiet. "I've been hearing the sound of bells. Is it a sign that this place is nearing its end? Are you the one summoning me here?" "Yes," the guardian confirmed. Puzzled and curious, Duncan asked, "Why? What do you expect me to do?" To his surprise, the guardian shook his head. "I don't know." "You don't know?" The guardian met Duncan's gaze, his voice steady and solemn. "I am just the guardian. Those who had the knowledge, who understood everything, have long disappeared. But there is one thing I do remember, just one thing." He shifted slightly, his gaze drifting toward the sprawling ruins and the spectral figures that occasionally appeared at the square's edge, moving swiftly through doorways and across different timelines. In a reflective tone, he shared, "When they first set out, a message came from the most distant and unlikely edges of time, reaching here almost instantly. It was from someone who called themselves a doomsday surveyor, someone who claimed to have traveled to the very edge of existence. This person delivered a single, ominous sentence. He said, "Twilight has fallen, and the usurper has set this world on fire." Duncan remained silent, his face calm, revealing none of the thoughts or considerations that might be swirling within. His deep, steady eyes kept their secrets well. Yet the tomb guardian seemed undisturbed by Duncan's stoicism. He continued in his even tone. "I cannot guess the thoughts stirring in your mind after hearing all this, nor can I predict what actions you might take in the coming days. I'm even less aware of how the information I've shared today might influence any future decisions or actions you might take. My only role is to oversee this station, and according to ancient agreements, occasionally allow it to exchange limited data with the outside world. We were carefully designed and brought into existence, each of us bound to fulfill specific and vital roles. Leading you here, strictly speaking, isn't within my assigned duties. However, those who once assigned these tasks have long disappeared, and the Creator has been silent for a long time. I felt it was my duty to take some form of action." Duncan let out a soft breath, his features relaxing into an expression of understanding, perhaps without even realizing it. He then focused on the Guardian, nodding slowly and with genuine appreciation. "Thank you for sharing so much with me. Just knowing about these events is a significant gain." "That's good," the Guardian replied, his voice carrying a note of quiet satisfaction. Chapter 700, Return. Duncan stood solemnly in front of a massive, dark throne that cast an ominous shadow over the room. He pondered the significance of the throne, a fragment of Saslaka, a remnant of a once formidable entity that had long since shattered. Now fused with the throne, this piece had become an integral part of the sanctuary, a place imbued with mysterious power and ancient secrets from the deep sea era. This era marking both the beginning and the twilight of time, and the throne formed part of the complex legacy of the enigmatic navigator One. Duncan's curiosity deepened as he wondered if the other kings knew the true nature of this throne. How had they reacted when the King of Darkness chose to integrate a part of the Dream King's remains into this sacred space? Seeking answers, Duncan asked the tomb guardian, a stoic figure charged with overseeing this place. The guardian replied in a detached tone, "Utilize everything. In those desperate times, resources were scarce. Anything useful was valued highly. Should the original creator's plan fail, even this would be repurposed for the next effort." After nodding subtly in acknowledgement, Duncan left the platform with the immense throne and walked down the pathway, his steps echoing softly among the ancient pillars. Just before exiting, he stopped and asked, "Is there anything else you wish to disclose?" "There is nothing more," the tomb guardian answered slowly. "You have witnessed all that is to be seen here." "It seems my time here is at an end," Duncan mused, looking up at the chaotic, dim sky, an illusion created by some unseen light source. "There are people outside these walls awaiting my return with news." "I will accompany you to the exit," the guardian offered, bowing respectfully. "Very well," agreed Duncan. As he was about to descend the path leading back to the corridor, he paused, struck by a thought. "Suppose I meet the creator you mentioned. I don't know their condition or what my journey entails, but if our paths do cross, do you have a message for them?" The guardian paused, considering the weight of Duncan's question, then shook its head slowly. "It would be futile. This facility is about to seal itself off. Once you leave, it will cut all external communications until a critical moment. Even if you meet our creator, no further messages will reach me." Duncan and the guardian shared a moment of silent understanding before Duncan turned to leave, only to be stopped by the guardian's voice once more. "Wait, please, there is indeed a message," the guardian said with unexpected solemnity. After a pause, as if choosing its words carefully, it continued, "Tell him we are honored to have completed our work." "I will carry your message," Duncan assured, his face solemn. With that promise, he turned and began the long ascent, leaving behind the ancient guardian and its ageless charge. The guardian walked beside Duncan in respectful silence as they made their way from the cryptic depths of the tomb. As they neared the exit, the guardian broke the silence abruptly. "In the future, they no longer need to heed the call. Please tell those shadows lingering outside that they should refrain from approaching, no matter what may emerge from here. The sanctuary has completed all its originally designed journeys, and our period of vigilance has ended. What lies ahead is a future so unpredictable that not even the Creator had envisioned it. The nature of what comes next is unknown to all. I truly hope that in the days to come everyone will be safe and well," the guardian added, his voice strained and deep, echoing the weight of ages. His steps grew more labored, resonating with the burden of countless years. His once pristine white robe turned into tattered, ancient funeral shrouds, and chains bearing powerful seals began to emerge, slowly binding him. Then the heavy sound of a door echoed. The ancient, majestic tomb door creaked open, and Duncan emerged from Vision 4, remembered as the only individual to ever exit this door fully aware. Figures that had been anxiously waiting near the entrance immediately gathered around him. Vanna was the first to reach him, offering support, though he needed none, her face marked with deep concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm perfectly fine," Duncan replied casually, looking back. The pitch-dark corridor he had left showed no sign of the tomb guardian, only a diminishing, twisting shadow that slowly faded into nothingness, which made him frown. "How long was I in there?" "Just a moment," Helena chimed in from the side. "We heard some brief, odd noises from within the tomb, then the door swung open and you came out." "Just a moment," Duncan's brow furrowed in thought. "That's always been the case," Vanna confirmed, nodding. "Regardless of how long one feels they've been inside the tomb, from an outside perspective, it seems like just a brief moment. The Church's scholars suggest that this vision is due to the isolated temporal flow within Vision 4, distinct from the external world." Loon raised his hand, adding, "I should mention, this theory was originally proposed by me a century ago." As the conversation continued, Duncan remained reflective, his gaze returning to the now silent Vision 4. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from the ancient tomb, which then began to gradually descend. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, the grand structure of Crete vanished from sight, leaving behind a poignant emptiness and many unanswered questions. At that moment, Vanna observed the grave and thoughtful expression on Duncan's face, prompting her to break the silence. "Captain, given your state, you still retain the memories from inside Vision 4, correct? Can you share what you witnessed within the tomb?" Prescription letter 1F01. Duncan paused briefly, considering her question, then nodded slightly in affirmation. "The visions and revelations I encountered within Vision 4 likely differ from what previous listeners experienced. I've come to understand the true purpose behind the construction of this facility and its implications for the future. But before I reveal anything..." He lifted his head, sweeping his gaze across the assembled group, their anticipation palpable. His eyes eventually settled on Helena and the other three popes. "Please, let's have the others step away for now. Once you understand the reality of what lies within the tomb, it will be up to you to decide how best to convey this information to your saints." Outside, gentle waves lapped against the ship's hull, and a refreshing sea breeze wafted through the captain's cabin as Alice swung open the circular window, inviting the outside world in. She stood there, basking in the sunlight and the breeze, her eyes closed in contentment. "It's always good to air out the room. The captain seems to always forget about that," murmured Miss Dahl, speaking as if to her invisible friends aboard the ship. "Without fresh air, everything starts to mold." Her quiet musings went unanswered in the room. Even the usually boisterous Goathead lay unusually silent, its eyes half closed, seemingly dozing on the edge of the chart table. Suddenly, Goathead perked up, its head swiveling left and right in confusion. It spotted Alice busy cleaning nearby, and then its gaze landed on the skull of Dreams a short distance away, prompting a muffled grunt. Curiosity drew Alice closer. Mr. Goathead, what seems to be the matter?" As Goathead's neck creaked like old wood, it murmured, "Odd, I feel as though I've just awoken from a dream." Surprised, Alice's eyes widened. "Really? But haven't you always said you don't dream?" "That's what makes this so odd," Goathead muttered in return. "The captain insists I dream, but in theory I should never be conscious of it. Yet, as my mind wandered just now, it felt distinctly like I was dreaming." Intrigued, Alice set aside her duster and sat opposite Goathead. "That's interesting. Sometimes I wonder if I dream too, but I never seem to recall anything upon waking. Do you remember what you dreamt just now?" Goathead looked at the doll sitting across from it, its voice taking on a peculiar tone. "I dreamed that I was seated upon a vast throne. For what felt like countless years, around me, many people bustled about, engrossed in their tasks, and then..." It paused, its rigid features contorting into what resembled a frown. "Suddenly, all those who were scurrying about, they all turned into my children." Alice's curiosity was unmistakable as she leaned in, her hands propping up her chin, eyes widening with intrigue at Goathead's peculiar narrative. The imagery of a legion of Goathead children struck her imagination vividly. "All of them had goat heads like yours? How did they move about? Were they hopping around?" she asked with an innocent earnestness. Goathead tried to interject, taken aback by her literal interpretation. I think you've misunderstood, that's not quite what I meant. But before it could further clarify the surreal dream imagery to the curious doll, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the opening of the cabin door. Duncan's tall, imposing figure filled the doorway. Instantly, Alice's attention shifted. Her face lit up with a bright smile, and she rose from her seat behind the chart table, excitedly moving towards the door. "The captain's back," she exclaimed with a beaming smile. Goathead swiveled its head to regard Duncan, a hint of perplexity in its gaze. "You seem to have returned from a rather unusual place?" it inquired, picking up on something different about him. Duncan didn't directly address Goathead's observation. Instead, he moved over to the chart table, adjusting his stance as if bracing himself to deliver something significant. His eyes locked onto Goathead with a grave seriousness. "I have something important to tell you. Please don't panic."